Because you only need little bits, so you could just got little strips of it. Sorry, I had my back to you. I didn't think you were with me. You could have little strips of it, and you put it on the back of anything you want, anything you want to be non-slip.
Kitchen cupboards, anything like that, to put your plates inside. Kitchen cupboards, if you've got a dresser, and people stand their plates up in their dresser, don't they? And so you could have little bits in there, and there are so many uses for it.
Put it on the bottom of your slippers, stop you slipping. It's a beautiful little idea, and it is worth it. £9.99
Good
for
idea.
half
You
a
could
metre.
make slippers, actually.
Little non-slip grippers on the bottom of your slippers.
Yeah, you could make slippers out of it as well. Very good. So, he's learning.
I wouldn't make trousers out of it. You won't really go anywhere. £9 and just...
You wouldn't be able to waft.
Oh, it'd be no wafting. You'd be rigid, wouldn't you? Well, £9.99, 630 651 is your item number for your non-slip, is what we're looking at. Now, we were talking about this before the hour, before we went to air. We adore this next set. Now, there's 3 colourways that you can choose from here. £9.99. We're talking fat quarters. We're talking blue, which are these ones up here. So it's the first 4. Your bananas, your leopard, your zebra print, your giraffe print, and your feathers. Then you've got your pink, and then you've got your yellow. If it was me, and you know me, I'm not here to spend your money. I'm not here to do that. I'm just trying to get you best possible deals. I would get all 3. For the sheer fact you've got every colourway. So, obviously, in the blues, you've got the giraffe print, where it's the lime green and the blue.
What a quilt would it make?
Oh, it'd make it stunning. But then you've got, like, the real zebra print that's in there. And then in the green one, you've got the real giraffe print that's in there as well. Kids' notebooks would be amazing. Or any notebooks, to be honest.
Honestly, I need this. I really do. And, of course, it's a happy hour. And
it is.
I need somebody to order me this. The blue is just stunning. I love the blue. But if you can think, because obviously you're getting fat quarter pieces in here. So if you were to buy 2 sets, you're getting ½ metre of each piece. This is only your normal width. So this is 44 inches. But it's amazing.
It really...
Kiddies' clothes and kiddies' dungarees and...
Be absolutely stunning. It really, really would. For the sheer fact, look at what you're getting in there. Phone cases, laptop cases, tablet covers.
It's injecting that bit of colour again to your home. If you are looking for these accessory baskets, and I'm not mentioning anything to do with anything that you've mentioned, but accessory baskets... Vanity cases, little storage baskets, your little pouches, things like that. They're just the most amazing.
Could you do napkins out of these?
Yeah, because we did the napkins yesterday, and we did some today. So you could really simply do your garden napkins in them.
That'd be nice. It'd be a nice little, for a summer little barbecue or something like that, a little set of napkins that you've got. You could cut them down. Remember, they are fat quarters, so you could cut them down. How many, out of 1 fat quarter, how many napkins would we get? Because obviously I didn't see the napkin demo.
So you would get... fat quarter, so that's 18 by 20 inches. So if you cut it down to 9-inch squares, 9, you would get 4 pieces. So you would get 2 napkins.
2 napkins per fat quarter. 2 napkins per fat quarter. So that's 2, 4, 6, 8 napkins is what you're going to get that that's going to match. That is a good old deal. £9.99 is what we're looking at for that one. Happy hour deal 201 821 is your item number. They are a bargain.
A bargain.
No, it's true.
It's like £2.50 a fat quarter, under £2. Bargain.
I'll take that.
So will I.
I'll take that any day.
I'll take it first.
Wow. You've got to get there first. Right then, now we're looking at sets of 2 in your Paisleys, is what we're looking at now. These are beautiful. Golden orange is your first 2 that we have here. How beautiful are these? Your beautiful golden orange that you've got there. I love a good Paisley. Love a good Paisley. You can't go wrong. I'm so glad it's coming back. Then you've got aqua and Bordeaux up next. Once again, you get both of these. These are 6. These remind me of our Paul Church. They're very Paul Church from Clarity and Groovy. They really, really are. His sort of shirts that he wears. £12.99. And then this set reminds me of Derek. It is very Derek, isn't it? I think it's because it's the green, because he's like the size of a leprechaun. I think that's what it reminds me of him. £12.99 is what you're looking at. 897390 is your item number. We're nearly there, people. We're nearly there. Then we go geometric. This matches your one-day special. Okay, it will match your one-day special perfectly because it's the same design that's running through that you've got there. £12.99. So the colourways that you've got here, you've got your Dutch blue that you've got there. Then you've also got your salmon pink. Then you've got your pink, and then you've got your green. But look how well they match. That is from the teal from the one-day special. How well does all that go together that you're looking at there? Then you've got your green, coral pink and terracotta. Terracotta, coral pink, green and blue is what you're looking at there. 080851 is your item number. £12.99 for those. Well worth having a little look. Something that was busy earlier is our sheeting that we've got here. You are getting 5 metres of sheeting. Let me go through the colours, then I'll show you the size of the sheeting. You've got white. You've got ivory, you can see the difference there. Then you've got the beautiful red, and then you've got the black. This, Sasha, is huge.
It's massive. Every time we show this, people just cannot believe how much you're actually getting. So you're getting 5 metres by 2.5 metres wide of this sheeting, which is great for your backings, for your quilts. If you're a long armour and you do long arming for people and you're computerised
oh my, well, this is massive.
But also if you need a way of doing curtains or blinds or anything like that and you're trying to cut down costs, it's under 20 quid for 5 metres. Go on, I know you can't.
It reminds me, this is like the opening scene of the Muppet Show, isn't it, with the big red curtain that you've got there. You imagine, now just so you know, that's Kirsty down the other end, one of our floor managers.
And it's 5 metres away.
She's 5 metres away, and that's due to nothing at all. That's just what I have contracted, that people just stay their distance. But look at, and the width. Go for the bottom, Kirsty. Lift up the bottom, Petal. Whap it on the front. 244 centimetres wide is what you are looking at here for just shy of £20.
It's a bargain.
This is phenomenal, is what you are looking at here. This is absolutely beautiful. It really, really is. If you want to get hold of it, it's well worth. Ready, Kirsty? It's well worth having a little look. So we've got the red that you've seen. I'm not going to open them all out because they're all exactly the same. You've got the back. Would you say, once again, a staple?
Definitely, definitely. If you could buy 2 or 3, share it with your friends. If you're going back to a craft club, share it with the craft club because you could be easily selling this within your craft club. Most people, what they do at a craft club is they sort of pay a £5 or a £10 a week, like different levels.
Okay.
And then you can help yourself to backings. So then you've got this amazing 5 metres of backing. You know, people are just going to be able to share this if you cannot store it yourself. And that's the other really important thing. If you're worrying about the storage, then just pick up the phone a friend and say, look,
would you like some?
Yeah, they've got this amazing deal on. Plus, if anything, if you're a Fabric Freedom member, it's coming through your door free.
This is true if you are a Freedom member as well. Remember, it's a delivered price to your door, £19.99, 346 836 is your item number. Something else before we get to demo that you might want to go is the 10 metres of calico
so you're getting
that we've got
double
as well.
That. You're getting double that because that is 5 metres. We haven't got enough room in the studio.
For 10.
Because you would be out in the car park.
So you are getting double this that you see here, and this is huge. It really, really is. Once again, £29.99. Good quality fabric. I reckon you could stamp onto this and sew through it and do your embroidery through this.
Well, this is what I was saying earlier about the whole cloth quilting.
Yes.
So this is the calico. So this is what I was saying with people, you know, pay the most extortionate prices for these calico natural sort of threads. You're getting 10 metres here, which is working out at about, I think, £2.99 a metre, under £3 a metre.
It's worth it.
Absolute bargain.
It's worth its weight in gold, £29.99. If you want to go for the calico, 176552 is your item number. If you're a dressmaker, start making it in this first rather than using your fabric, because this is...
To make your toile. To make your toile.
I'm not doing it again, going giddy.
If you're a dressmaker, what tends to happen is you don't want to be using those really, really good fabrics.
No, you don't.
You want to have a practice piece first, and you might want to be adjusting or messing around or changing things on the pattern. So what dressmakers tend to do is they use calico to make the outfit first and then do a full bust adjustment. Ooh. And shoulder adjustments and hip adjustments and things like that on the calico.
And you can get yours for £29.99. 176 552 is your item number. Right then, Sasha, we're coming to you. You've got 4 minutes left. What are you up to?
Well, I've had a bit of a nightmare with me rice. It's all right, I wasn't cooking me dinner.
But you've been doing what? I've been doing all the work here.
I got a bit of a leak, it's fine. I just keep finding rice everywhere.
Oh.
So these are really, really quick and easy fabric weights. Okay, now you can pay an awful lot of money for these online, but these are just made with odd pieces of fabric, and you've got rice inside them. You can pour the rice directly inside them, but I tend to make a little pouch first with the rice in, and then
put your
pouch
pouch
inside. So I'm just going to show you quickly. So to make the pouch, you're going to take your rectangle and you are going to sew from the top to the bottom, and then from the bottom to your fold line. I'm going to do that. And then you're going to turn it through. Now you don't need to turn it through because this is going to be inside. It's actually going to be inside the little fabric pouch. But it just, I turn it through because then I know I've got a bit less seams to worry about catching while it's inside. So there we have our very, very easy little pouch. Now, as you can see, we've got the seam up the left-hand side here, and we've got our one of our folded sides. Yeah. Now, what we're going to do is we're actually going to make that into a triangular shape. So we've got our seam, and we are just going to take our seam to our other folded side, so it would be like so.
Okay.
Okay, now I've done one earlier. Now, as you can see, I've sewn really roughly with the machine just to seal that hole shut. Doesn't have to hide or anything because that one is inside. So the next one that we're going to do is we're going to actually do our piece of fabric. Now we're going to, outside fabric, we're going to take our ribbon and we're going to pop our ribbon inside. And how I like to remember the positioning is that the raw edge of the ribbon is against the raw edge of the fabric. Just make sure that's in place, and then I'm going to fold that.
Once again, you imagine doing these, because you need very little fabric for this, don't you? So you can make a fair few weights out of your one-day special.
Please don't ask me.
No, I wasn't going to, but like, you could.
But all out with your scraps as well. If you've got lots of scraps, join them all together. You know,
beautiful.
It's
I forgot to say
shape.
as well in the in my opening bit that once these have gone, these have gone. Okay, so these won't be coming back. And this is your last and final hour as well. The one-day special details are currently at the bottom of the screen. We are very busy across the board this hour. We've spoiled you with the amount of fabric that you're getting. There's queues on the phones as well, so jump to the website is the quickest and the easiest place to go with this one. But once it's gone, it has gone. All right, let's go back to our little bag.
So we've just made that little pouch, and I'm just going to chop off just these couple of edges. And then I'm going to turn this through. Just going to pop those corners out. So if you've got a pokey tool, use a pokey tool. I tend to use a biro without the biro nib out. Pokey tools I end up poking myself with. I'm a bit dangerous. And then, so you've got this opening. Now, you've obviously got your seam where we've sewn, and we've got our little piece of ribbon. And the same thing applies. We are going to go across, okay? So instead of worrying about your seam being on the side, we are going to take that seam across to make it into a triangle shape.
Okay.
So as long as you've got that triangle shape facing you, you know that you're on the right track. But first of all, we obviously need to hide this seam. Now, once your pouch is inside, it's going to be very, very difficult to get it through the sewing machine to tidy this edge up. So unfortunately, this will require a little bit of hand stitching. But I'm just going across and I'm just folding sort of a scant, very scant 1/4 of an inch. Just popping those inside like so. And I'm just going to give that a quick press. Like so. Oh. Try and make sure it is nearly even. But yeah, you're just going to do something like a little slip stitch.
Yeah.
Just to hide that hole. Because you want, once, as I say, once you take your rice pouch and pop that in, you will see it's quite difficult then to actually sew the bottom. So like with this one, I've just done a slip stitch. Although with this one, I've actually managed to sew along the bottom.
Oh, it's like little bean bags to juggle with.
They are like little bean bags. Well, you could make them as little bean bags for your
If
children.
you're learning to juggle.
Yeah, as long as they don't throw them at each other.
I like that idea. You can't find them anymore, juggling balls.
Well, no, I don't know what well, I suppose there's no festivals at the moment,
No,
isn't it?
that's
It's
true.
normally like a... But yeah, you could use these as juggling balls. I mean, if we were obviously able to pass things, I
Oh,
would
you could
lob
have-
them at you and
could have had
see
a
if you
go.
could juggle.
I can juggle.
So we've pressed that and we are going to place our pouch inside.
This would also make nice little scent bags for the wardrobe.
Anything like that.
Like lavender or, I was going to say 5 spice, don't put 5 spice in there.
What does your wardrobe
What's the
smell of?
Christmas one? Cinnamon. Cinnamon is what I'm thinking of. Put cinnamon in there.
Anything like that.
Yeah, any of the smellies. Bit of pot puree. Do people still have pot puree?
I think so.
Potpourri? Pot puree?
I ate some once.
Did you think they were like dried crisps? Don't eat your pot puree.
No,
Is it
don't.
pot puree or pot puree?
I was young and I had gone to a friend's house and they were quite posh.
Well, they
It was on
were.
the table.
So you ate it? You thought, well, I'll have some of that dried.
But I thought it was like when you go to people's houses and it was like snacks.
I've never been to anyone's house where they've just had random snacks sitting by the door just as you walk in. What houses do you go to where they have snacks?
It wasn't in the hallway. I didn't just walk in somebody's house and feel I'm a bit peckish. We weren't actually sat in the lounge.
Oh, and you thought they'd put on trays on?
I thought that's what people do.
And no one stopped you. They all just sat there and watched you eat.
She did say that's smelly stuff because it was all baked. It did look like... Anyway, I'm not going to tell him my secrets anymore. So I'm just going to see if I can get this through the sewing machine because my rice, because it's spilled over the floor, it's not as full as what it should be. I know what I mean. Please, feel sorry for me. If you've ever eaten potpourri, will you let me know?
I'm being told in my ear, they're telling me now, they're just saying, ask Sasha what her name was going to be if it wasn't going to be Sasha. What was your name if you weren't Sasha Fanstone?
Oh, you don't know, do you? Because
No, I don't
you
know.
missed all this.
I don't know.
This was when I was with Yanis last time.
No, I knew his name had to crop up. Always does. What was your name going to be then?
So when I did this show with Yanis last time, oh, we did have such a giggle. We did have
I bet
such
it was a hoot.
Oh, it was such a laugh. He'll sign pictures for me, you know.
He signs them for anyone. It's not just you, my love. Anyone that walks past this building gets a signed Gianni's photo. The postman's got 27. He's sick of coming. Giannis gives them out in Morrison's
Bless.
with his card. He does. Anyway, what's your name going to be? Stop diverting the question.
Nancy.
Nancy Fancy. Papa, that's how it goes. Oh, Nancy Fancy.
Nancy Claire Fancy.
Oh, I love it.
My dad named me Sasha. My mum was going to call me Nancy.
No, you should have gone with Nancy Fancy.
No, Nancy Claire Fancy. And then when I get married to James, obviously he's James Not, and I can't...
Fancy Not?
No, but I can't lose my fancy name. So I am going double-barrelled, and I am going to be...
You're going to be a Fancy Not?
No, I am going to be Sasha Not Fancy. I am! People think I'm joking. When I come here in September, after the wedding, I will be Mrs. Not Fancy.
Well, not fancy.
Because I'm not going to be fancy no more.
You're going to be Nancy Not Fancy? I love this. Nancy Fancy. We've got about 6 minutes left.
So here we go.
Oh, there we go, we're done.
So I have, as you can see, I have popped this one through the machine and I've just top stitched all the way along, just to show you it can be done. But as I say, I would probably recommend you would get a better finish if they were hand stitched. And then, as I say, you can just hang them up. And the whole idea is that when you are cutting out your dressmaking fabrics, or if you've cut sometimes in books and magazines, they have like a perforated page in their paper, and the last thing you want to do is to be sellotaping them down. Some people don't even like to pin them to their fabrics because they don't like to make the pinholes in case it rips.
In case it rips it all.
So this is where your
beanbags come in.
Your little fabric weights.
Your little fabric weights from Nancy Fancy. If you want to make these, all the patterns will be on Sasha's Instagram after the show. Our one-day special is ridiculously busy, is what we're looking at. You have got your teal, you've got your pink, you've got your sage mint, you've got your black, you've got your yellow, and you've got your grey. You're getting 5 half metres. As well as 5 half metres, we'll also throw in a metre of the fusible web interfacing as well for £28.44. 878936 is your item number, which I absolutely adore. If you are going for your black works with any of them. It really does. If I pop that into the middle of there, you can see the black really works with that teal. But then, as a coincidence, it also works for the pink as well. It also works for that beautiful yellow that you've already got in there, and it will also work for your green. I absolutely adore it. I really, really do. It's worth having a little look at all of these. But then something else that's been very busy this hour is your large sheeting. Now, we've showed you the size of this already. It is absolutely huge. It's 5 metres is what we are looking at for this. You are getting your white, you are getting your red, you're getting your black, and you're also getting the ivory that's in there. Now, it's down to you which one you want to pick, but it is a whopper. It really, really is. Let me just show you on the table, so you can see the size that you are getting with this. Oh, look at this. This is absolutely... So this is in half, OK? So, look, it still goes out again. It is absolutely a whopper of a size, and you're getting 5 metres of all of this is what you are getting. Look at the size as this all goes. Start working in the big top again. All of this with Nancy Fancy on the cannon. It is absolutely huge. Now,
so you
obviously,
could make your bedding sets actually with that size. You could make your own
Super King. Quite easy, a Super
duvet
King.
covers, yeah, and your pillows again. But you could, quite seriously.
No, you could.
Some people like to make their own bedding sets, and for 20 quid, you can't get a bedding set for that.
No, you can't. I've looked. You cannot.
Sure
Don't start me on bedding.
He's like an encyclopedia of prices for home furnishings.
Oh, but it is. You could, for the size of this,
Yeah.
this would make a beautiful sort of like, if you like, some people like to sleep under a sheet.
Yeah.
Some people like a duvet. I'm a duvet sort of boy. I like the weight of a duvet. But in the summer, when it's too hot, you just want a sheet, don't you? Obviously, if your boat floats and you want to go for red sheets, Ding dong.
But it's a
it's up to
beautiful
you.
red, isn't it?
It is a
It's a
stunning pillar box
beautiful
red that you've got there. It would also make nice lining for a curtain, maybe on a stair or over a door. You know when you just get one curtain and it sort of swings down to the side? It would make a beautiful lining for that, even the black as well, because I reckon...
The drape's beautiful on it.
I'm going to go for... It's not blackout, but it would still knock out the light.
Yeah.
I reckon if you went for this and then another fabric on top...
If you were doing children's rooms curtains, for example, these would be brilliant. So, you know, you could do something like the blackout with some of the other ditzy prints or some of the other specials that we've got on.
I love it. I really do.
See, in normal times, we would just wrap him up in that.
It drapes really well, though.
It's a lovely colour.
It drapes absolutely stunning. Well, like Freddie Mercury and Queen. Get it. It's worth it. You imagine having a train of this size, and there's still more. There is loads on this that you can be getting as well. I'm like a really rubbish magician, you know, in terms of at a party.
I was going to say a really rubbish matador or something, like a fancy dress party. Like a really rubbish one.
I know, let's just bring in Yanis. £19.99
Oh, did I
is
tell
what
you,
you're looking...
it was such a good show.
346 836 is your item number.
Oh, we did have a giggle that day.
£19.99. Can we cut our mic? Is what we're looking at for this one. Sasha, we haven't got long left. It's been an absolute pleasure. Jump to the website, and then I'll ask the final words off our Sasha that we've got there as well. It is absolutely beautiful. Sasha, sum it up for me. If people are umming and ahhing about the one-day special, what would you say to those people?
Check out now. Check out. Check out. And I'll have the blue bananas, please.
All right, fair enough. I'd go and see a doctor if I were you. No, Sasha, it's always a pleasure, never a chore.
It's been amazing.
It's always a giggle, these shows. Ish.
Oh, Yanis.
I do get confused a lot for him, to be honest. The only way you tell us apart is I don't give out my signed photos. Now! I love him to bits. I'll see you on Thursday. £28.44 is your item number. It is a bit of fun, and that's what crafting is all about. Having fun and enjoying yourself. And if you've got the right tools for the job, it makes your job easier. It really does. We've only got 45 seconds left. Remember, this offer will finish at 6 o'clock this evening. So if you are still umming and ahhing, I'd stop umming and ahhing and pick your favourite colour if I was you. You also get the metre of interfacing as well with this, so it's worth going for. It is a cracking little deal. All there's left to say is start checking out your baskets. We've got queues on the phones as well, so it's worth having a little look if I was you. All dispatched, by the way, from the 11th of March, Thursday. Not that long to wait. And you can watch all Sasha's demos back on the website. Jump to the website. It's all on there. It's all still working. You can also watch it as well. We've only got 8 seconds left. Remember, don't go anywhere. There's so much more to shop for here in the wonderful world of Hochanda. Ta-ra! Right, can someone get me my agent? I'm not working with her again. Never. That Nancy Fancy palaver. Stamps Away is up next, and it's a Pentart one-day special. Where is she? I need a word with her.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence, based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie using her iPad and hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new. So make sure you don't miss the Daisy Bee shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp Limited. We're well known in the industry for designing and manufacturing top quality, award-winning craft products. As with all craft projects, you need a good starting place, a great stamp, a top quality stencil, and in recent times we've developed the groovy parchment art system so that your line art is perfect on parchment. Another exciting development to come from the marriage between parchment and our stamp company is the fabulous designer papers and now the designer parchment. There is nothing like it. Each groovy plate is precision etched, and by simply getting in the groove with a stylus, you can easily transfer great designs onto parchment. Groovy is a modular system. The plates complement each other and work beautifully together. They are packed with elements and allow you to build your own original artwork. Whether you're a novice or a traditional parcher, you will love these plates. And for me personally, having beautiful line art is what motivated me to want to learn traditional parchment skills. So why not get in the groove with us here on Hochanda?
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Working with Hochanda is fantastic for us. It gives us the opportunity to bring all of these brands and all of these products from all over the world direct to you, the crafter in the UK. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter. So please don't miss Oakwood Archer shows on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
A very good afternoon to you all. Yes, we're here again, live in the studio, of course, at Hochanda, with another fantastic guest. Let's say a very good afternoon to Ali. She said it was stamps away, of course. How are you doing, Ali?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Lovely. I'm very well. Nice to see you again today.
And it's very spring-like out there today. It's lovely.
It is beautiful out there, isn't it? We've actually got 2 shows together today.
We have, yes.
We're back together at 9 o'clock as well, aren't we? Well, I'm going to say to everybody as well, do be shopping ahead because we've got some great prices for you. In fact, there is nothing above £15. In fact, I can even save you an extra penny, nothing above £14.99. So straight to the website we shall go. You can be shopping ahead, of course. You can see lots of goodies. We've got all sorts. As I said there, everything under £15, so make sure you fill those baskets. Now, I can also tell you that once it's gone, it has gone. We're not going to see any extended delivery. Some of them are quite low stocks as well, so if you see something you like, do not hesitate. Make sure you check your baskets out and make the most of the deals. We are going to start with MDF, and we've got a whole kilo's worth here. And Ali, a great selection, because straight away you look at the shapes. You've got basic shapes, you've got the rectangles, you've got squares in here, you've got circles,
always make the perfect starting point to a project, don't they?
They do. What I like about these is you can either use them just as they are, as coasters, as mini plaques, but I also like combining them. You'll never need that. You'll never need a to-it.
You never need a to-it.
It's a round to-it. It's what you give to people.
I'll get
who
around
say,
to it.
I'll
get it.
do that when I get
You
round
get
to it.
around
So you
to
give them
it.
a round to it, and then they have to do it. So it's just there in case I need it.
Oh, I think a lot of us have already got some of those.
Yeah.
We'll get around to it.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, and you'll always know someone. So you give them that, and they should finish it. It was just a little funny, but yeah, these are nice because they're a good size. You'll get a mix of squares, rectangles, and circles. Sizes and numbers will vary slightly, but you get a kilo.
Yeah, so it's all done by weight. So we can see, different thicknesses, different diameters.
To give you a variety, and the reason I like the different thicknesses is because you can stick them on. You can take a big canvas, create each of these into a little artwork, then stick them onto one big canvas, and it just looks amazing all together. So you've got 4mm, you'll have 3mm in there. You might get the odd bit of 6mm in there. It's just a nice variety so that you can make little projects, but they work really well as toppers on cards. And what I like about MDF, because it's sturdy, you can do your wetter techniques on it. It's not going to warp.
It's not,
so
is
I do
it?
crackle pastes and things like that onto it.
You can use lots of different mediums, so make sure you go for this bumper pack. You can go for more than one while we've got the stocks. Remember, you need to be quick. £5 saving, just £9.99, 694 852. Now, not only can you use your mediums on MDF, but also you might want to do some stenciling as well. We've got some masks, in fact, for you here. Now, these are all laser cut, as they usually are. Beautiful fine detail in many of these. You know, a great selection again, Ali, here, because we've got 8 in total. And there's something, I think, for all different occasions, to suit different themes, you know, male, female, grunge, pretty things up. Very nice indeed. What would you tell us about these?
We've tried to put them together, so you've got the nuts and bolts and the chain, you've got the fence and the grass, and then we've got some sort of generic ones like the dripping. I love that. That looks really nice embossed on a card, and then you put a band of colour and it makes it look like icing on a cake.
Oh, nice.
Then you've got your Celtic border. Tickets are always handy, and then bunting.
Yeah,
now these can all emboss through your die cutting machine, so even if you've got a narrow machine you just put them in lengthways, but they're A4 in length, so you've got lots of scope there.
You definitely have. In fact, if we break this one down, look, it's only £9.99 for all 8, but if we break it down, it's £1.25 each. What a great buy. Don't miss out on these. £5.93 saving, 759 728. These are a great price before the savings. Absolutely amazing, but with the savings, do take advantage. You're already shopping ahead for the next ones. We've got the stencils and the masks here. These again work out at just £1.25 each. A big saving on this one. Look at that one, £17.94 saving, Ali. You're treating us on this one.
I know, it's the 6x6, you know, they're a really usable size, and what we've tried to do again is give you a nice variety. So you've got the 2 really decorative borders there, the frames, they look lovely embossed again and inked, and then you've got sort of pattern ones which are great. I love the 2 on the end, the sort of the circles with the dots around it, and the sort of wiggly one underneath. Really nice in your art journaling and things like that. The next one over the squares can send your eyes a little bit doolally. It's very optical illusion-y.
We can see that just looking at the stencil.
It's really, but that's really fabulous, just inked through. Not the rope border's lovely, and then you've got a couple of nice textures again for just adding bits to the corners. So again, we've tried to give you a variety so that you've got a nice mix, so that you should have something for every occasion.
These are lovely. Do you know, the first time I looked at one of these stencils, I thought, oh, that's unusual, because you've got that one that's a little bit odd, but I realised it's where there's a pop out, not actually popped out.
Yes.
So, can you see there? So that, do you get the pop-outs with it, or are they normally
No, they normally
not in
fall out into the laser, but actually, just looking at it, you could have a lot of fun with
You
that.
could. Do you know, I thought it was meant to be like
that circle.
Okay.
That should have been, we tend to sit, and we used to call it de-spaghettiing, which meant we were picking out all the little bits that stay behind with the laser. So it's a fun job. We love doing it.
Well, almost a quarter of the stock gone already on these. When they're gone, they're gone. Do not mess around with this. Make sure you check your baskets out. These would normally be £3.50 each. Again, I think that's a great price. But for just £1.25, you're getting the whole bundle. So that amounts to £9.99. 501099. We're staying with the mylar sort of thing, but this is completely different in the sense that, you know, well, we can use these as stencils and masks, but also there's another reason for going for these. These are our wildlife. Oh no, they can't be right, can they?
No, this is your aperture layering with the snowdrops. So what you've got is 3 shapes.
There we go. That sounds a bit better.
So you've got the 3 layerings, but you have the outside, because what I like to do, particularly when you've got something like the snowdrop, which is such a beautiful stamp on its own, you just use the outside bit of that stencil and you just ink through it, and it'll give you a shaped panel of colour, which is really nice, great for your journals and things. But then what we've done, instead of just not doing anything with the middle cutout, is we've actually put concentric shapes going down so that you can do your matting and layering. So we've tried to make the most of all the plastic.
You certainly have, and they work landscape or portrait as well. Each one will do the same actually, so they just spin that around so you can see what I mean.
So that's like almost like a book plate, so that would be really nice. Great for cutting out panels for, again, in your journals. Because when we first designed these, I can't remember how old these are. I think there's like 5 or 6 years old, these particular products. But obviously we were very much card making, and now with journaling you look at things in a totally different way, and it's like, oh yeah, they would be really handy. So which is why we've brought some of these older products back, because as people develop their crafting into things do take on a different life.
That is so true. And you may never have seen this before. We're getting new customers all the time, of course, a new audience who may never have seen this before. You do also get the stamp with this, the snowdrops, which is a favourite flower for very many people, isn't it? Again, look at the price. It's below £10, just £9 and 96 pence. 563 957 is the item number. And you get as a bonus a lovely picture of Ali there as well.
One of my enthusiastic pictures, which may appear on other packaging, because I don't like having my picture taken. He has to use me across all the packaging.
Well, this is a mega bundle, isn't it? Again, below £10 as well. So you've got your patchwork templates, you've got the swallowtail and butterfly stamps in this one too. In fact, I've got a couple of samples here as well. Now, we're going to have a look at the stencils first. You've got an awful lot for your money here, Ali. And again, these are very, very useful. You know, you use them as stencils. Again, you could use your fine liners to draw into these and draw the detail in. Now, we do show a stamp there. We can see it on the picture, but I've not actually got it on the counter.
Right,
I don't know if we can
I've
find
got
it.
one here which I can show, which is the beautiful swallowtail.
If you can just show that to the overhead, Ali, that would be lovely.
That's that way around, isn't it, for overhead? So
there it is. Oh, that's very pretty.
It's beautiful. But again, when I was choosing a stamp to go with these templates, I was picking one that I just lends itself to these sorts of layouts. So the idea with these templates is that you ink through them and you get panels of colour. Or you can take an image and then you cut it up and you use the template to paste it back together to create a layout. So they're almost like a card map. Do you remember those? We used to get them in magazines.
Definitely.
So it's kind of like that, but in a plastic form, so that you can draw around it, ink through it. But again, when I had the previous set on with Leonie, we're like, oh, for planner pages, just take your fine liner, draw your blocks, and then you've got your layout straight away to do it. You do get some little bits for covering up and everything. There's just so much you can do with them. They're just so easy and really striking when you work with them.
Well, do you know what? I can't even tell you it's limited stock because it's already gone. It's sold out. And we did even find our stamp as well. Well done, those that got it. That's what you get in there. What a great price that was. We've got more. Let's show you, of course, some more items. We've got geometric layering templates for you next. So if you like that idea, then have a look at these. We've got another stamp included in this one as well. So you've got your puppy dog in this one. This is a nice bundle as well because you've got the hexagon. We've got 1, 2. I'm trying to count the edges there. There's more than 8 on that one, isn't there?
You've got
1,
hexagon,
2, 3, 4, 5.
octagon.
Oh, octagon. It is an octagon.
Yeah, diamond and pentagon.
Wonderful. And that beautiful little puppy as well. Item number is 208720. We've got more in the way of stamps for you as well, so let's have a look at those. Almost half the stock gone already on this one. I'm not surprised, actually. We have the Viva on yesterday as well with a vintage feel, and they sold really well, so I think this is something everyone's looking for. You've got the bus, you've got the classic car, you've got the Spitfire in there. You've also got the layering template as well. Look at the price again. It's half price on this one, in fact, a little bit below. £9.96, 966,572. Busy on those. Let's see what else we've got. Remember, we've got fantastic prices, and when they're gone, they're gone. We've got some more masks and stencils. I like these as well. well. Only £9.99 for these. You are saving £12.48. All three of those are yours under item number 367347.
They're A4 in size.
Wow.
That's why, because you think, oh, hang on, we just had 8 for, but they're A4, so they're huge, so they're
Well,
really
that
great
says
for
it all,
canvases
doesn't
and
it?
stuff.
What a buy. Now, we've also got the alphabet templates. So these are all separate then, Ali?
Yes, so you've got uppercase and lowercase, so each letter is an individual template. So
Wonderful.
you can draw around them, you can do shaped books, you can do apertures, you can use them to mask off, you can cut fabric, draw around and cut fabric to personalise cushions. Adam's very passionate about his cushions at the moment, so we could do him an Adam cushion.
Oh, we could, couldn't we? I'm going to mention Adam a little bit later on in this show, actually. I picked on something he said in the earlier hour that made me chuckle. £14.98 for these, a £9 savings, 609447 is the item number. And then we're going to the beach, the beach hut here. We've got 2 kits for you, in fact. Now, these are lovely. You've got your beach hut driftwood wreaths here. £9.98, £7 saving, 486684. I think we've got one more to show you, then we'll get to Ali. So we've got DVDs and stencils for you next. Now the DVDs, always well worth buying, and you can see here the decorated surface. So lots of hints and tips, I presume, there.
Yeah, this is by the lovely Sarah Lawrence, who was a textile artist, but a lot of what she did can be translated into mixed media. She was sort of one of the first pioneers in mixed media. A lot of what she did back, I mean, I think this is about 10, 15 years old, but it was like revolutionary.
Yeah.
But it's things we take for granted now, but also she looks at it in a very different way. So there's loads of information and techniques and things there that are just so valuable to what we do now.
Amazing. And I love the stencils there as well. All 6x6. Item number 135201. Do keep shopping ahead. We do want you to watch Ali as well, but do not miss out. I'm saying shop ahead simply because when they are gone, they're gone. There'll be no more extended delivery. We know that for a fact. Let's hand over to Ali. So what we're going to see first of all?
Well, actually, I love MDF. You may not know this about me, but I do like working with MDF. And most of the time, I will paint it, I will cover it and things. But actually, I wanted to triumph MDF as MDF.
Okay.
And I'm going to stamp directly onto it and use this. Because if you look around, craft card is very in.
Yeah.
And MDF is basically just sturdy craft card, really, when you look around.
That's true.
So I was going to use our lovely Snowdrop, and I'm going to stamp directly onto the MDF and then pick out some highlights with some white gesso.
Okay. Oh, nice.
Just as a real sort of simple, and again with the stencils, I like stenciling through just white onto the MDF as it is. Maybe it's the influence of my husband, who kept moaning that I painted everything, and he's like, but MDF's nice as it is.
Well, it is true, but you have got the options, haven't you?
Yeah, you can paint it, you can cover it and stuff, you can texture paste. I mix my gesso sometimes with corn flour and it makes it into a crackle paste.
Yeah,
so
I've
and then
seen
if
you
you
do that,
smooth that
actually.
over, and then you can stamp into that and things like that.
Oh, lovely. Now, you're using a Versafine Clair there as
Yes.
an ink. Is there a particular sort of ink you would recommend if you're going directly onto the MDF?
I would avoid your distress inks. I would go with something that's more like your Versafines, that are crisper, pigment more than
yeah.
dark. You just don't want the trouble is with the distress inks is they're quite a wet ink,
Yeah.
so it will actually bleed
Absorb
into it. So
into
you
it,
want
yeah.
something, and I found the Versafine Clair is, well, it's just such an all-round nice pad that I use it for a lot of things, and just on the MDF it just went on a treat.
Lovely. Now, is that just water you've got
It
there,
is,
Ali?
and I just put a little bit of white gesso. I don't want too much. I just want to really sort of... Sometimes I do this with a white gel pen. Sometimes I do it with some correction fluid, if I happen to have that kicking around.
Well, that's a good idea as well.
But I just want to...
And because this is a gesso, again, it's not too absorbent. It's not just going to soak directly in and kind of lose the whiteness of it.
No, you just... All it's going to do is just tone it a little bit. But what I'm going to do in a second, just to make this... And you'll see, as it's drying, the Versafine Clair is coming back through, which is what you want. You don't want to...
Yeah, you want to see the outline, don't you, the details.
So this is why I've watered my gesso right down. So it's really quite watery, just so that it's... I'm not an artist by any stretch of the imagination, but this is just colour. As my husband says, you can just colour it in, which is basically what I'm doing. But can you see there, because I've watered it right down, But you see how that's
Yeah, that
popping
looks
out?
really
It looks
effective.
really nice against the... Right, so I also just want to introduce a little bit of green. So,
Okay.
distress ink. I know I said about distress ink onto MDF, but this time I'm just mixing a tiny bit of the white gesso to give it that chalkiness
Okay.
into some of the distress ink, just
And
to
you're not
give
doing
it.
the outline, are you, as well?
No.
So.
And I'm just coming in, might put a little bit. It's just to give it a little bit of body, I suppose
Yeah.
is the word.
Just that hint of colour as well.
Yeah, it's almost making it like a chalk paint, because obviously gesso is basically chalk paint
Yeah.
without the colour, really, in sort of layman's terms.
Okay.
So I'm just...
I'm just going to let everybody know we are very busy on the phone lines again. I'm not surprised when we've got the prices we have. There is nothing above $14.99. Now, I don't want to interrupt too much, but we are limited stock on an item that I must just show for you. We've not even seen this one yet. We've had a sneaky peek when we brought this up a little bit early. Oh, isn't that a beautiful stamp there? No wonder this has been busy. This is your wildlife stamps. I'm loving the toasters at the bottom as well there. It's
got a little
the
snail
layering
on it.
template. Has it got a snail on it
Yeah,
as
the
well?
snail's going up the stem of the mushrooms.
Oh, yes, I can see it now. Oh, £9.98, £7 saving here. 666,949. You must be quick on that one. I don't think that's going to be around much longer. No more stock, remember.
So
Okay.
all I've done is I've just, and look how simple but effective that is with the white against. And that's
That
just
is
one
lovely.
of them. You know, you
It's
stick
very
that in a
quick
little.
as well.
Yeah, it was, and it's almost celebrating the MDF, but so simple. And just, I think, you know, you do a little series of those, any of your stamps. I did actually do the puppy dog as well.
Oh, just show that. Can you show those to camera one, both of them, Ali? So we
So
can have a
there's
really
the
good look
puppy
at them.
dog.
So the puppy dog comes with another set.
He comes
doesn't
with the
it? With
geometric.
the geometrics. Oh, he's so sweet.
He is, and just adding, but because I did him earlier, and you see how the gesso's dried, and the VersaFine Claire is showing back
Yeah.
through, so you're getting that detail back.
That
but
is
how
really
cute is
effective.
he?
He is gorgeous.
And then there's the, and I did blot the snowdrops a little bit.
We'll have another look at the snowdrops. There you can really see the ink coming through, can't you?
And also the other thing, if you wanted to give a little bit of sparkle to that, you know when you've cleaned your
Yeah.
mica brush,
Yeah.
and there's the mica dancing around in
Yeah.
the water, use that water and it will just bring a
course.
little bit of sparkle to it as well.
Oh, how lovely. Well, there you can see, of course, the image of all of the collection that you get with the snowdrop there. So it's the layering templates, along with the stamp for just £9.96, 563,957. We also, of course, use the MDF. I'm saying we, the royal we. Ali did demo beautifully with our wonderful MDF collection here. Now, this is sold by weight. If you just joined us, you're getting a kilo here. So you'll get different shapes and sizes, different thicknesses, different diameters. I can see
it
with...
will all be, it'll all be what I would call tiles. It's all blanks.
Yeah.
So you won't get random odd shapes.
No.
It will all be squares, rectangles, circles.
Wonderful. There we are. So you
But
can
you
see
see,
the
just
different
layering
shapes.
them to... I think these look really nice. If you're not particularly, you know, into busy canvases, paint these in different colours and then mount them onto a white canvas, almost
Yeah,
like sort of
of
block
course.
colours. They will look really fabulous. You can cover them in fabric, put magnets on the back and make little...
Oh, that's a good idea.
And get the little clips and put... You could make little tiny clipboards that you could put notes on the fridge. You know, don't forget to get
do
the
you know,
milk.
that's a really lovely idea. Even if you're just practising different techniques as well and keeping sort of a reference, you could write on the back what
Yeah, I've
you've
done that a
used.
lot.
Do you know, just a great bundle, isn't it? You can go for more than one as well. Only £9.99 for a kilo. 694,852. What else can we see, Alex? We've got lots of stencils, lots of
Okay,
masks.
so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the alphabet
Oh,
stencils.
they're bigger than I realised.
They are a good size. So if you're doing word books and things, they're a really nice
Yeah.
size. But this is something, I would have to say this is probably Leonie inspired this idea came about, because it's all about leaving a white space. So I am actually going to draw around. Sometimes you don't have to. You can just use the template to mask off. But I am going to draw around just because I think it will make it show up better on screen. Okay.
Do you know, I really do like these. I didn't realise they were as big as this. You're getting the large alphabet templates, the upper and the lower case. I know it does say large there, but I still didn't think they were going to be that big.
Hang on, I'm on a... They are 5.5 inches tall.
Wow.
So here's an A6 piece measured on the cutting mat. There's A6, so you can see, they
it
would be
fits,
really
yeah.
nice as monograms. And I think monograms are always in.
See, I'm thinking use them as templates for your fabric as well, cutting out maybe lettering for your bunting or
Yeah,
appliquing onto your quilts.
definitely. And I was also thinking, if you like your doodling, leave your template down there and just start doodling. In fact, the only way I'd be able to do that is put me on a phone call. You know, one of these where you're on for ages.
Yeah.
Because then I would sit and fill that all in. But if I try and do it, I can't do it. I can only do it if I'm sitting on the phone. just one of those things. I overthink it otherwise. So
I know exactly what you mean about that, actually.
So let's do a little bit of inking. So I'm going to leave my A in place. Possibly should have chosen another letter, but never mind. Right, okay, I don't know what ink pads I've got here.
Well, it's A for Adam, isn't it? I could swear that I heard Adam say in the previous hour, the right fools for the job. When he was presenting, that is what he said. So it wasn't just me then.
I heard it as well, because I thought definitely a Freudian slip. But the thing is, he's not listening to us.
He's not listening at the moment, is he? He's in the
he's
studio.
busy.
Or is he listening? And he's just pretending.
My husband does that. You don't think he's listening, and he jokes he's got a little man that lives in his head that makes notes for him, because 10 minutes later he'll go, "What did you say?"
Well, I've got to say, he's working very hard at the moment, Adam. He's prepping for his next show.
He is, and I saw the counter. Jealous!
I know, it's for the one-day special at 6 o'clock. We have Pentart, of course. Actually, thinking of Pentart, there's lots of mediums on there that will go with your MDF.
Yeah, I was
using your
looking at all...
stencils.
And also, yes, I mean, something like this with the texture pastes and stuff is just fabulous. But I'm just inking through. But look how funky that looks.
Oh, that's nice. I like
It's
that.
lovely, isn't it? And again, I was thinking, get your right inks and do this onto fabric.
Now, we've almost lost a third of the stock. Is that for the templates, for the letters, or is that, yeah, for the letters themselves? We are using, of course, the templates, the stencils there as well. So we'll just bring, there we are, you've got all of the letters there. We've already heard the size of these, haven't we? You've got the upper and the lower case. Of course, you've got all the letters of the alphabet and the ampersand as well. So if you want to do the initials with the and in the middle, you can certainly do that. The £9 saving is a huge one, worth every single penny. You're going to use these a lot. 609447.
I say, because obviously you can draw around them. I'm rushing now because I was trying to line it up and be all neat and tidy, but it's like, do you know what? This is just to show how fabulous they look, creating a white space. Okay, but I am going to use that.
You're kind of filling a white space and creating a white space at the same time.
But I've just had a funky idea. I don't know whether it's going to work, but can we go with funky ideas? Right, so looks really funky,
that
doesn't it?
That does look great.
But I was just thinking I might bring in this one.
Ah, another layer. Oh, I know what you're going to do.
Yeah, I just thought this might be, because I really like this design. This looks fabulous on dark blue with white texture paste.
Oh, I bet.
It's really kind of Christmassy, but retro at the same time. So I'm just thinking, you know, if you're not a confident doodler, a stencil like this can get you going, because you've got those elements which you can then start joining them up.
Well, half of the stock of the templates is now gone. You need to be quick with these. We're selling through a lot of stock. We've got about 5.5 minutes waiting time on the phones at the moment, so please hang on in there. We will get to you, but we're very, very busy. I think not only have we got stamps away, which we know by now, we love Ali coming here, we know these are quality products. They're great prices as they are, but we've got some real bargains throughout this hour. In fact, to say this hour, there is another hour at 9 o'clock tonight. I don't know if it is a different focus, but if it's not, you want to make sure you check your baskets out right now.
Sort of going to be.
Is it?
But we may have to do it now.
So maybe we'll be seeing things that we may not necessarily see in this hour, but you're finding to buy already. I think that might be the key. $14.98 if you're going for the templates. Remember, 609447. We're getting busier and busier. What have you got there, Ollie?
Right, I thought I would play with my bus.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so And I've got an old atlas. I don't know how old this is. Anybody that lives in Leeds will probably go, gosh, that is old. Very
Everybody's loving the vintage feel of these because we're limited stock on these, Ali. Only 996. Yep, be very quick. Just let's give the details. 966572 is the item number. Straight away, you can see inking that up. How that is going to stamp so beautifully.
Okay, so what I might do is swap the demo and do what I was going to show with this one with the puppy dog.
Have you got lots of demos, Ali? Because
I've
we
got
may
lots
have
of
to do
stuff.
quite a bit of switching around. I love that. That is
Doesn't
such
it
a
work
lovely
really
stamp.
nicely? And again, if you wanted to make that pop even more, you can do the same technique that you do with the gesso that we did on the snowdrops. You can do that just to make it pop out. Or what you do is instead of doing it on the stamped image, is actually just take away some of the map. So it just makes it pop out.
So you're still getting the print coming through because you've watered that down.
But you just
yeah,
give it a
making
little
pop.
bit of a, almost like a highlight. A bit thicker there. Just makes him pop out. But I was going to use the layering templates, but I'll use that with the puppy dog in a minute.
I know who this stamp would suit perfectly. You know we have our group joining us on Facebook Live.
Yes.
Jackie, the weather lady, she was also a bus driver.
Was she?
She was. Jackie
Cool.
Ward, yeah.
There. Right, so we've seen that one. Shall we move on to puppy dog?
I've got to say, she's my personal weather lady, is our Jackie, because she lives very close to me. So when I've just been actually seeing the guy, why is she a real weather lady? Well, she kind of is, because she's a real lady. She's a real lady. She tells me the weather, so she's a real weather lady.
It's definitely a weather lady by my calculations.
Oh, just before we move on to the demonstration, let's just show you. This has just gone. Oh, you just got in there in the nick of time. All in baskets. Check those baskets out if you want to secure your stock there. Thank you very much for that. Ali's moving on rapidly before we lose something else.
Okay, so we're going to go with Mr. Puppy Dog.
Aww.
Isn't he the cutest?
Is he based on a particular dog or is he just a cute puppy dog?
He is just a cute puppy dog, but now Marvin's got a best friend called Bumble, and he does look a little bit like Bumble.
Does it? Oh, I love the name Bumble. Why Bumble? Do you know?
Well, when he's sitting down and you look at him, his back is striped like a bumblebee.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, so he's black and yellow then?
He is. Yeah. Most of the time black and white, depends what he's rolled in. He does like to roll. I get so many interesting texts. He's rolled in. Insert something smelly.
Oh, look, he's
So there he is.
sweet.
He is really sweet. So again, I would do the white because I'm working on craft card here. The reason I'm not doing this on the MDF is because I want to be able to cut it out. So we're going to do a little bit of faux out of the box die cutting.
Okay.
Do you remember that?
I do indeed.
And do you remember how annoying it was and how difficult it was? Well, I discovered that if you use layering templates, it becomes a little bit easier. So I'm going to position my template where I want, and I want him to have a shape behind him, but I want bits of him to be pronounced by being outside of the box.
Yeah,
so I think if I choose this line here, okay, and I'm going to do this in pen so that you can see what I'm doing. You would obviously use something that's not going to be so intrusive.
Okay.
Right, when I get to where the stamp is stamped, I'm going to skip with my pen and go to the next plain bit of paper.
Ah.
Okay, so there's his paw. Sorry, I'm trying to get my hand out of the way. So I'm going to miss his paw, go round.
Do you know, this is a great set as well. Some of the templates, if you want your children to craft and they want to sort of, this would be great technique for them to do, actually.
But also, I'm not a patch worker, so excuse me.
Yes, of course.
But you've got your
keep paper
concentrics.
piecing.
Yeah, you could, couldn't you? Use them for that. Because you
Definitely.
could leave one as a seam allowance.
Yeah.
This now sounds like I know what I'm talking about. But I've just heard it on telly.
No, but I can totally agree with you. I can see it.
But you see, if you think, you've got outside, inside, outside, inside. So you've got all these different sizes that you can do. So when I take that away, you see, I've got him sitting on a patch. So now when I come to cut him out, just pay attention, go along the line till you come to the stamped image, and then you're going to cut out the stamped image bit. I'll come back and do his tail bit in a minute. So I go round, round, round. Oh, stamped image. So I'm going to fussy cut round.
Cut his ear off for a minute.
Nope, nope, be careful. You don't want to cut his ear off. I keep saying round, but it's a straight line, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So you go round, and then here, so just that little bit of his paw, just cut round that. So anywhere it's, so you're either cutting your drawn line or the stamped line. I just need to finish his tail, and I will use a bit of artistic license here and give him maybe a groom and just cut the odd.
Do you know, with a stamped image like that, though, if you couldn't cut really close to the fur on his tail there, you could just add a bit of ink on the edge.
Exactly,
as
exactly.
Well. You'd never know, would you?
And because, you know, you're only cutting out little highlights of him, so just round there, into there, pull that out.
Aww,
and
there
now,
he is.
you see, he looks like he's sitting and
He
that's
does.
behind.
That's
now,
worked
if
really
you
well.
used to try and do that with the layering dies, you used to have to cut in, tuck the die, and it used to get so confused. But now we'll just mat him up onto a bit of white, because that will make him pop.
Well, we're busy on this bundle as well. Of course, you do get our gorgeous little puppy dog stamp, and you get the layering templates again. So the ones that Ali's been using, plus let's show you them all. In fact, you're getting 4 different template sets there, but multiple shapes to work with there. Such lovely ideas, and you're going to take these far, far beyond what Ali's shown you as well. Almost 2/3 of the stock has now gone on this one. £10 saving, only £9.96. 208 720. Do you know what? Looking at that price, individually, you can pay that for a good stamp, can't you? Easily.
And he's a nice, good big stamp.
He is a nice.
Yeah,
he's a lovely little
he's,
puppy.
He's so cute. I couldn't not have him on. So I've laid the image that I've done back on top of the template just to remind me of which size.
Okay,
so
yeah.
depending how big I want my mat and layer to be, I can either go right round there and have a big wide one, but I'm going to go with a smaller one. So I'm just going to do this one. Again, you would do this in pencil or do it on the reverse.
Yeah.
As long as it's a symmetrical
Well,
shape.
actually, yeah, if it's symmetrical, you can draw it and just flip it, can't you,
Yes.
as well?
But
Do you know,
this
just drawing background shapes as well with the geometrics would look great.
Yeah.
You know, in your backgrounds, onto your journal pages again.
Well, this is it. You don't realise how much you use shapes. And, you know, we tend to then, you know, grab our trimmer and do squares, rectangles. But it's so nice to have. And obviously beehives and honey and things are those sort of designs are very in, where you can do, you know, just cut up different patterns of paper, do a patchwork style.
Definitely. Even shape pockets for your albums.
Yes, and also if you've, I mean, I don't know about you, but I sit and play and I end up with papers, but lots of backgrounds that I've made. And all of a sudden it's like I've got a wodge of papers. What do? Use these, cut them up and piece them together, and then you've got like an ideas board as well.
That's a really good idea. Like a collage you could put together.
Yeah. So I'm just going to mat him onto here, which makes him pop. But when you're doing this technique, the back layer you cut out just normally as the plain shape, and let's pop him onto another bit of
well, you're loving our little puppy, everybody, and those shapes, because almost 80% of the stock has gone. So that really finishes it off, doesn't it, Vic?
Yeah.
Because you can see the corners, and as you said earlier, the MDF there, very similar to the craft card colour.
Yes,
because basically
it has
it's a
that,
very thick craft card.
it has that same feel, and I've started using the MDF a lot more like that.
Yeah.
In fact, if you don't mind me jumping about a little bit, I just was going to show this. So this is the template, the stencil, that's the sort of, I call it rope. Okay, so
I
I've
can
just
see why you'd class that as the rope.
So I'm just going to go sort of halfway along each side.
Okay.
And then I'm going to, let me work this out, go that way.
Now, the stencils have been very busy as well, Ali. 8 stencils, all 6x6, Look at the saving on this one. A whopping £17.94 is your saving here. Only £9.99 and 40% of the stock has gone. This is the first hour. Do not wait until 9 o'clock. Make sure you check out everything that you need to secure whatever you want, because we will not be seeing anything come back at all.
Okay, so obviously you would do this a little bit more carefully, but I was just showing that you can actually shrink that down so it fits all the way round.
Oh, lovely.
And again, with the white against the MDF,
Yeah.
I really like that.
Wonderful. Well, we're having a busy hour. That's. Shall we have a bit of a recap while Ali gets ready for another demonstration? Are you all right to keep going? We've got lots more. Let's have a look at the MDF again. A kilo of MDF. You're going to get those basic shapes, so rectangles, circles, squares. But when we say basic shapes, they really are those shapes that we use more and more. Now, you've got different diameters, different lengths, different widths, different thicknesses there as well when it comes to the MDF. I know Ali did say you may even find a little bit of 6mm thrown in. I can't see any on the table here, but there will be an assortment. Doesn't matter what thickness you get, doesn't matter what size, you will find uses for every single piece. £5 saving, 694,852. Now the border masks, I'd already almost forgotten about these because I've sort of engrossed in the templates and of course the stencils there, but we do have the border masks as well. Now there's actually 8 here. There's 2 laid flat at the front of the counter. Beautiful designs here, love that. That is almost a Celtic border, isn't it, as well? And then I love the bunting here as well. It's very useful. I can also see some eyelashes there as well. If you separate those down, I think, yeah, you could, couldn't you? Yeah.
They'd be really good.
Yeah, it would
And
work
teeth.
that way. And teeth, yes, of course, teeth. £9.99 for all 8 of these, so it works out at just £1.25 each. 759,728. Then we do have the 6x6 stencils. We've just seen one of these in use. And of course, you've got all of those. It doesn't matter which, well, doesn't matter which one you choose on the day. You can choose as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or all 8 if you want. It's entirely up to you. You're getting the whole bundle under item number 501099. A nice mix there. I've got to do it because it's starting to annoy me now. Because you won't get, oh, I can't, it's stuck down. Where's it gone?
It's just hanging.
There we are. That's how you get it. I do think it's a very handy little piece, but I can't guarantee you're going to get one of those. But you will get that. £9.99 is the price for all 8 of those, 501099. Now the snowdrop stamp, we saw this at the start of the demonstrations with Ali. You're not just getting the snowdrop, of course, you are getting layering templates here. Let's just go through these 3 again. I'm going to show you one at a time with the black card behind. So these will work either landscape or portrait. Use them in the same way as we've just seen Ali using them if you want to make those frames. You can, of course, take that right out, or you will take that right out to use it. And you've also got the stencil there as well, so you can use that outer piece, for many different reasons. Again, with your sprays, your texture paste, your inks, all those different mediums again. So 3 different shapes here. That lovely snowdrop. It really is a favourite flower of a lot of people, isn't it? Oh, when I was driving home, or was it into work? I can't remember now. I had to take a different route because of a diversion. I have never seen so many snowdrops as someone had in their garden. It was absolutely beautiful. £9.96 is the price here. It's half price pretty much. In fact, it's less than half price. Every penny counts. 563957 is the item number. Don't forget about the alphabet. This has been very busy, actually. You have got upper and lower case. Let me show you the size. So your uppercase in the A there, and there's your lowercase, which has obviously got to be smaller than the uppercase. That's the whole point. But you're also getting your and sign, and you're getting this as well. Now you could use that for a number of reasons, couldn't you, Ali?
Yeah, I mean, it was also it's really handy for squaring things off, but it can make a nice frame, a nice border. It's just a handy curly bracket.
Yeah. Love it, love it. All of that, of course, for another great price because you're saving £9 on these. Item number is 609447. It's only $14.98. Remember, you could use these as templates for your fabrics as well, for your applique, cutting out your wording for your bunting and that sort of thing as well.
Can I also just say,
it's
a funny thing, but you get a B, a P, a D. You get each letter. You don't have one that can turn, because obviously when you're looking at letters, P and B,
Yeah.
but you actually get, so you can lay out, you know, you're not having to
Do
double
you know,
up
that's
words.
quite important. I'm really pleased you pointed that out, actually. So yes, do bear that in mind as well. So it means you can prep, you can plan without having to sort of borrow letters here and there. Now we have got the A4 stencils, and when I say A4, of course you know the size of that. That's a regular sheet of card that you would probably use, that you fold in half for an A5. A4 is a big size, isn't it? So you can use these as in their entirety as a background, or just take out various different elements. Use them however you wish. Your fine liners again here, your sprays, your spritches, your, I don't know, all those mediums. And again, if you've got the larger machines, you can use these for embossing. A third of the stock has gone, just $9.99 for all three of these, 367, 347. I think, are we going to see something we've not seen yet? Oh, it's this one, the Beach Hut Driftwood Wreaths here. It's a bit of a mouthful. I can see
I
it.
didn't think that when I named it.
Do you know, this is intriguing me. I'm just trying to see through the sheets of MDF there. You've got that inspiration sheet there on the front from the package, and you can see how this builds up. This is really nice, isn't it? Two of these for $9.98, £7 saving, 486,684. And then we've got, of course, the DVD as well. More stencils along with this one. There we go. These are lovely stencils once again. To me, I'm thinking, do you know, I just love those stencils, but the DVD is a great bonus along with those. A £10 saving, $9.99, half price again, 135201 is the item number. I can tell you we've still got queues on the phone lines. In fact, they kind of dropped and then they picked up again, about 5 minutes. Please wait for us. We will get to you. We're having a very busy hour. Ali, what have you got there?
Right, I just raided my basket to see what goodies I happen to have, because I want to just mess about with one of the circles.
Okay.
Because I love the fact that it's a small canvas to work on. It's not too intimidating. So I'm taking the dragonfly mask, actually this is a stencil, because what I'm going to ink is the pattern that you'll have. And I was just going to say the A4 masks work really nicely on the jelly plates.
Do they?
Yeah, because you can use elements of them.
Oh,
you don't
nice.
have to use because sometimes you want something that's going to fill the whole thing, or you just have patches of it. So I'm just going through with some embossing ink here.
Okay. Have you coated that MDF with anything before?
I just white gessoed it earlier, just because I'm going to use embossing powder, and because of the nature of embossing powder, it sort of soaks in. So just make sure I've got everywhere. Excuse me, I'm just going to use the poshest piece of paper to tip in, and
That is rather posh.
I'm going to use an ultra thick embossing powder here, just because that's what I had. Okay.
So we'll get a nice
I'm
glaze.
doing this, and I haven't even got my heat gun. Forget that.
Oh no! We might have.
I'll do that later. I'll find my heat gun. No, we'll do an inky one.
Okay.
You know when you're so used to having something beside you. It's like, oh yeah. Oh, I haven't got a heat gun. Right. This might work because that's still wet. Let's see what we've got. We've got a mica powder.
Oh, nice.
See, I thought, oh, no, I don't need my heat gun. Not got any embossing powder on. But hey, this works too.
Yeah,
now, bearing in mind, I did just wipe the powder off. I should have knocked it off gently. Oh, bless you, Molly.
That's picked up really well now, hasn't it?
Okay, so let's now add something else to that, because the nice thing with stencils, look at this, as if by magic. Right, I'm going
That's almost a 3-in-1 there, isn't it? You've got different designs all on that 1 6x6.
Right, so I now miraculously have a heat gun. So I'm just going to leave that mica there. I don't know how this is going to come out, but this will be interesting. But this is what these are good for, because we can have a little play. Here we go. Oh, yes. See how it... Yeah, that's going to give us...
Did you say this is a clear embossing powder?
It's a pearl.
A pearl?
Because we're going to use another colour in a second. And this is what I love about MDF, because I can keep throwing things at it. It's not warping. It's not... So that purple's going to show from underneath. See? Happy accidents.
Look at that. Do you know, it has worked beautifully, hasn't it? So the pearl effect embossing powder over the mica there.
So that will pick up some of the mica. Okay, now notice, because this is an ultra thick, it's not going to go completely glassy. When you're working on MDF, it keeps its heat a little bit, so it's a little bit more forgiving. But what you'll notice is it will go to a ball first, and then you just want to let it relax out. I do a lovely impression of that when in a workshop, which everybody giggles at. Right, so.
Would you believe we've got less than 9 minutes left?
Really?
Where's this hour disappeared? I know we say that a lot, but you know, genuinely, some of the hours just literally go in a flash. I think because we've put lots of techniques into this hour. You've just shown us lots of different things. We've got lots of goodies on offer as well. We're still very busy on the phone lines.
So I've just done a mica spray now. I'm just drying it this time.
Oh, nice.
This is me just really playing and showing, like, using stencils in different ways, using the MDF, because the MDF's taken that colour. Okay, I'm going to just dab that with...
Oh, you've made an instant background there as well, Ali.
Yes.
There
They work really nicely for that, creating your voids. Imagine that was your alphabet templates or your chain. The chain looks really nice, by the way.
It does, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, our puppy dog could go in there again.
He would.
Except the puppy dogs are flying out. In fact, he's flown out so quickly. Has he gone now? Oh, he's gone.
We can't have flying puppy dogs.
They've gone.
Okay. Now, I'm
in baskets. Well done, everybody.
lining this back up, and I've got a different colour of embossing powder. Okay, and this is just, so far what have we thrown at this? We've gessoed it, we've sprayed onto it, we've heat embossed on it, we've done mica, we've changed our mind on it, and MDF will let you do that. So now all I'm doing is I'm using the ink that's left on my stencil, and I'm just doing little sort of taps of it, so I don't want a full detail. What you have to remember is the ink will stay wet on your stencil for ages.
Yeah.
Because of what they're made of. It just, so you can use that. If I ran that through my embossing machine now, it would lift that off. So what I should find is it's just giving me some little highlights.
I'm just going to remind everybody about those MDF tiles, actually. You're getting a kilo. If you've just joined us, a kilo. So the shapes, the sizes, the thicknesses will vary a little bit, but no abstract shapes. These are all going to be usable pieces for your... Use them as a canvas, use them on your cards, use them in your home decor, put them together, just try those techniques. It's one of those bundles, again, I think, as a family, if you want to sit down with the kids and craft, just put the whole lot on the table and let everybody just grab what they want, get lots of sprays and paints out and just have fun. Just play, as we're seeing Ali doing here as well. 40% of the stock has gone. Nothing to stop you going for more than one bundle. You are saving £5 on each bundle at a kilo as well. 694852 is all you need as an item number for those.
So you can see that's melting into the other colour and giving you almost like a mottled crackle effect, because the one that's underneath was clear with just a pearl. And look, if I can tilt that.
Yeah, it's lovely, and you can still see the mica
underneath.
You can see all of the colours and the different mediums that you've used there.
What I might do at 9 o'clock is actually do a couple in the same colourway and make up one big piece, because what I like about these tiles and what I use them for quite a lot is doing little pieces like this, which is nice on its own, but then when you put 3 or 4 together and do maybe a large stencil in the background to tie them all together, they look lovely.
Do you know, they would, and also because it's a stencil, you could flip that stencil, so if you want the same dragonfly
going
coming in from the
way.
other direction, or of course the shapes, you can turn them around. If it's something like a circle, you can just turn the shape around.
But saying about the fact this is what I like when you're doing ultra thick, you know, if you're using a stamp and everything, it's that what you can't always line it up perfectly. Whereas with a stencil, I can pop that back on. I can, you know, I can position it. I can see, okay, actually I do want a little bit more of that strong silver coming in here, so I'm just going to line that up. And the more embossing you've got going, the easier it is. It kind of pops in. And then I'm just going to grab a little bit there, and I'm just going to add a little bit of silver to there and highlight that. And you can start really going to town with it. But I want to just add a little bit more interest here, because there's not enough interest in this tiny, tiny piece. So I'm going back to my favourite one. And
now all 8 of the masks, all the stencils, depending on how you look at them and how they're cut really, but you are getting all 8 for just £9.99. Don't know if this is the biggest saving we've got on the show, but it's huge, isn't it? It's £17.94. 501099. Nothing on this show has been above £14.99. Oh, I like that with the white.
now, because I've got a mica spray in the background here, this will actually tone down quite a lot as it dries, because it works kind of like capillary action.
Okay.
And it sort of sucks up the colour, so
I
you
like
just
it,
get
it's giving
these.
you kind of a dreamy, diffused effect.
Yes, and this is what I really like about this particular. Again, this is strictly speaking a stencil, because I'm inking to get that.
Yeah.
But it does. It has that sort of. Or you can go really crisp and do that in browns and oranges and be very retro.
Yeah.
So I'm
You
just
can
going to
imagine
add.
that stencil in browns and oranges, can't you?
Yeah, in fact. Okay, while that's drying. I'm really pleased. Bearing in
That
mind,
looks lovely.
at the start I'm like, oh dear, I've messed
No,
this
but
up.
I really like that, and the colours you've chosen are beautiful. But of course, as we've said, you can choose whatever colour schemes that you want. This is why I think if you're going for a kilo of the MDF, I would, if you can afford to go for more than one, go for one to work with, go for one for practicing those techniques, and write on the back of each of those what you're using in those techniques, because as Alice just said there, how many people would have known that using a spray with a mica in and then using the gesso on top would kind of diffuse that? So it's nice to write down to see
It is.
exactly what you're getting.
And imagine, just get an old cheap frame,
Yeah.
take the back off, line all these up to create like almost like a mosaic of your
Yeah.
different techniques. And then if you then put the glass in instead of the back, you can then read the back if you want to, but it would look like a fabulous piece of art beforehand.
amazing.
If you sort of know
Amazing.
what. I now
We've
need to go and do
got
that.
just under a minute and a half, Ali.
Right, okay, let's go. 1970s retro.
Okay. Oh, straight away I can see it.
And so this time I'm wanting this to be really crisp.
Do you know, the very first house I bought, the curtains and everything had been left, and this takes me straight back there to the first day I
It does,
walked
and
in.
it was like, you know, nowadays you go, right, okay, feature wall. No, there was no such thing as a feature wall. Let's ram it on every wall
It
and
really
let's
was
put
like
a
that.
really bright carpet on the floor as
sofas
well.
and the rugs and the clothes that you wore as well.
Yeah, orange rickrack. That's all I'm going to say. Orange rickrack. But isn't that just a really fabulous...
Love it, love it. That's a fab stencil. I love that one.
It is a really fab one. And so, well, you probably know out of the bundle, this is possible.
Do you know, just to squeeze in as much as we can, Ali, have you got a quick stencil again or anything we can just put a little bit of ink
let's
through?
do.
Yes, one of the borders would be great. We've not seen those,
Okay,
have we?
let's quickly.
Oh, we've had such a busy hour. Oh, I like that already. Just using it. Doesn't that come out really crisp as well with the ink that you've used there? It really does pop from the background.
Okay.
Oh, I
By
like this, Ali.
Slightly overlapping it, it's going to look like one's passing behind the other.
Love it. Love it. Ali will be back at 9 o'clock. We're going to take it right to the wire or the chain.
I'll just
case.
keep moving this round.
Do you know what, Ali? As you're doing that, we're just going to say thank you again and goodbye. Do you want to say goodbye to our customers as well?
Goodbye. See you
And our
later.
audience?
I'll still be here inking.
I know we're not going to go on to, but I wanted you to realise, you said, just keep going, Ali. We're
Just
going
keep
to take
going.
it
I'll just
right
keep
down
going.
to the
Don't
last
worry.
second.
Don't worry.
Myself and Ali will be back at 9 o'clock. We have got Adam coming up next. He's no fool. Adam, have you heard what I said earlier? Yes, here he is, the right fool for the right job. The Pentart one-day special coming up next, and then, of course, at 7 o'clock we've got Timber Boutique, and then another hour Pentart at 8.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence, based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us. Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player or Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Hochanda channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select settings. Select your network and select Setup Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or the bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Hochanda app. Simply press the home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the channel store. At the top of the channel store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the added channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Now scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the star button on your remote. You can then use the arrow buttons to move Hochanda to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Hazel from Pink Frog and it's Pink Frog's 13th birthday. So I hope you can join us where you'll find lots and lots of new ideas, hints and tips and some great products that we've got to share with you. Make sure you don't miss the celebrations, Friday the 12th of March at 6 p.m. through till Sunday the 14th of March. I'll see you there.
Hi, I'm Alice from Alice Stitch Your Fingers. I've been sewing most of my life. I absolutely love sewing. I've been with the Hochanda now from the very beginning really, that's when I started to go there. The Hochanda family are lovely people to work with and I'm really enjoying my time with them. Designing is a big part of the journey for me as well. I love going out and finding the fabrics to use in the projects and bringing them to you. I love the designing process from start to finish, and then the finished project is just the icing on the cake. So make sure you don't miss out. Come and sew with me on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly and we're really excited to still be working with you guys here on Hochanda. We were there from the very, very beginning and we're still bringing you lots of really exciting soft crafts. We design and manufacture all of our kits and all of our fabrics here in the UK and we love bringing them to you. So if you're an experienced sewer or you're just starting out in soft crafts and sewing, join us. There's tips and fabrics for everybody. Make sure you don't miss our shows and come and craft yourself silly on Hochanda.
A very good evening to you. I hope you are well. This is one of those shows where you look on the schedule when we get our schedules about yesterday morning. We flick down and you think, yes. This is going to be a show where you just absorb everything in. First of all, we're talking Pentart. Now, we are talking a show which, and I know we say this a lot, and you know I mean it from the bottom of my heart, I would definitely shop ahead. What's going to happen, this is going to be a slightly different show than normal. What we're going to do is I'm going to tell you about the one-day special. We're then going to throw to Lou. And Lou is here as well. She's live via Skype. Lou will do her bit, and then whatever Lou uses, we will bring the details in, and I'm just going to keep chipping in and just giving you details. We're just going to let Lou go, is the way we're going to do this. For the sheer fact, the amount of mediums we have on this show is phenomenal. Email in, questions in. If you want Lou to use something, if you want to see something or how it works, no question is a silly question this hour. Every question will be put to Lou, and if we don't know the answer, we've got all day today and all day tomorrow to work out. Right then, let's get down to the nitty-gritty. Everything will be dispatched from the 23rd of March along the counter. It saves keeping me rereading that all the way out time and time again. So the 23rd is what you're looking at. These are brand new. We are looking at the Pentart 14. You get all of them. 14 liquid watercolour pens. Well, they're liquid. They're in little tubs that you can squeeze out. And you get the masking fluid as well, with an £18 saving for £26.75. We are already busy on this. You can use them on your watercolour paper. We've got boards that we'll go through. Use them on your NBF. Let's do this and then I'll introduce Lou. You've got your boards on this. This is straight ink, straight on to create a circle. You're getting blacks, you're getting browns, you're getting sand, you're getting sky blue, emerald, you're getting your blue, you're getting your apple green in there. Once more, there's more colours to come. Once again, still on the board we're looking at now. This is no paper, this is straight onto MDF. You're getting lemon, orange, orchid, pink, red, indigo and purple that's already in there. Then take those watercolours that you've just put on the MDF and then put them onto your watercolour paper, your Acryvel paper that you've got. Once again, same colours, lemon, orange, orchid, pink, red, indigo. But look at the vibranticency that we've got here. Good word, wasn't it? I know, and I didn't even say it right. That you've got there. As I said, I'm getting excited about the show. I have just learnt, and I've taught myself from the help from Lou and watching Lou's demonstrations on Facebook Lives that she does, and when she's here in the studio, I have taught myself to watercolour, and personally, I find it really therapeutic. I absolutely adore it. Then you've also got your fibre paste as well. We've got this on the show, but look at the colours, how the colours change on that fibre paste that we've already got. We are so busy. Nearly 20% of the stock has already gone already. The last colours on the fibre paste. Let's look at the last colours, your pinks, your orchid, your sand that's in there, your brown and your emeralds. Once again, 20% of the stock has already gone. We had a vast amount of stock. £26.75. 041 485 is your item number. Is it possible, I know, look at me directing from the floor, we could just show them the website. Let me show them the website for the sheer fact we've got loads on there. We've got a little, we can go for a lucky dip of these if you want. You'll get a random 5 sent to you if your budget will only stretch. We've got pigments, we've got the fibre paste on there. I've got stencils on the show. Heavy body gel. Everybody loves heavy body gel, doesn't they? Let's be fair. We've also got a pick and mix of transparent pigments. We've got those on the show as well. I've got crackle paste in 3 different colours. Acrylic paint in different colours as well. Watercolour card. I need some of this. I definitely want some of this watercolour card because enough about me anyway. I found out, long story short, I found out if you have the wrong cardstock for the job, you don't think you can do the job correctly. I started watercolouring and I had the wrong cardstock and I thought, I can't do this, I'm going to give up, I can't be bothered, this is not me. Then I found some watercolour cardstock and I put it on my Facebook, my work Facebook. It was the girl on the bike. I thoroughly enjoyed doing it, and it was down to this lady that got me through it and got to taught me the techniques on how to do it or how to roll your brush so you get the point every single time. Lou is shaking her head. It was down to you, Lou, that sort of taught me the techniques that I needed to learn. Let's introduce her. She is a legend in my eyes. I absolutely adore working with this lady. It is the one and only. It is Lou Withers. How are you, my love? Are you well?
I'm really good. I'm dead excited about this because I know everyone says, oh, watercolours, but these have got a bit of a difference because, one, just using them, and two, they're just, I was talking to someone today, and what about the colours? And she said they're rich, and I was just like, that's perfect. These colours are so rich. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait.
They are absolutely phenomenal. Already I'm now hearing almost a quarter of the stock of a one-day special stock has already gone. Lou, if you want to get ready for a demo, we'll come to you and we'll just fire the questions at you as we go. We're going to get straight into this already. You've seen the colour options. They're big, big bottles. Let me open one of the bottles just so you can see the nozzles on these as well. Look at the nozzle that you've already got on there. So these are something that are slightly different. They're watercolours, but as Lou said, they pack a punch, and Lou's going to go cracking demonstrations. I saw brief them today via Facebook. Something else, just before we go to Lou, you can tell how excited I am. Look at me, I'm like a little bunny, Duracell bunny. The fibre paste, 20% has already gone. It always sells out on this one. It always goes, you get 2 of the pots is what you're getting here. Let me stand this side. 2 of the pots is what you're getting, but this is what you can create. It gives you the texture. I don't know if you can see the texture on that. Look at that for texture. It is absolutely beautiful. Using the fibre paste that you've already got there, it is absolutely stunning. Going through your stencils, using your watercolours on this as well. You can enhance your watercolours, and you can also pop the pigment into this as well that I've also got on the show. £12.50, 2 pots is what you're getting. It's flying out the door, and I know, I'm not going to lie, I had a little sneaky peek before I go. We ain't got much of it. We ain't got much of it at all, so get it while you can. Right, and let's go back to Lou. Lou, my love, I want you to tell me everything you know about these cracking little watercolours. Are they, I'm thinking like a normal watercolour palette, are they, or do they do something slightly different?
Right, well, first of all, the colours are absolutely lush, but these are bright, but they can be quite sort of vibrant, but then they die down. So if I just show you that by the time you've used them, you can do all images like this, but by the time you've used them and they settle down, we've gone from really in your face bright to some really subtle ones. Now I just want to show you some of the things I've done online, but this is a page that we've done where we've looked at them and we've made them more muted. So what we've got is we've got lemon grades, pinks, oranges, and this is like ready for a journal. We've used them around here to create this wonderful effect on my journaling page. So we've got all sorts of like, we can shade with them, we can drop colours into each other. And the colours they are stunning. We can do soft shading. So we're not sort of like overly, sometimes you look at colour and it's like, whoa, that's a bit much. But then, you know, you can, I'm just trying to find them. Again, this is one that I made using the colours, and it's got that vibrancy where it wants it, but it's also got that richness. It's almost like a velvet. Oh, look at the state of my hands. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. And then some little drawings with flowers. Oh, these are some doodles that I've done, and we're going to go into this, but this is just dropping the wet ink in. Now, sorry, the liquid. You see, because it's in this bottle, you tend to think of it as being an ink. It's not. It's a liquid watercolour, so you don't have to mess about adding water. See, look how subtle those are there. But it's the intensity of watercolour, but its delivery is in more of an ink style. But the colours you get are just lush. They're like really, really sort of velvet. Now, I'm just trying to find you them all. Here's
Lou, is this the case of using these? So if you were on the go, perhaps, you don't need sort of your water pens. You could literally put a little bit of this into a palette and you could just start painting. You haven't got to mess around with the water anymore because it's basically a watercolour in a bottle. It's a ready-go palette.
Go for it, because these, you've got all these colours. Now, I had to show you them because you'll be thinking, well, what's so different? But the thing is, it's really important to get over how strong these colours are. This is how I use it. I have put them in let me get rid of this. I'm already excited, you can tell, can't you? Now, I've got them in a little palette like this. I've just moved them over there so you can't see it white. And on here we've got black, and a bit more black. I'm trying to cover it light. So what I've done is I've put them in this, letting them dry, and then they do reconstitute. But what I've done is just over the top, I've put a little wipeable name so that I know, because you might be fooled to think that that and that are red, but they're not. One's pink and one's orange. So that's how I do it. So this is what they look like. They've got this wonderful sort of consistency of ink, but they are liquid watercolour. Now, they are stunning. So what I've done is I've decided...
Sorry, Lou, 30% of the stock has already gone now. 30%. 40% of the stock now has already gone. This is how quick the stock is flying out of the door. If you want it, get it quick. 40% of the stock now has already gone. Let's go back to Lou.
Right, well, what I've done is I've just going to show you, this is on another watercolour paper, so I'm going to show you on this. So there's the lemon. Now, lemon is normally thought of as quite acidic, but that isn't acidic. So then we've got orange. Now, you can see the orange, you can have it subtle, or you can have it luscious like that. Always keep clean water by the side of you. Don't have anything that's got anything else in it, like mucky water, because it'll transfer. You want these clean colours, just clean. So I have 2 little jars of water, one to wash your brush, one to rinse it. There we've got a warm red. Next, we'll go to pink. So those colours that you thought were the same are actually very different. So that's what I mean about you having a little card next to you, so that you think, right, okay, that black one is not actually black, it's actually violet or purple. So, and this one here, this is overlooked. This is what we call ochre. Now, this neutralises a lot of colours. So if you've got this orange and you want to neutralise it, you use this colour. It tames it down. Then we've got, I think this one, this one is emerald, believe it or not. And then we've got a beautiful colour here, and this is called apple. Now, these colours are not necessarily what you'd normally... Now, emerald green, you'd expect something bright in your face. That's what I mean about these being velvety, luscious. They're like beautiful sort of fabric colours. The next colour we've got is sky. Now that doubles, to me, it doubles as a turquoise.
Yeah.
Then we've got, now these two look very similar. We've got an indigo and a blue, but they do dry and they change slightly as you use them. So that's why it's good. You can just see one's more purple and one's more blue. You use these on different paper. I'll be honest with you. If you've not got the right paper, like you've just said, one looks black, one looks purple, and the other one looks like just darker purple. So you remember, it's good to make sure that you've got the right paper. Right, here we've got a black and a brown, and we can see how even these colours, that black's not hard, it's not in your face, it's really gentle. Now I've got another colour here, I think it's this one. No, it's not that one. See, I've done it before. There's one here, and I'll just get some out in a minute, and it's called sand, and it's got a luscious colour to it. It's like, it's a mix between that and that, but I'll get it out. So, anyway, I do that, I get my little swatch there, and I get it. So, how does this work with me? Well, I like to drop colours in. So what I've done is, I have already drawn something, just to give you an idea of how it works. So, during the day, I do these moodles and doodles, and I have got a massive piece of work I've done here. I'm just going to move that over now. You know what's going to happen. I'll try, make sure it doesn't, but what I tend to do is keep that with me so I know what colours I'm getting, otherwise they'll all go a bit peak-tongue. So get a big brush, because you want to sort of wet the area. Now this is, I'm just going to do this here. Now this is one of my, what we call a mop brush. This is in my journal, so I'm just going to lay down some water, and only lay down the water where you want the liquid watercolour to go. So I've just got it there, just in that outer circle, and this is providing like what we call a wet in wet surface. So the wetness of the paper allows the wetness of the liquid watercolour to disperse. So I'll just show you. I'm going to go straight in with the yellow lemon. Now, because you've already set that foundation, if you do a bit like that, don't worry, it wipes off. Because it's water-based, it's not got this, it can be reactivated. However, if your papers are not the right sort, you'll end up that you could get it sort of absorbing straight away. Next one, I'm going to put in a little bit of
That
orange.
blends really
Now,
well,
have it-
though.
Pardon?
It blends phenomenally well.
Do you know you were saying before about how I saw that picture you did. It was amazing. It was amazing, right?
very much.
I was dead proud of you. I just thought, oh, I'm so happy that he's got that confidence now. Because you're away with fairies now. No, that's
Well,
wrong.
many people
You're
have
not-
said
well,
that,
you
Lo.
might be.
Many people have said it over the years.
But you're away, I mean, you're away now, so you can, you know, that bit of confidence transfers to all of your work now. So what I've done is no mixing, no nothing.
amazing.
However, this is a bit I love. Just by cleaning the brush and taking the water off, make sure there's no watercolour at the bottom, because what we can do is now use your brush to take it away if it's too much. So you're actually taking the colour away with the brush. You're not interfering with how this blends. I can make it a lot lighter if I want, and I can blend the whole colour in like that. So I've got a soft blend, which is really nice. I can make it really sort of vibrant by adding a little bit more water here and then dropping. What I don't want to do is cover too much of the yellow with a darker colour, because it'll just cover it. So then I'm going to get the lighter colour. And this is how you can see how I get those vivid colours. So you can see soft and vivid, and then if you want a bit of texture, you can do that. If you don't, remember, just roll your brush, right? Now, if I want to, while that's still there, I can go in and I can make it even darker with the sand. So what I can do, I'll put a bit of colour on with it. So this ochre now takes the red and it sort of tames it down a little bit more. So again, clean your brush. Don't try and put one colour in and then just go straight into your palette. You need to clean your brush in between, because otherwise you're going to contaminate. So that's that. That's more or less dry over here now. I can repeat the whole process again. But can you see how that has really calmed down in comparison to these? So this is what I mean about making sure that you can see what the colours are going to look like. And you can see intense pink and purple. So this is your pink, your lemon, and you've got all these, and then this is our doodling in between. So we've got that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop it in. Now, I was talking to a lovely friend before, and she said, do you know what? I would never have thought of putting, I'm going to put this, I don't care that it's got a little bit of orange in it, because I'm going to use what we call a warm blend. So she said that I would never have thought of putting magenta and brown. And sometimes we just do stuff and we don't even think, why are we doing it? We just do it. So the way to explain it for others and for, you know, yourself, is that if you want a red or a magenta to be beautiful and warm, but just not too vibrant, then you mix it with something, a neutral, sort of like a brown or an ochre or anything like that. So I'm just going to drop this down, just trying to get that in shot for you. I'll just do this little bit here. So I've got this little bit here. I'm going to bring in a bit more colour, just wiping it all over my shirt here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the pink in. Pink and orange work brilliantly. So just going to drop that in there, and I'm going to let it go where I've just allowed the the sort of under foundation to go. And then whilst that's still wet, get a thinner brush or, you know, some like a number 2. It doesn't matter if you haven't got one. A number 2 brush is quite a fine one. And then we can go in with the brown and we can really just cool that down. Can you see how it's taking the edge just off that? Now, if I wanted to do it even more and add a little bit, there's a transition there, which is nice and soft. If I go in with the, always check, because I know what I'm like. Right, yeah, I'm going to go with the brown now and just drop the brown in so I get shading. Now, I'm just using the tip of my brush and I'm allowing all the work to be done, not by me, but by the liquid watercolours. So, people are tempted to start moving that. Don't move it. Let it let it sort of soak into its own, let it sort of move on its own. If you feel that it's still too strong, there's nothing to stop you cleaning your brush off, getting a smaller brush. I'm going to use a number 2, like I said before, and then just roll the colour away. And what you end up doing is just nicely blending that in, and then that's how simple it is with that. Just to show you some really nice washes with colour, like the blues. If you want to go from dark to light and light to dark, one of the nicest ways is you could even transition this and just go into wet. Really, what you should do is, just going to move this over here because it's annoying me now. What you should really do is sort of work here and then work over here. So I think I will do. I might practice what I preach. This is an A4 journal, so it's a bit. I should have thought something a bit smaller. So, right. There, I've got this nice bed of water. Make sure it's not really wet. I don't know if I can show you that there, but it's just glistening.
Yeah, we can see.
But you can just sort of see it glistening. Take most of the water off your brush because you don't want that. I'm going to go in, we're in the middle with the sky blue, just a little bit down there, and then just wiggle your brush across. Now, it doesn't really matter. What you don't want to do is go at the edge first, because if you go to the edge first, what will happen is you'll concentrate too much colour there. You want the colour to be in the middle. So then what you do is just lightly pull to the middle. This is when I love this, when you start adding colours and they blend. It's like magic. It's magic. Now I'm going to go with a darker blue, and I'm just, see how dark that colour is. And then I'm just going to bring that in. And this is where you do need to blend with the brush, because that is quite intense, and it all depends on the colours really, how strong they are and what you do with them. If you choose to leave it like that, that's fine, but I would always say if that's a strong colour that you're not happy with, go back over with the original colour that you used. In this case it's the light blue, and you're now mixing on the paper. You're now mixing the colour on the paper, so you're actually making a dark blue, but you're making it blend on the paper. You can, if you've got a palette like that, just blend in another palette and make your own set of colours. So I'm just going to pull that over here, and then the thing is you can go even darker and put a tiny bit of brown or black. I like brown. And then just add that in and let the capillary action, is it? Yeah. Do its own trick. So what we've done.
Beautiful, though. It really is.
Yep.
Look at what you can achieve so far. I'm just going to have to chip in briefly for the sheer fact. I was meant to tell you 45% of the stock is gone when we were doing the pink and the brown that was there, that beautiful top. I thought, no, I'll leave that one for a minute. Then I was meant to say over 45%. Then I was meant to say 50%, and I left that because we were doing the blue. I now need to tell you, over half the stock of your one-day special has already gone. And I'm guessing we've not even scratched the surface of what you can do with these. We've not even used the masking gel pen yet that comes with there. We've only used a few of the colours. What you are looking at on the boards now is how they look on MDF, how they look on the watercolour paper that I've got on the show. Then you're getting all 14 colours. But remember, in theory, you're actually getting 28 colours, because you can start mixing your own blends with these. You can start, you're getting more than 28. Your possibilities are endless that's in there. You can start mixing your own palettes up. Remember, they are ready to go watercolours. Ready to go watercolours that you can add more or less to absolutely anything. And from looking at Lou's work that she's done there, and I can still see her on my monitors here in the studio, a little goes an awful long way. You only need the smallest amount. You've seen how much Lou has decanted into her palette, and that even, I reckon that's not even into the bottle. I reckon it's a tiny amount of that bottle. Remember, it's a concentrated watercolour we're looking at now, and it's worth going for. Something else I need to bring your attention to is your heavy body gel that we've got here. You're getting the gloss and you're also getting the matte as well. You're getting both of these for £13.99. 230ml in each. It's 230ml of the heavy body gel, of the gloss, and 230 of the matte as well. £13.99. 386404 is your item number. Well worth getting your hands on the heavy body gel. Everyone uses heavy body gel. All our experts here use them as well. It's worth getting your little hands on those if you can. Something else flying out the door. 30% of the stock of your fibre paste has already gone. £12.99 is what you're looking at here. I'm just going to quickly ask Lou what she would do with fibre paste. Lou, I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Sorry?
What would you do with the fibre paste when you got it home as the expert that you are? What do you see as an artist, as a crafter? What do you see when you get this home?
When I saw the word fibre paste, I just thought, oh, I know what I've got to do with this. I've got to put it in moulds, and I made some fantastic moulds. Do you know what? I haven't got them in, but all you do is you just add. It's like the modelling paste. You just add it to the colour now, and you get a coloured version. Now, I know the girls have done that on there, so I've got a brand new one. Yay! I was a bit sorry about this. I thought I'd used it all before. I was getting a bit hyper thinking I hadn't got one. So I'm just going to show you rather than tell you.
Oh, even better. I was trying to open mine and I couldn't get into them.
I can't get into it. I've been like that. Right. So it looks like that. And then it's got this like papery texture. And it's really good. It's not gritty or anything. It's just got a great texture. And it's so simple. And while I'm here, I might as well show you how to use it. It's easier that I show you. So the girls have done the boards, but it's got like fibre within it, and it's got this brilliant texture. Now, if I left that on the surface of something, it will remain like that.
Oh, that's amazing.
That's how high it goes. However, if I decided, oh, I want to make something like coloured, the nicest thing is I've got the apple green, no, the emerald here, a couple of drops. You don't need a lot, because what you're doing is you're changing the consistency of this, and you don't want it watery. So then you'll see you don't need a lot, and the colour, I only added a little bit, 2 drops, so I've got a nice colour, but it does darken. So now I can do that, put that in anything, and I've got a beautiful sort of, I'll put it on a little bit of the card here with the colour, just to show you on the white, because at the moment that's quite dark to see. You can see you get beautiful texture. Now I can leave it like that. I can put imprints in it like that, and you can see now how massive they are.
That is amazing.
But I can add as well if I want to, and I want it like that, and I think, right, I need another colour in there. The nice thing about this is you can add another colour, and you can leave it to drip in. Now I know I only found this out because I made a mistake, but I really liked it. Just a little drop. And I just put that there, and I let it seep in. You can add a little bit of water to it, but then what you get is you can manipulate it so you get these wonderful. Now, don't spray it too much, because you don't want to change it. You just, there we go, it's happening. So now it's going in all the little nooks and crannies, look. But because I've not used too much, I still got that wonderful height. Oh, it's stunning stuff, this. That's why it always sells out. If you keep the intensity to the middle, what you're going to get is this depth of colour. It will dry lighter, but look at all the texture you can see on there. That's really difficult to maintain in a fibre. Without it needs a real lot of structure, and that's what this has got. It's not curling yet, look. It's still not curling.
Can you force dry it, though?
You can, but it bubbles. I tend to make sure I leave mine, but I like it the way it does. But try it if you're not. If you want to do that, you can always do
Give it a go.
I mean, I'll try it later for you, or I can do it now. Can I show you?
Go on. What do you want to show me?
This heavy body gel.
Yeah, go on. Yeah. This is busy. We'll put the details
like
in.
That. Just to remind you, this is a bit boring. Gels are clear, pastes are white. So if it says structure paste or modelling paste, it'll be a white base. If it says gel, it's going to be clear.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I've got now, this has got a lemon, sorry. It's got a green base and a minty sort of colour with it. And then all this is going to be sort of, all the colour seeps into it. This, I can make a transparent glaze. I can make it a transparent glue. I can make it a transparent medium gel to stick stuff in. So if you're sticking adhering stuff down on a mixed media piece, you can use this. Now, it doesn't look appetising, I know it doesn't, but once this dries, the whiteness of the gel dries to clear, and you get just the true colour. And the true colour of this, it's called emerald, but it's a beautiful sort of, I would say olivey green. So I'm just going to do the same on here. Now, I've changed the consistency of this because what I've actually done is I've added liquid watercolour to it, but it will still maintain height and texture. So,
Yeah.
but it will then dry with a very sort of, it won't be completely clear because of the colour, but it will dry transparent. Now, I'm just going to drop the same on. You can do exactly the same and let this do the same. On your work, you'd normally put all this on your work first and then just let these sort of travel around. So you've got two mediums, same colour, different finishes. Again, allow this to work in, and you'll get it sort of the colour floating on top of each other, so you can work them together. Now, just to show you something else, I'll be dead quick, I'll be dead quick.
No, it's all right,
I've got
go on.
a piece here I did with the blue. Can you see it shiny bit?
Yeah.
That is the gel medium, and I'll show you what I mean. That's this, the gloss, and all I've done is I've took a brush that isn't great. I'm not worried about using it, because keep your gels for them, and then I'm just going to add a tiny bit of texture to this, and the golds I've got coming up with a pigment, and I'm just going to add this, and what this will be, it'll give me a transparency, and I could just show you the blue dry. This is the sky blue with a little bit in. Now, these are my journal pages and my Moodle pages that I've done ages ago, but I add to them and add to them and add to them. And you can just see, if I wiggle it around, how it goes to a really nice shine. And it looks wet, but it dries. So if I show you, say, there, it's quite matte. Let me just show you. I can get that there. It's quite matte and then shiny. You've got a difference of texture, so you can do that, and that will dry like that. So again, look at this with the paste. Can you see how this is reverting back now? But it's actually trapping the colour inside, so it'll be like layer and layer and layer. But look at that. Look at that. That's
looks
superb.
The one on the right, where you use the fabric, the fibre paste, it literally looks like you've used a bit of fabric and scrunched it up and manipulated the fabric. You would never say that was paste.
Exactly.
Do we say
And
40%?
You put it in moulds, Adam. Oh, you know, when you pull it out of mould, it's like almost fabricated because it's got those fibres that connect. So if you think it's sort of like that, I've got that. Would you like me to show you the masking pen?
Yes, please. That
Right.
comes in your one-day special. I'll bring in the details of your one-day special. Over 40% of that fibre paste is already gone. 40% of stock already gone. We haven't got much either, to be honest. Let's look at the masking pen.
The masking pen is brilliant. That's not it. There it is. Right. I love the fact that Pentart put them in these wonderful pen-like applicators because they're easy to use. I find it incredibly difficult to use some tubes because I can't undo them. However, as some of the ladies will tell you, decant them into something else, not the inks and the watercolours and anything like that, because I like them have a tendency to knock things over. So anyway, what you do is make sure, always give it a couple of knocks like that, because what's happening is you're going to trap air every time you tip up and tip down. So my advice is, when you're using this, always have a bit of Kleenex near it so that you can put a wiggle on that and then go on to your work. So yeah, I'm happy with that. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to trace the areas that I want to remain white. So I've got like a wiggly line here, and I'm just going to change the sort of pressure I'm applying to it. See that bubble then? You can pop it with a pin.
Yeah.
And then just, see, I've not banged it down. You need to make sure that that comes out, that air, because you don't, that's not what you want. So I've got a thick line. I'm just going to, see, done it again. It's my fault because I'm not practicing what I preach. So, and I'm just going to, again, heavier, lighter. Now I'm doing that for a reason, because these are wiggly lines. So when you've done that, leave it if you want. If you have got one of these, which is a silicone applicator, you can actually draw with it. So on any of those lines that you've got a little bit missing or it's a bit dodgy, just pull if you haven't got one of these, use the end of your paintbrush.
Okay.
And then that, if you've got a thin paintbrush, that will it'll allow you to do the same thing. And then all you do, because it's non-porous, it'll just wipe off. So when it's dry, it looks like this. Now you want to leave this to dry. Don't force dry this. It goes this colour, and it's sort of like it's a bit like old paper.
Okay.
The colour. I was going to say something else, but I better not. It looks like someone who's got a cold, but I didn't want to say.
Well, I'm glad you said got a cold.
So what happens is, anywhere that this is, the ink or paint or watercolour can't go underneath it. So you have to make sure it's dry, because all you're going to do is make liquid masking fluid, and you don't want that. You want it to be dry. It's tacky. That's cool. And then all you do is you choose where you want your colours.
How long does it take to dry, Lou?
Choose any colour, and then what you need to do is maybe think about what we said before. Do you want it wet and wet? Do you want it wet and dry? So I'm just going to wet this. And this is one of the beautiful pieces of watercolour paper. It's got a beautiful bevel texture. Not so much that it spoils your work, but you can tell it's handmade. So I've just got that there.
Lulu,
just going to,
how long does it take to dry the masking fluid?
Well, mine only took about 20 minutes, 10 minutes,
that's not
20
too
minutes.
bad. So make a cup, put it on, make a cup of tea, and come back.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you know what else? It all depends on is your humidity where you are. So I'm just going to put that in there, and then what we can do is don't leave it on too long. I've made this mistake of putting it on and then leaving it too long, and I can't get it off. So I'm just going to drop a dark colour in to show you. Now, my other half is messing around here, and he's doing me head in.
What is he doing? What's he doing messing around?
He's trying to unhook my my lovely masks from something else, and I know he's going to have an upset. He's going to have an accident. So I want to tell him to go away. So I've just told him live. Right, he's gone off now.
What's the way to tell your other half you're doing me head in on the telly now? Go and watch Bargain Hunt.
Just to show you, can you see how it's completely stopped? There's a big pool of the dark there. It's stopped it from seeping underneath. Normally, you'd have a right pickle trying to stop that there. So when that's dry, what I would do is make sure it's dry, because I've done it when you think it's dry and you pull it off and all you've done is going to smear it. It needs to be dry all the way through. And then rub out the line or anything that you've got there. And then what you can do is but make sure you paint it all first, and then rub out the line, because otherwise you'll keep the line there. And you've got whatever colour it is underneath, that is the colour that it will stay. So, would you want to see the beautiful, well, I don't know, do you want to see the crackle?
Yes, please. We're bringing the details for the crackle. We're following you, Love. We are following you.
Right.
Let me show you what you set up. Let me show you the colourways that you're getting. You're going to get 2 sets here of the crackles that you're looking at. This is set 1. This is the rose gold and the dark gold that you're getting in there. And obviously, you're getting clear as well. That's already in there. And then option 2 that you've got in there, you get the silver and the turquoise silver that's in there, and then obviously you get the clear once again that's in there, the primer that's in there. So you are getting set 1. If you want to go for set 1, that's your gold and your rose gold, and the primer in the middle. Or you've got set 2, which is your silver and your turquoise silver. You can see the colourways that they look here, so it goes top to bottom. Okay, so they're the first 2, they're these 2, and then those are the second 2. But Lou, I have got a question for you. I've seen many a crackles on a show, many a crackles now. Why do I need a primer for?
Right, the primer sets up the base so that the top layer sort of, it's like it doesn't fit, so it has to crack away from it. So it's called a 2-step, but normally it's 1 step and then the other, but this is like called the primer. So it is good, you do need it. And I've got the most amazing tiny micro crackles on this. Why am I showing you this? Well, I love this backing paper, and it's such a great colour that I thought I'm going to do all my crackling on this.
Look at that.
So, and this is the first time I've used this. Well, yesterday and today was, but look at those. And I can just show you that the backing paper is, well, the packaging I should say, is black. It's that colour, and it's perfect because when you're putting a crackle or anything down, the colour underneath will show through the cracks. So I wanted it to be quite dark. So what I did was, I've put it on, I will show you, I've put it on this one, and this is the silver, the gold. And I also did the pink to show you, well it's not, it's rose gold. And then I did the green, and I did the green in a little journal page just to show you what it looks like when it's done. So here's the crackle as it is. It's me messing. This is my messy page. And there it is on the hearts that I've done.
That's nice.
So just do a full page, and then you can see the difference in maybe how that one looks to that one. That's brush marks, this one's pure crackle. So that's when I started to mess about, oh, we'll keep that bit, we'll keep that bit. So I've done this, I'll show you how it works now. I've done this on the blue, and what I've done is I've just got the blue packaging, and I've put, very importantly, not to overwork this, I have put the cracking primer on the bottom. Now, it's like a glue or a PVA, but it's you know, they make all their own products because it's a chemical, Pentart, amazing chemical products. So it looks like this, and it's quite milky, and I'll get it out just to show you. Make sure, again, that this is a brush that you're not worried about using. I always keep one-handed, it's glued. Remember, the colour that's underneath here will be the colour that shines right through those your cracks. And so I'll just do it on here to show you the milky bit. Here's one piece, so it's very, very, and the nice thing is you can see where you've done it. So you'd use a bigger brush, something perhaps that, like I say, you could even use household decorating brushes, but that's all you need. Then let that dry.
Do you need to let it dry fully, Lou, before you do the next stage?
Yeah. Right, I'll show you, because you let that dry, it doesn't take long, 10 minutes, and it goes completely shiny.
Oh, look at that.
So now, I know the paper was sort of, I'll show you what the paper looked like before. Can you see?
Oh, yeah.
So we've got this matte-ish, and then this full gloss. So you know, and it's not sticky, but that is now ready to receive. Now, the important thing about this is don't overwork it. So I'm going to use the lovely
rose gold.
Rose gold, yeah. Now you get again a brush that you're happy to use, or anything. I'm going to use a massive brush, so I'll have to be a bit careful I don't whack the camera out of focus. Now you can use it on a stencil, you can use it on anything. I'll show you both ways. So what you're going to do is you go one way, don't overbrush it, and that is as much as you do. If you want it thicker, that will get bigger cracks. If you want it finer, don't do this, because if you do that, what will happen is it'll just you're overworked it, and you're going to push it into the expanding bits. But if you want to, one of the nice things is you can get a lovely stencil, which we've got on. I'm going to do this in blocks, so I've got the stencil on there. Now, bear in mind that this will be shiny underneath and blue, but you'll get cracks and then the blue, but you can put a pigment on this. So I thought I'd better mention that because people will be wondering what I'm doing. So then all you do is you get this, and if you want just one square, you just do one square. If you want two, you do two. Now I've just wet this scraper, so I'm hoping I haven't put water underneath the stencil, but just to show you that took 20 minutes to dry, and then I was able to use it. Now, there we go. So that will crackle. So bear in mind that the colour underneath, it's best if you've got a colour that then will work with the colour. So the blue will work with the rose gold, but all this will now crackle, as in this. So if I just move that out of the way, I've got my lovely assistant. There we go. Can you see how I've done it through this?
Yeah.
And you can just see the cracks. And again, all depending on how I use it, how thickly I get these textures. However, doesn't end there. I'm always giddy when I get a product like this. It's like I'm like that, like, oh, my leg, you know, like giddy like a kid. Anyway.
That's what I get like doing these shows though, because they are full of they're full of techniques, and that's what I love. I love the techniques and using the mediums, because we've got so many mediums on this show. We're busy for both options of the crackle now. You've got the rose gold and the gold in one, so these two just here, and then you've got the silver and the silvery turquoise is option 2. £13.99. 324166 is your item number, and you get the primer in the middle. I've also got the stencils on the show that Lou is using as well. Now they come in pairs. This is your first pair that you're looking at. Lou was using the tiles that we've got there. So Lou was using the tiles, and also like the fossils that you get in there. It comes with the fossils and the crackle. There is another option of the textures as well, which I absolutely adore, because it sort of reminds me, the back one in that picture reminds me of an owl. When you see it in real life, it looks like an owl wearing a headdress. And then you've got the beautiful peacock feathers in front. If you see it in real life, like I just have, that's what it looks like. It looks like a little owl wearing a big headdress. One day special, though. I was meant to tell you 55% of the stock's already gone, but I left that one because I knew it was going to be busy. Nearly 60% of the stock now. Nearly 60% of the stock is already gone. Dispatched from the 23rd of March. The 23rd of March is when it was dispatched from, because it is Pentart, and this is the first live hour, and we're approaching 60% of the stock has already gone. And I'll let you into a secret. This is one of those shows where we've already put the call in to see if we can get more, but we've got no answers. Look at me going all posh. So don't miss out, because genuinely, the later it gets here, the later it's going to get, and we don't know if we're going to get any more. So I think when by the time Catherine comes on, we could be pushing or getting close to that limited stock mark. We're very busy in America with these as well. Very, very busy over in America, and busy in the United Kingdom as well. Welcome, America. Thank you for joining us on this fine Tuesday evening. We are looking at the brand new Pentart 14 liquid watercolour pens, and you're getting that masking gel pen in there as well. Start thinking now outside the box. You can see it on watercolour card. You can see it on the fibre paste that we've got on the show. It really does add that colour. Look at the texture that you're getting on the fibre paste just here. Vibrant colours. You can see it just on the boards themselves. Beautiful colourways. You can see it on the watercolour paper, and then you can see it. How beautiful are these colourways, though? Colours that you wouldn't normally put together. You've got your sand, you've got your emerald, you've got your brown also in there. You've also got colours like red, blue, orange, indigo, lemon, purple, apple, green in there as well. They are rich. They are deep. They are voluptuous colours that you are looking at in this colour palette that you've already got. You are creating your own rainbow by using the colours, all 14 colourways that you have got. You're not sparse on colour. A little goes an awful long way. It's a case of once you've got these, you'll think, what did you do when you didn't have them before? They are ready mixed watercolours and ready to go. We've seen how much Lou has already used small, tiny drops. They come with the precision nozzle already. I'm only allowed to touch this one. They come with the precision nozzle that's already in there. You are getting an awful lot of liquid. 20 mils is what you are getting in there as well. It's worth having a little look at all of these. £26.75, approaching 60%. Lou, I'm coming back to you. We've only got a little bit of time left. What do you want to show me next?
Oh, brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. What I've wanted to show you is I've been messing around with this just to show you that this is all the paints and only the paints from the show. So I've been making backgrounds and stuff, and I make a journal page. But I wanted to show you that this watercolour now has gone on all the other paints as well. And I haven't got mud yet because it's already mixed for you. But I wanted to show you how I can just create more crackle with this. So I can drop that in. And I can actually, I hope you can see it, it's actually hopefully dropping in and becoming a little bit more apparent. So you can even add to it. I'll show you on this as well. I can drop it in here and really accentuate, because this hasn't got the dark colour underneath it. Let me bring it down. I'll just put that there. You can see now that this, I'm putting green on the top. It really, really accentuates all the little cracks and crevices. And plus, I love it, the fact that it can go on top. This is black. You wouldn't normally put black, but even black's soft. But I love it, the fact that it's gone on the other paints as well. I just love it. I can make it grungy. I can make it really nice and sort of smooth. I love it. Or, if you're not happy with it being that strong, just take a little bit off and leave it. Look at, I love it. Absolutely love it. Absolutely. I've gone forever doing this. So remember, lots of different ways to do it. Lots of and this, before I go, is the lovely stencil mixed with the pink, the blue, the salmon, and the green acrylics that we've got on the show. All together, you've got this amazing sort of, I've blended them all together, but you've got amazing sort of kaleidoscope of pretty colours. They're not grungy or anything, but I was thinking these make absolutely brilliant twinges. Thought, before we go, I've got to show you this. This is stunning. This is absolutely stunning. So just wanted to show you this. I've done a little sneak, little piece of work on a, what's it called? A nautilus shell. So I just wanted to get a little bit of colour and just show you this. So I'm just going to use a bit of crackle. You can use crackle. You can use crackle to go through this. It won't be as intense and it won't crack as much, but I just wanted to show you how beautiful. So this is the crackle rose gold. It's not made to do this, but it does it really well. Look at that.
That's nice.
Beautiful shell-like. If you was using a distress sort of ink pad, it'd be even better. I'm not, but you've got, I'm using a household sponge and a bit of this, but just to show you, I wanted to show you what this looks like, because I've not seen one like this before. I love Stamperia for the stencils. I'm a bit of a stencil person myself. Look at that. I just love it. It's so rugged. It's not precise, and it's not, I just love it. And this bit here looks like creased up paper. So I don't think it's supposed to be creased up paper. But
it's meant to be, apparently it's meant to be ice, Flo. It's meant to be ice and shells.
Yeah. It just looks like when you've creased up paper and you try to flatten it back down. It's got such a wonderful texture that looks absolutely amazing on your your vintage stuff. It looks like cracked photographs. So yeah, so I can't believe, have I got any more? Oh, just to show you again how it's drying. They're the colours now, just to show you. They've bedded down. The only reason this is so bright is because of left pools of colour. So all those colours, don't forget, from that, double it, double it, double it, because by the time you're mixing all these together, you've got infinite amount of colours, plus the textures. Now this has gone, it's rounded, but it's got the colour in the middle, and this has maintained, the fibre paste has got the colour still in all the little nooks and crannies, but you've got an amazing texture with it. So you've got, it's endless. And then we've got our lovely page. This isn't quite dry yet. It's got where it's thinner, let me just put that down, sorry, where it's thinner it's dry, but where it's still, so maybe 20 minutes, I'd leave it an hour maybe, really thick like that. But then here's
Lou, I'm going to have to love you and leave you. I've got 30 seconds left. Thank you ever so much, Lou. It's always a pleasure. We've been phenomenally busy. And as we've said it during this hour, we've only scratched the surface, haven't we, Lou?
Yeah, only the surface. I mean, I can go on for hours talking about this, and probably will do as well. But yeah, and it's really good. Once you start going, you just can't stop with these.
That is the thing. Once you start, once you pop, you won't be stopping.
You can't stop.
Thank you, Lou. I'm going to love you and leave you. I'll speak to you soon.
Yeah, take care. Thank you.
I've only got 8 seconds left, though. Don't you start checking out your baskets. Do not miss out on these cracking little 14 colours. I'll see you in a bit. In fact, I will see you now, and I'll see you in a moment. I'll see you in about 5 minutes' time. As the Timber Boutique is up next, and it's another look at your Pentart One Day Special with our Catherine, and then it's Stamps Away with our Al.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers. And we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence, based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. Mark and I work hard designing the kits and developing innovative tools to make all of these traditional crafts more accessible to the modern user. We're really pleased to be part of the Hochanda family, and I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. So I hope you can join Heartfelt Creations here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me, Hochanda and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I'm here on Hochanda because I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey. So join me, Matthew Palmer, for my shows on Hochanda.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888 and join Hochanda Freedom today.
So as I was saying, once you put the cream on, it all disappeared. Aya, are you all right? I hope you're well. Just passing anecdotes here. We won't go into it now. It involved a rash. Now, we are looking at, well, this was a busy show early because what we're talking about is we're talking MDF. But what I want you to do straight away, before I go any further, I want you to forget the word Easter. Okay? I want you to take out the equation. I know we're going to be looking at bunny rabbits, we're going to be looking at eggs, and we're going to be looking at garlands. But I want you to take out the word Easter. For the sheer fact, what I want you to do is think outside the box with these. These are bunnies. Yes, we have bunnies around at Easter. That's one day a year. You can use a bunny for whenever you want. You could go down the route of... leave it, Lou, leave it. You could go down the Peter Rabbit route. Ali Sims is here, by the way. Causing havoc already. We're only 56 seconds in.
Oh, sorry, Mike was wandering there with the bunny.
Well, now... Oh, bless you, like a beetroot. Now, I was going to down with the little rabbits that you've got here. You could do Peter Rabbit, things like that. You could do your Beatrix Potter. You could go your Alice in Wonderland with your rabbits as well, with your Mad Hatter's tea parties. You've got so many things that's already here for the sheer fact you are getting a bunny in a pot that's made you... Let's go over to it. I'll round this up in a minute. I'll be professional in a minute. How are you, Lou,
I'm
love?
fine, thank you very much.
Are you all right? And she's made herself chocolate. We are talking Timber Boutique, and as what I was saying at the start was, forget the word Easter with these, because there is so much more than you can do than one day a year.
Yeah, there is. I mean, they're spring. I mean, if you look at them, you can use... I mean, Catherine made a point. The bunny rabbits could easily be for babies. You know, like we associate those sort of images.
Yes.
So you could, like, there's the bunting behind you that's got the bunny rabbits with the little pom-poms on. You know, like if you're thinking for decorating for a baby's room. So you can... So it's actually thinking about how you can push these and extend them a little bit further. I mean, I made a more of a Easter come spring theme, but then I took the wreaths and made a picture frame with it. So, and that's using all the same colours we've got on and the same. So it's more spring. Let's embrace, you know, a new season.
No, it is true. So it's spring, and that's what I want you to think of when you see these. So let's go down and see what we're actually getting with our first kit. So we are getting 10 pieces of £9.99. Professional is what you're looking at now. So you've got the bunnies in the pot, which I absolutely adore. You're getting the bases that are in there. Then you're also getting the 4 accessories as well. Now your 4 accessories are things like the eyes, the tail, the back of the ears, which is this bit here. This is the back of the ears that you're getting. You're getting, by the looks of it, are you getting 3 small and 1 large in this? Because I don't have the large in MDF form, so I'm guessing you get the large one in the pot that you're getting. It just says 4 bunnies in pots, but I've only got 3. So you're getting 784933 is your item number for this one, is what you're looking at. I reckon you get the large one, and you're going to get 3 of the little ones that you're going to get here as well. So this is your finished samples, what you're looking at, that you've got as well. £9.99, 784933 is your item number. 10 pieces in total is what you are looking at with this. Remember, you could really go to like terracotta pots. If you've got your terracotta paints and things like that, you could really go to town with it, using your moss and things.
Yeah, because, I mean, it's a pot. You don't actually have to... You could use the rabbit image as to build up and put florals on. Because, I mean, all right, you have to think about this. I mean, they could be leaves. If you had a big floral image, paint those green and put it behind, you've then got the pot and you've got the layer of the pot as well to go on the front. So as you were saying about your terracotta, you can push them, you know, you can make a beautiful big flower and, you know, push them just that little bit further and turn them into other things.
I reckon as well, you could quite go magician's hat.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I said to Catherine, I could quite see a certain animation where the rabbit changed at moonlight, you know, googly eyes, and change it. A certain...
What film's this?
Aardman.
Oh, Wallace and Gromit, The Curse of the Were-Rabbit.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that film.
But that you've got, it's when you think about how that rabbit started out, but that you could easily add some fur on top of that, change it, add a carved teeth, googly eyes, and you've then got a totally different look again.
And that's what I say, think outside of the box with this one. Really do think outside the box. Right then, let's crack on. Now, you get everything is here. This is everybody's welcome in this one. You get a lot in this. You really, really do. You are getting your eggs, first of all, with your bases. So you get your eggs time that's there. Then you also get your egg for the front. So maybe you're going to use it as a whole, like these ones you see here. Maybe you're going to use them separately. I love this one because this could be cheese. If you wanted it to be, if you've got stamps of a mouse and things like that in shrink plastic, you could do that as cheese if you wanted.
But I also saw that as a dinosaur egg.
Yes, they
you know,
all
like,
could be dinosaur eggs.
A lot of Year 3 classes start with the history being, you know, prehistoric times. They could be like your form of your dinosaur eggs in your nest, and you're talking about those sort of times.
Because now, I'm now also seeing you could have a treasure hunt with these if you wanted to. Change them with numbers on, with clues on around the garden if you wanted to. Maybe you've got the summer's coming, we're going to be in the garden a lot more, especially with the kids, little pitch and puts. So this is where you go up to for your pitch and puts. Or make your own rings, coming up in a minute in MDF, and use it as hoopla. You've got 3 hoopla, you write points on there, paint them with chalkboard paints.
Yeah.
And then you've got the numbers, the different numbers that you've got. So you get that. You also get 8 bases as well that's in there, which I'm guessing is this, to make the beautiful circle. So all of these go together, that way, that way, that way, and then that one will go on top. And to make the half moon, if I spin this around, you'll know what I mean then. That's what it's going to look like. You get the braces in there as well, to make your large plaque. Now, once again, because it's a plaque, it hasn't got to be rabbit orientated. You go on with your crackle that we've just seen from Pentart. You could go quite nautical with this if you wanted. This could be anything you wanted.
Oh, it definitely could. But yeah, like you say, change the colours, and you've got that. But it's a plaque. You know, you could add your own words in, hand sign. You know, handwrite your own words in. Yeah. Even miss one of the bits out and have something else in the gap there as well. So you can use it in lots of different ways. Even though it's got the bottom bit there for to add to the base, if you turned it around onto its side, it looks like a porthole, like you were saying. See, so that's where the hinge would be, where you actually open up the window. Yeah.
So I love this idea. I love, love, love this idea. Because then you get the MDF chic in there as well. So you get the welcome in there. You got every bunny. You got the bunnies in there as well. These are the popped out. And they put them on the little bunny tail, so you get that 3D element for the bunny that's in there. Once again, think outside the box. £15.99 is what you're looking at for this. 829838 is your item number. Brought to us by the Timber Boutique is what we're looking at. Now, this next one was very, very busy. We've got the Easter wreath, but our Lou in the last hour made something cracking out of this, no pun intended, made something cracking that I didn't even think about it. It was the photo frame that you've got at the end of your counter. This was phenomenal. Look at this.
And it's using the circles and the papers, but I was really tight with the papers as well and cut them down, so there's only parts there. And it's using all the different circles and layering them up, you know, to create a bit. And the solid piece that we've got that we get in there, I've used that as for to be my hanging part, so it can hang straight away on the wall. I mean, I've used obviously the designs we've got in the show, but you could change the colours. And I've just added a few flowers on there. I mean, you could decorate it up a lot more than that.
I absolutely adore it. You imagine that as a photo frame. It looks like a set of plates. On like a little Welsh, on a dresser.
Yeah.
I can never use that word. On a little dresser if you wanted it to. It really, really does affect it. But this is how it started. Ignore this for a minute. I'll get to that in a minute. This is how it started with just your circles that you've got here. So like, if you're thrifty with your circles, you are good to go because you have got so much of the elements that's already in there. Not only do you get that large one, you're getting two of the smaller ones. Oh, Adam. You get two of the smaller ones that's also in there, which are nice to use, handy to have. Always handy to have a bit of MDF around the house. Then you also get your Easter eggs as well. Now, the ones with the hole in at the top, that looks like a loofah, I reckon you could stitch through.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of cross-stitch.
A cross-stitch through
yeah,
there.
Definitely.
And you've got the cheese in there as well. You've got your zigzags. You've also got your stripes. Love these little ones because you also get the little bits that pop in and out as well, so you can pop them back in, paint them up, bit of paper piecing. Then you get this bad boy. This is amazing because it comes in two parts. So you either go for your little wreath that looks like this. I reckon this in the garden, Mod Podge it up to the outside, you could have this on the shed.
Oh, definitely, definitely. But then you could easily, if you didn't want to do the eggs, if you put flowers or butterflies or something else to cover those images, especially where it's the top part of the egg, you've suddenly got a circle part. You could change the whole look of it altogether again, and then it's no longer Easter. You could still have the rabbits on there, and that's, you know, that doesn't have to signify Easter. So it is, you could then also, if you really wanted to change it again, is one of the circles from the wreath that you're taking, you could put on the top, and you could change the look of it again.
I love it. I really do, because it is totally different to what you would normally see. As I said, take out the word Easter for the sheer fact this is more than Easter in there. I reckon you got, thinking off the top of my head, leave the rabbits on there, the two on the sides and the one at the bottom, make them all cute and tidy. You could have all those eggs as different doors.
Ooh.
So like they're running around the doorways, who have number 26, number 37, paint them all up, get the kids involved. This is a project for the kids. It screams the kids. You keep the MDF circles, but give the kids the wreath, because they could go with the paper piecing on there. They could go with the cutting. Once they know the shapes, we're busy for that already, and then we're looking at the paper pads that you're getting in here. Now, the paper pads is £15.99 for both of them. They're 8x8 is what you're looking at. That's 120 GSM, and they're double-sided, which means you get 48 double-sided design papers is what you're looking at with this in total. There is beautiful, beautiful paper is what we're talking about with this look from polka dots. That in itself, in a frame, with a family photo in the foreground, would be... These are stunning papers.
They're lovely colours, but they're not... They're lighter colours of yellow in there, but you've also got like a little bit like a chartreuse with a little touch of green in there. Yeah. So it makes it pop, but not neon. But it still actually stands out beautifully.
Look how beautiful they are. So that's your first one. Nice summery colours as well. 3 of those in a nice little frame. Look at me, interior design again. I won't start on the cushions. But you get 3 of these in a nice little frame. You're good to go if you wanted a splash cushion. I can see sort of kitchenware with them. That would look really, really cute. Maybe some of your eggs. Go with that. Go with some of your MDF eggs that you've got in there as well. Start mixing it all up, and then you can sort of bring in the kitchen vibe to it. Oh, that's just what I think of. Then you've also got these. Now, we go from the purplest of purples that's in there, which is a beautiful violet, to quite dull and muted, but you've still got the purple running through there.
There you have. So you've got enough papers to go through the floral designs, or a plainer version, or a less patterned version on the other side.
Lovely. So you've got a speckle of gold in there.
There's some lovely detailed in there. When one of the papers in that purple pack reminds me of like a stone effect, and going to use it. And you could take that stamp on top of it, take it as further, you know, as you want it to go.
I absolutely adore them. 96 sheets in total is what you are getting with this. 470025 is your item number. £15.99, brand new today. We are talking Timber Boutique Yummy Yellow, and you've also got the purple in there as well. Background stamps we're talking about next. This is a set of background stamps and a half. What you are getting here is absolutely phenomenal. I've told you this place is riddled. So, what you are getting here, you are getting 2 of the background stamps. These are beautiful that are here. Look at the detail that you're getting in this. And am I right in saying, I was looking at these earlier and I was meant to say it and I totally forgot just before we came on air, so I'm going to say it live. Could you repeat pattern these? They look like you could repeat the pattern.
Yeah, I mean, well, the top one, definitely you could do. The bottom one may be a little bit harder, but you could probably stagger the pattern. And if you did them in 2 different colours, you wouldn't notice. Yeah. So if you inked up deliberately in 2 different colours and carried on ink, you wouldn't notice if they didn't join in the correct way. But they are beautiful, because you can use parts of them or you can use all of them. I mean, they are very, very, very versatile.
They're big old stamps.
Yeah.
I didn't realise that's what you're getting. That's in like 2 tone. That's the size of the stamp.
It's huge. So you don't have to do all of it. I mean, I was saying that one, if you've got a lot of patience, if you stamped that on even a white vellum or craft in white, and then added tiny little pearls or drops into the centre, a simple sentiment, and it's done then, sort of thing.
Look at that. Ready-made backgrounds, good to go. I like the size of these stamps as well. £14.98. This is worth. This is good. They are both. You're looking at. Oh, that's a cracking little price for the size of them. I genuinely didn't realise the price before I came on air. Up next, I like these as well. I really do like these. Blooming bouquet. Build your own bouquet is what we're looking at. With this one. So this is the one we're looking at. So the amount of elements that you're getting in here, let me show you the elements first that you're actually going to get. So these are all the elements that you're getting in there. You're building your own bouquet. It don't look much until you see the finished samples of what you can actually do. So if we go there and then I do that, you start with your background. Okay, so you start with your background, which is this one here. You then add your flowers. But these arrows here and this one here are your marking points. They are your line up points. Then you line it up to here, and then it makes a beautiful bouquet. Have we not got the finished one? Oh yeah, I have. Hang on. I got finished samples. Can you imagine? That's what you do. Good luck for the answer. But you are going to get beautiful samples that look like these. If you want to see what it looks like, you better get it home. From there, £9.99. You can't go wrong with these, Lou.
No, you can't. And they layer up. And you've got a single rose one there as well in the set that will also layer up on top of each other. You've got a bow that you can stamp the bow, and then you've got the little lines that go inside the bow as well. And they're very easy to line up, but I use them to create backgrounds. So if you inked them and didn't put all the leaves on and everything like that, then you know you can take and make a background, but then cut them out and do them in lots of different ways.
No, it would be nice just in black and white. They lend themselves to black and white. These, yeah, your greys and your speckled. They really do lend themselves for those sort of colourways. Once again, quick and easy cards that looks like you've spent hours doing them, because they're different stamps. You do like your stems in your green, bosh, tick. You do your roses in your red, tick. You've had to do no colouring whatsoever, and they're quick and simple cards because you just layer up the stamps. It looks like you've done a lot of work. Daisies are up next as well. You get a lot in this as well. Dainty florals. Where's my black bit of card gone? Your dainty florals. Another A5 set is what you're looking at with this. Take time to do what makes your soul happy. Well, it's true. It is true. Do the type that makes you happy. But why do I like these? For the sheer fact, first of all, look at the size of them. There's a lot there. You're getting a lot for your money. Second of all, if you're, and I know I keep banging on about me learning to watercolour, but it's the only thing I've got at the moment. It is the thing that it's hard to find a stamp. It is hard to find a stamp to colour in that you can keep doing to practice with. These are the perfect thing to do, because flowers can be any colour you want them to.
And any blend you want them to as well. Or you could create, like you were saying about watercolour, you could create a whole watercolour background and then stamp on it. So then it changes the look of the flowers as well, which changes everything again. Because if you try and deliberately colour, it can come out forced. Whereas making a watercolour background and then stamping, and they're easy to snip out. They're not hard to cut out, you know, for fussy cutting.
I suppose because you've got four different sizes of the same flower, you can mat and layer, and you can make them even bigger if you wanted to as well. Very busy for this, £9.99. Flowers in Bloom are up next. They're telling me to crack on. See, I could wax lyrical about all these. I absolutely adore them all. Love this one as well. Once again, the size of these is absolutely phenomenal. 17 stamps on an A5 sheet is what you get. It sounds like a song that you're getting here. Look at all that. 17 stamps on an A5 sheet. Look at the size of those. And you get a border in this, which I like.
Yeah, and the border, I mean, I've used the border, stamped it onto vellum, like with either white or gold, and then cut it out, and it looks absolutely beautiful. It takes on, but it makes, if you use the border, stamp it inwards, you can create a frame, but stamp it outwards, you create a different type of frame again. So there's lots of different ways of using it.
Let me show you that one to show you the border. And there's also something quite theatrical about it as well, which I also like. So if you did that at the bottom of your card in gold, and then you took your red curtains, maybe a bit of velvet that you're going to make it really 3D and textural. You took your wood technique to make it look like a stage and your backdrops. You could go to town. You really, really could go to town with these. £9.99 is what you're looking at. We've got more papers on the show as well. This time, with your papers, double-sided 120 GSM, 96 sheets in total for £15.99. Let's see if we can flick through some of these so you can see what you're getting. How beautiful are these? They're all double-sided. Look at that for a watermark that you've got on there. Absolutely stunning. As we keep flicking through, there's the wood I was talking about. You put that with your gold. You see, this show, what they say, writes itself. £15.99 is what you're looking at while you watch me struggle to pick up the paper. 884334 is your item number. Then you've got your botanical bloom pads in there as well. With your botanical blooms, I absolutely adore them because you're getting both of them. You are getting both sets that you see here for £15.99. This is what it looked like when it went for a little photo shoot. The Shaded Sparkle that we've also got as well. Now these are phenomenal. £30 off is what you're getting. I have these very inks. I have these at home. They are amazing. The ink pads come a little bit drier than normal, so you can re-ink your own ink pad or use the ink out of the bottles. They've got a little hint of sparkle in there, which means you can paint with them. You can really create some beautiful colours with these as well. This is what I've been using with my watercolour brushes. They are absolutely phenomenal. I absolutely adore them. £31.46 if you're a Freedom member is what you're looking at for this. Well worth having a little look. 826028 is your item number. Right then, let's go over to Lulu. We're coming to you. What are you up to?
I thought I'm going to have a play with the MDF rings we've got, some of the eggs, and the plaque, as we were talking about it here. But I wanted to show that we could use it, as we were saying, lots of different ways, not just for Easter. So I've actually coloured this up, and I've put a layer of chalk paint on it. So I'll just show you at the back. Look, I don't normally colour the backs. I'm just doing it for a demo. But I've coloured it along the back, and then I literally took the Cobalt Sparkle. I'm just going to put a little bit there. I should have grabbed my water palette, which is over there. And all I did was then add another colour on top. Where's my brush? And pick this up. And then I've just put another little bit of the colour, and I've just taken a tissue.
These inks are beautiful though, aren't they?
Yeah, and you've got that, just that hint of a little bit. When you water them out, you've just got that hint. And I carried on and put that on top of the thing to get that look when it all dried. So it's, and then because I've kept to the same tissue, it's then carried on building and building and building the backgrounds. I mean, I could take the inks now because I've got enough still on that tissue, and if I wanted to darken around the edge or carry on flicking. I mean, the ink will go, you know, as far as you want them to go, really. I could sit here doing that for hours, actually. It's lovely. So I wanted to do the plaque, so in a different way, so it wasn't just about spring. So what I've done, I've got a couple of ideas. Okay. So I will make one of them up, but I just wanted to show you where I was going in my head. So I've taken one of the rings and I've just put a burlap ribbon round. So I was going quite nautical or quite... So I thought if we had that on the side there, whoops, and we've got then this one here, and what I wanted to do with this one is I want it to sit on top, so we've got like a frame, a window, so you could do it centrally, or, you know, I like to have them to one side, but I want to put a little bit of embossing powder, and then we can sit there and we can add other bits and pieces to it from the grab bit. But then what we could also do, we're going to probably do that one. We can take the eggs designs that we've got, and I've coloured them up in similar colours, and I can layer my eggs on top, and I've got some smaller ones here. We haven't coloured them yet, and I've got this. I can layer them on, and I can make it more of a spring themed. And I've got my rabbit.
It would make a lovely globe.
Sitting there, it would as well, and we can add our flowers, and we can carry on, you know, building it along those ways. I mean, this is just. I prepped so many of these bits, you know, because we could. Now, the other thing I thought of. If we've got this here, if we just take our ring, and I'm just going to put it round this side, and if you imagine that we had got twine and we crossed it over and over and over, I think it's on the website that the Dreamies have got grab sheets, MDF grab. So now we've suddenly got if we did all the crossovers with all the twine, we've now got a dream catcher, because we can add feathers to it. And it takes on a different look, because they're with part of it. And it takes on a different look, again, even just putting it on that background.
If you want to have a look at these, we've got these on the show as well on the website. It's on a pick and mix for $9.99. You choose any 3 of these. You've got things like words of inspiration, you've got your dream catchers in there, you've got your feathers in there, your fairies in there, your alphabets in there, your fairy door kit that's in there, your jigsaw, your folk hearts that are in there as well. There's loads to choose from in there. You've got a Nordic gnome in there, it's based on Derek. You've also got your barrels in there, your umbrella in there as well. Sewing machines, you can't go wrong. Windows, so much to choose from. I think the hardest thing is to pick what that you're going to choose from. The Dreamcatcher, I love the idea of a Dreamcatcher. Phone boxes, you've got lampshades, lampposts. Thanks for helping everyone. Lampposts is what you're getting. It went too quick and I couldn't remember the name of it. £9.99, choose any 3. They're telling me all you have to do is read, Adam. You've only got to read what's on the screen. I would try to, but I couldn't read it quick enough. Let's go back to lunch.
Right, I've grabbed some of the MDF bits and I'm just stuck them down to one of the backing papers. I'm going to cut away the excess, because there's no point making that all messy and horrible. And this was the one that I said had a really nice, like a stone. You've got the greens running through. So, you know, we were saying about prehistoric.
Yes. Oh, yeah, this paper looks like quite prehistoric.
Yeah, so this one here, you could, you know, you could go along that route. I'm just going to split the 2 like that. So I've got that there, and this is one of the tags from the grab sheet. So I've got this. I'm just going to put this to one side and just let it dry before I cut it down. Now I've got the other eggs here, and I thought I'm going to try and keep it to quite a tonal, but I'll add a little pop of colour. Now what I was doing last time was I was using my distress inks first before using the sparkles, because I wanted the distress inks to act as a flat colour, and then the sparkle suddenly becomes the accent, if that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense.
Right, so I was really good and tidied up all these daubers before, you know, and I should have left them out. I knew what I was going to do next. So I just want to... So I've added just... I thought rather than gesso, I've added chalk paint. Because I just like the texture and the feel of the chalk paint, and I thought it'd be something a little bit different.
Does it give you a different look than using
Well,
gesso?
it is. It's gesso can obviously white, but this I've gone for a slight cream effect one. Now I know I could have got my gesso and I could have added a little bit of acrylic and changed it, but I thought no. I thought it would be nice just to play for a change. Also, what I did on some of the images was you don't need to sand this MDF, but I have sanded it, but rather than blow the dust away, I've then quickly put the chalk paint on so it traps it to make it like a texture underneath. You know, when you just that was the plan in my head anyhow. It just sometimes it works. Right, so we've got that there, and then I'll cover. So we're going to do those ones there, and I'll just move those. And then I want to do the same. So I'm going like yellows, blues. Oh, a little bit of Sisal there. And I just want to use the Distress ink to act as the flat colour, and then I can just add that touch of sparkle as well. Also, it shows that the inks will blend with your other inks you might have in your crafty stash. So I think we're all dreadful for that. We don't sometimes push our products as much as we can and think, you know, oh, will that work with? Will that work with? And
we're all quite, we're all guilty of that.
Yeah.
Obviously, we see it, and I hold my hands up to it as well. Because we watch it on shopping telly, you think, oh, that's all it can do. It's not, because we haven't got the time to go through every single thing that the products will do and combinations.
And I think we're trying to show you as much as how much the actual products do, that we actually, when we're demoing, sometimes actually forget to do that. So I've just added a little bit of the primrose on there, and might as well use. And then I just want to add a little bit, this is the cobalt. And suddenly where I've got the distress underneath, it gives the cobalt something to sit against. So if I'm just going to blend that with another, blend it out in the middle. So we've then got, it's just creating like a mock highlight. But I've got a little bit of a sparkle around the outside from the inks.
And they've all got a little bit of sparkle in them as well. If you want to add them to your ink pads, that's what they're there for. They're there to refill your ink pads. £34.95 is what you're looking at. If you're a Freedom member, though, that price will go down. You're saving £30 on these. It's 826028 is your item number. You can I paint with them. They are really, really good. They are a cracking little set of colours to have there, because you've sort of got the full mediums with these as well. So it's well worth having a little look.
Right, so I've got, this is my larger egg, and I thought what we'll do is we're just going to put a little, I'm just going to brush and stipple. So I've done exactly the same for the, as I did for the background, and I just put a light bit of chalk paint on, and I just want to drag across, and I'm just mixing a little bit of water. So I don't want it to be a solid colour, but I don't want it to be the same, coloured the same way as my other eggs are, so everything's a little bit different. So I can bring in. So it's layering up and using your layers in lots of different ways, and it then brings in a tiny little bit of sparkle on the egg, but we've got the matte effect of the chalk paint underneath.
It really works.
I do play with all my craft stuff, but I do like to see how far, you know, different things you can do with it.
You want value for money, don't you? That's what we buy them for. Everyone wants value for money. You don't want to keep going out and buying stuff.
So I'm just going to put that there. So that's that there, and then we've got the wonderful little rabbit. And I'm going to grab, let me think. Let's grab the slate for the moment. And I thought, now I haven't deliberately inked this. I've left this one quite dry because I only want the subtlest of colour on my dauber. So
and that is the bonus. You can inker as much or as little as you want with these. That is one of the perks of getting these sets and getting the re-inkers as well.
Yeah. So I deliberately haven't, because I just want it to be a really subtle little shadow. So I just want to go round the actual rabbit. There, I think his tail is over there. Phew. I had a little panic there, thinking, oh, where's his tail gone? And then using the violet rose, I just want to go and add a tiny little bit. I'm just doing it really gently into the centre of the ears. I just want to build the colour up. I don't want to make it stand out. I just want it really subtle. I know it's probably not going to help you when you're looking on camera, sorry.
No, we can just see it. When you angle it, we can see it.
Yeah, I mean, and it adds a little shine. I just wanted it to be really quite subtle and add a little bit more pink.
You leave that there, we're coming in.
I'm going to, if I grab a little bit of a slightly darker one, you can see.
There we go, we can see it now. We can see what you're seeing.
So can you see, I just want little subtle layers. So the rabbit just stands out just as a shade, just silhouette as such. Right, so let's put all those bits there. I seem to be gathering loads of bits. You know, you just go, I seem to be gathering loads of bits. Right, so the egg, you can use a craft knife. I'm not going to, I'm just going to use my scissors. Because it's a nice...
Sand block?
Yeah, you can sand it back. I'm just looking for mine, and I think I've put it away, but that's okay. We'll find a... I'm going to cover the base anyhow, so it won't matter too greatly. So if we sanded it back, it creates that lovely seam. So if you'd... sorry about Molly filing it on the floor. So if we'd cut that roughly, we could... Sanding it back, it just finishes it off a little bit. And I just...
The edge, didn't it?
I'm going to grab the slate. Where is it? Right in front of me. And I just want to... And because I haven't re-inked this, this is just going to give me a subtle little shadow. Now, on this, you could actually, on this layer, if you wanted to, stamp a sentiment.
Yes.
Because it's flat enough now to do it, you know, stamp and emboss. So we've got those bits there. So they're all my little bits. The tag I'll do in a moment. So if I bring in the board...
I love that background.
Well, it's a nice, quick and effective background.
Really works. It looks like a stormy night sky.
Yeah, I mean, it's... now I'm going to show my age. It reminds me of the 80s when we decided stenciling and sponging was all the rage for your household walls.
Was that a thing?
Oh, sadly.
Well, you used to put stencil them straight onto the wall and...
Yeah, so where you had your ceiling so far down, you'd have a border there which was all different stencils, and you'd use all your different colours, move the stencil along, do the next colour.
Oh, a bit like a border.
Yeah,
before the borders became fashionable.
And then you would get sponge and pull out all the inside of a sponge, put paint on it, and actually put that on your wall, rotating it round. Oh, yeah, we had some cool decorating tips back then, back in the day.
Yes. You did, didn't you?
No, not really.
Actually,
what it has shown is over the years how stencil designs have progressed, and the beautiful designs we now get to compare to what we're doing now. If I see a stencil, I wouldn't dream of putting, you know, I would think of other uses for it. Right, so I'm going to put this on there. So I'm going to put mine to one side because I quite like the idea of it, that if I have it to one side, if I wanted to put a sentiment, I've then got a space to do that. And then I've got this one that's going to sit there.
It's like a big nest.
Sorry?
It looks like a nest.
Oh, I hadn't thought about it that way. It wasn't intended that way. I haven't got a large bird appearing to sit down in a minute. So we've got that one, and that's going to sit on the top there. And then I've got this layer that I'm just going to layer over the top, so it creates... So it is a bit more of like a nest, but so it creates a little bit more...
Well, even if you left the eggs on, and that one egg that you've done there with the paper, and then sort of the speckled eggs, and then you could sort of go with the family photo of maybe a beach walk that you've got, or it is like the driftwood and the bit of strings that you've got, and the family... It's very lighthouse-esque. If that makes sense.
I mean, yeah, I mean, think about all the different things that we've done in the past regarding Easter egg hunts and things like that. You know, that was... You can still have older photographs from there. So I'm just going to put these here, and then I've got my bunny rabbit, and I want to grab some flowers in a moment. And I just want him to sit there. Now, in one of the wreaths, I haven't used it yet, we have got... welcome, and we've got every bunny.
Yes.
So you could play on that as well. We could add those. So we can die cut some flowers and add some die cut flowers, but I'm going to cheat for speed, and I have some pre-made ones.
Nothing wrong with cheating.
No, and I would carry on, so we can add now.
You could suspend them as well. If you took out the middle two plaques.
Yeah.
And just have the top and the bottom with a circle on. Then use like your fishing wire and stuff like that, your acetates. You could suspend things in the middle.
Oh, totally. I mean, you could change the way it looks altogether. So let's do... That's too pink. Tell I'm not a pink person. That's too pink.
Too pink. No.
That was emphatic, wasn't it? That's too pink. Now, so we can carry on building, you know, and building. So let's have a think. I'm going to put that one there. And then I've got all the other eggs that I can carry on, you know, building my actual scene up along the bottom here.
This is cute.
And I'm using, obviously, gel medium as well. And this will dry clear. It just looks very splodgy at the moment, but I'm not bothered because I want to stick some other bits in it. Now, from the grab sheets, what I have done is we've got some different parts, and we've got some greenery, and I've just got some embossing powder on some of them, and I've got a little fence that actually I might just move that egg out of the way. So what I want to do is I just want to quickly emboss these. They won't take 2 minutes. I'm quite impressed that I managed to emboss it and leave the embossing powder on. You know when you go, oh, that was quite a... And I'm not worried if it doesn't catch all of it and some of it knocks away, because that will just add to the like a shabby chic effect. Oh, that one. That broke. That was me holding the... I'm trying to get on with these tweezers, you know, the reverse tweezers. It's not quite working.
Oh, is it the ones where you let them go and they...
Yeah, they work the opposite way round. So I just pulled that there, and that was because I hadn't... my head thought it was just holding it normally, and it's not. So we've got that there, and then I've got a little bit of the fence. I'm being really good and holding it rather than with my fingers.
You are.
So just going to catch some of it. If all of it doesn't... And all I did... I mean, I've used a dauber, because you can get embossing ink in a dauber.
Can you?
Yeah. You don't have to just get it in a tack pad. I used to get them for the children at school, because it was easier to hold and less messy.
Oh, well, I never.
They just... So we've got that partly embossed, and I will knock away any of the embossing it hasn't taken, because I'm not worried about it being... Whoops, say that. Full there. So I've just thought these bits would add, you know, something a little bit different to it. So I think what we could do is we're going to take this one away, and I quite like the idea of the fence being there, and I can put a little bit of gel medium. And this is, let's say, from the grab sheet. So you can add to it. Now, as you were saying, if we didn't have the eggs here and changed it, it suddenly changed the look of it in a different way.
Your grab sheets are on the website. You can find them on the website, £9.99, and you can choose any 3 of them. There's lots to choose from in these grab sheets as well. You've got words of inspiration, you've got dream catchers in there, you've got feathers, you've got fairies, you've got alphabets in there, you've got tools, you've got seaside, you've got sentiments, numbers, fairy door kits, you've got female bunny gnomes in there, you've got the layering camper van, you've got jigsaws, you've got folk hearts, you've got fences and leaves. That's what we're using at the moment with the butterflies. You've got the male bunny gnome that you've got in there. You've got the Nordic gnomes in male and female designs. You've got vehicles, you've got the trellis hearts in there. You've got tags, stay safe, rainbows, fireplaces. Fireplaces would be nice for like Christmas and stuff like that. Your post box in there, telephone box, street lamp, that's the one. That's the one I was talking about. Street lamps. You've got your welly boots in there. You've got your baskets. Street lamps. You've got your mushroom houses. You've got your barrels, your umbrellas, your wheels, your windows, doors and sewing machines all together in one little configuration. You just have to choose any 3. Choose any 3 is all you simply have to do. Pop them in your baskets with some of the stuff that we have here already. But we are currently working with the wreath at the moment. You get many of the circles of the wreath that you're looking at, and you also get the smaller circles as well. And you also get the wreath itself, which is this one just here. There's so much in this kit, and we've mixed this kit with the next kit as well. This is not just one project, this is many a project all under one roof. It's called £11.99, 73425 is your item number. Well worth having a little look at this, and it also works with the MDF kit that we're working on at the moment. We are currently working on this one with the bunnies and the welcome and the all the other elements that's in there. It's well worth having a little look around on your website. Right then, Lou, are you ready for me to come back?
You did that deliberately, didn't you?
No, I don't. I saw you at the corner of my eye leaning down. I was like, do I need to keep talking?
No, no, as you can see, I've got lots of it prepped as well. You know when you don't know how much to prep and how much... Right,
we've got about 10 minutes, Lou.
Right, I will use all my prep bits, but I'll explain.
Did you finish the other one?
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all right. We cut away.
So that one was there. So I did an MDF tag. So if you wanted to, we could have a tag on the top there, or you could leave it plain.
Nice.
But
Look
then
at
it
that.
sits in the base. She says, I'm trying not to, because everything's wet, it's starting to move, I can feel it sliding down. So when it was
That's
sitting in the
cute.
base, you've got it like that way, but you don't, as I was saying before, you don't have to just have the eggs. We could have just done flowers, grab sheets, used it with the dream catchers.
That's cute, that is. That would look nice with the cork lights that we've got with the 7-day saver behind.
Ooh, yes.
The little cork lights that we've got, you pop them behind, that would look beautiful. Right, we're building wreaths.
Right, so I've got the wreath and I've covered it in a layer of, like I said, I've gone really mad for chalk paint at the moment because I like the texture and I just think it's nice because we've got like the rabbits on to have that little bit of texture. And from the centre bit there, when you pop the eggs out, you get left like a template.
Yes.
But that template is the same size as this. Oh. So therefore, if you wanted to use your papers, you can do. And then all I've done is I've got my papers, cut them out, and then so I can plan out where I want everything to go, I've just gone around with a little bit of ink, like that, to cover the edges from where the paper was. And the same with the rabbit. So when you've done that, it looks like that.
Oh, my word.
So all I did was, so these are all the papers I've cut out. So I drew round that centre stencil, you know, like your eggs, where your eggs come out from. Drew round that. And
are you talking this one?
yeah, so if you pop out one of the eggs from there, they are the perfect size. You can either draw around the MDF egg itself or draw that round that. I prefer to draw around that, yeah. And then you can put that on your papers and you've got the perfect size to actually mat there. Just in case my cutting wasn't brilliant, that's why I've inked around all those eggs. So if I didn't cut perfectly, it's got a nice inked edge.
No, it's nice. I like that technique.
So, and also, it helped me to work out where I'm going to put everything. So, and then all I've done is I've taken my coloured micron pens and I've just gone around and added some different colours in purples, greens,
Is that the
pinks.
paper that you've inked up?
Yep.
Oh, so it takes ink as well?
So the papers, they're from the papers that we've got from I can't remember the purple ones now, the periwinkle, isn't it? And yeah, and I've inked all the edges with the inky dinkies, and then once they're dry, I've just gone around with my micron pens to add a little bit of detail. She says, and then you see now I can put these straight away where I know I want them to go. Now, I would spend a little bit more time sticking these down, but because I've colour coordinated where the inks are with the inks there, I know.
This is a nice little project, isn't it? A nice...
Yeah. But as we're saying, if you didn't, you could easily change these for flowers, butterflies. I think there's a wreath behind you that might have, instead of flower, it has flowers on it instead of the eggs, is it? Covered it, is it? Oh, no, it's... Oh, maybe I was wrong, sorry. You know, you just go, I'm imagining things.
Lovely, you could do this if you wanted to, though. Let me show you what we're actually talking about.
Yeah.
That is one of the circles, is what we're talking about there. Rawr. It is. Mind you, the famous movie. But that is one of the circles. But what you've got there...
But if you look at the size of the flowers on that circle, they could easily cover quite a bit of the egg design as well.
Behind,
yeah.
You'd never see, look, you can see a few of the eggs because the bunny tails are sticking out through there. But look at that, that's also beautiful. That is really, really, look at that. Do you know what this would be nice for? What you're currently doing at the moment would be lovely for a table centre. You know when you just lie it flat and you have like flowers in the middle, maybe some daffodils or lilies, or you have a candle, like one of the candles in a jar, you know the ones I mean? Hanky. You got one of those that's in there. You put one of those in the centre just to bring it all to life a bit.
Right, so I'm just adding all these papers. And as I said, inking all the edges takes away from me trying to remember where I said, or putting numbers down, which I do as well. But then I've got to remember then to write the same number on the back of the paper, which is where I fall down.
Yeah, that's...
You know, when you just go, good plan, but
it
never
started
mind.
off good.
Yeah.
Because then the doorbell goes, or...
Yeah. So I've used the papers, so I've mixed both the colours, because obviously the yellows has come from the Yummy Yellows, but they all go together.
It works together really well.
And the greens, and then just gone around the little rabbits here. So I just mustn't gel on my hands. Now, what I've also done is we get the welcome, and I've taken the welcome and I've embossed with white embossing powder.
So the welcome comes in the other kit, doesn't it? The welcome comes in the with the plaque, with the big plaque in.
So I thought it would be nice to have this here. But we've got the welcome here, and I've embossed it, but then I've put it onto a piece of what I call construction acetate. That's similar to the packaging you get sometimes in, and I thought that can then sit across the middle, looking as if it was floating.
That's nice.
So I just want to put a little bit of gel medium there and
Remember,
there.
it's clear.
And then to hide that glue, I've taken some of the eggs and I've coloured them up.
Oh, this is
so now that can go. It hides the acetate.
It's a good thick MDF as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh yes, very much so. Yeah. It seems weird when I'm going to say it's a good thick MDF, but it's also light.
Yeah, it's like contradicting ourselves, but it is true. It is really light.
Little bit
these small
carried
eggs
away
look nice in
there.
front of your cards.
Yeah, and there are a couple of cards there with the MDF pieces there. Now I put too much gel medium on there, so loath that I am to use glitter, but that is a perfect opportunity to use glitter. Here you go. Loath that I am. Right, so what I want to do now is I just want to stick some of the eggs down here, and I'm just going to work out my colour scheme. Let's have a think. Yeah, we'll do that one. And I just want to put... I'm going to layer them up. And the gel medium, thankfully, and I've gone for a matte gel medium, so it won't be shiny. So let's put this one on here. And I want to put that one going there, I think. And let's get the blue one there. I'm just, so I can still see the other eggs behind. So I want to tilt that a little bit so I can still see the other eggs. So it looks like we've got someone's been generous to us.
I like this look. I love
Now,
this. This is beautiful.
And then what I did was we get every bunny.
Yes.
So what I've done is I've done exactly the same. I've taken all the letters and I'm just checking that I've got all the, when you just go, well, I say to you it's every bunny, just checking that I've got all the letters there. And I've just dipped them in embossing ink and then covered them in white embossing powder. So I'm just going to, now this is where I'm going to start doubting my spelling. So I've got every bunny. So
welcome every bunny.
So welcome everybody. So what I thought would be nice is we could have these on the eggs down the bottom. So we've got the welcome.
Well, every bunny welcome.
We could have every bunny welcome up here, but so we've got welcome every, and I'm just going to put them randomly.
Remember, you can be creating this time as well. We're literally all in all. We're all like, oh my god, this is so easy to do. But you just need the right, and I said it all day, you need the right tools for the job is what you need. But if you go for the inks and you go for the colours, you go for your papers, you're good to go. You can start creating things like this. And you've not really scratched the surface on the papers that you've used in here. Like, you could probably do all these eggs out of one sheet.
I have been. It is because you can cut, and this shows you how tight I have been with the papers. You can cut 3 of the eggs designs going long ways up. So I think I cut 9 or 10 from one of the pattern papers.
That's good. That's very frugal.
That is very, very frugal. I know I don't need to because there are quite a few papers in the pack.
No, but you want to save all that. You want to save all that you can get, don't you?
Yeah. So
we've got 2.5 minutes left.
Okay, I'm nearly finished. You just go, oh, that's gone quickly.
It has. It's flew by this hour.
So we've got that there. So one of the benefits with the gel medium is I can move them around to have them at different angles. And got the last one there. And I can add the Y. So it's like welcome every bunny.
Every bunny, like everybody.
Yeah, every bunny. So, if you had some little pom-poms, we could add some little pom-poms on the bottoms there. You could even draw with a micron pen, see little eyes or little whiskers and things like that. You could add your flowers if you wanted to. Now, I saved one of the eggs at the top, and I deliberately saved this one, and it would go at the top there, because that could then be a threading place, or it could go behind.
That's where your nail could go.
Yep, or your ribbon. So you could actually hang it. So I just thought it was a nice way to have the welcome, because the welcome then looks like it's invisible and through there.
That on the door would be nice.
Yeah. So, I could add some, obviously I've where I've got loads of gel medium, that's where you could put little bits of glitter in, or confetti, or something like that. Let me think, what have I got here, actually? Oh, I've got some... I do like a sequin.
Don't we all?
Oh, I do like a sequin.
Oh, join the club. Join the club. I love a sequin.
I don't have any glitter with me, but we'll just chuck a few sequins on, and then we can then... I'll clear up what's left. Sorry, I'll tip it towards me. So now where I've got the glue, I could add some, but that could be glitter. But even in these, if you've got things like your stickles, you could fill in the gaps with different stickles in like all the shiny bits.
The pearls that you've got and things like that. We've got 30 seconds left. Oh, where did that minutes go to? We are there. Thank you, Lulu.
No, thank
when
you.
are you back? Do you know?
Sunday.
Oh yes, you've got. We're back together again.
Are.
We are. What we got Sunday?
Polka doodles.
Polka doodles Sunday. I think you got Catherine first though.
I have. Yeah, Catherine first, then yourself.
It'll be fine. We'll see you Sunday. It's always a pleasure. You as well. Check out. Just check out your baskets. Pentart one-day special up next, up still here. Then steps away with our Ali. That is your Pentart review with the one-day special. Stay safe, everyone. I'll see you Friday.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers. And we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence, based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Tula Pink is a fabric designer, a quilter and an author. She works closely with Free Spirit Fabrics to develop multiple fabric collections every year and is best known for her dark sense of humour, a flair for hiding animals within her designs and her bold, unique use of colour and pattern. Join me on Hochanda, where I will be bringing you a wide selection of wonderful fabrics at fantastic prices.
Hi, I'm Sarah. And I'm Vicky. We are the Stamping Sisters from Stamp Addicts. We started our family-run business in 1992 when we were importing rubber stamps from the USA.
But now we design and manufacture them all here in-house in our shop in Bedfordshire.
We make grey rubber stamps and we make them as deeply etched as we possibly can so that you can use them in many different ways.
On our shows on Hochanda, we like to give you lots of different techniques to use with the stamps, different ways that they can be used and ideas.
We hope that we can inspire you to get out your stamps and have a play. Look at all the different designs we've got. We've got Christmas, we've got scenic, we've got cute and furry. There's something for everyone.
Make sure you don't miss the Stamp Addict shows
on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want and they listen to us crafters too. So I hope you can join Heartfelt Creations here on Hochanda.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. We're known for our MDF products and our mediums. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you. If you watch Hochanda, you'll see us put together and decorate our designs to inspire you so that you can make your own crafting projects. So make sure you tune in to all our Crafty Devil shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Well, hello again. It's 8 o'clock. That means, of course, we've got the second live hour of the one-day special. We had a very, very busy start at 6 o'clock. It's all about Pentart, of course. 60% of the stock of the one-day special has already gone. Now, right from the word go, we're going to tell you about the dispatch date. Just to get this out of the way, the 23rd of March. That is approaching very, very quickly, actually. Well, it wouldn't be a Pentart show, would it, without a very, very special guest. Shall we say good evening to Lou with us? I believe she's joining us live on Skype. Is she ready? She's there, yes! Hello, Lou. How are you?
Hi, how are you? It's great to be working with you again.
Oh, you too. Do you know, it's quite lonely here behind the counter on my own, so it's nice to see you and to be able to have a chat. And of course, we're going to go down the counter together. We're going to talk about all the goodies we've got on offer, starting with the one-day special. Now, tell us about these, Lou. We've got 14 liquid watercolours and we've got a masking gel pen as well. So I did manage to catch a little bit of the show earlier. I was really impressed with these.
Yes, these are they're sort of really known to us in the way that they're dispensed, but they're really easy to use. Get that aside. That's what a unique point that they've got. The colours are velvety, lush. They're really, really rich. At first, when you first put them out, they're quite vivid, but as they bed down, they really take on this velvety. It's almost like this velvet feel to it. But of course, like most good products, the more you put on, the more intense the lay down of colour is. These are stunning.
So
really.
Are they highly pigmented then? Have we got a lot of pigment in there?
Very, very. And we've got Liz and Rachel. They've done it brilliantly. They've gone down and they've done all the test boards for us. So each of these colours that you get, this is how they react with no hidden extras. You know, there's nothing here. This is straight on the boards, unless it's told otherwise. But these are the colours, how they come out of the tubes, and like I said, the way that they're dispensed is brilliant for me. As long as you don't knock them over. I love the way they're dispensed, because I like tubes like that. When I get them in little blocks, I'm always dropping them all over.
Yes, so you could just put a little drop into a palette. I presume you can mix these easily as well if you want to make different colours. I'm with you with this as well, Lou. The fact that we've got the boards here really does help. So the first couple of boards we're looking at, you did say there, the liquid straight onto the boards. Now the third board, this one here, we've actually got the watercolour on aquarelle paper. Now, what is aquarelle? I can't even say it. Aquarelle. Is it a brand? Is it a specific type of watercolour? What is it?
Well, it's watercolour paper, and I think it's the Hungarian version of a watercolour. So I don't know if it is the brand. It doesn't say that it is, but as far as I know, the translation is, made for watercolours. So it's a lovely. It's got a beautiful texture to it, but it's not too heavily textured that it's like too. Like the moon's surface, it's got a lovely handmade quality look to it, so it's beautiful.
Lovely. So the third board along, and also, if I just skip to the other side, we're looking at them now, you can see, of course, those wonderful watercolours. In fact, what we're looking at now on the screen is the fibre paste, because we've got 2 boards of that. So you can mix, of course, the watercolours into your fibre paste as well. We do have fibre paste on the show. We'll come to that with the details in a little while. But I love the fact that you can mix this into the fibre paste. You can see the texture there, Lou. You've still got those beautiful colours. And again, you can make your own colour combinations as well.
You can, and I did a little experiment before to show people different, you know, what a fibre gel and a fibre paste look like. Sorry, not a gel. And it was good to let people see that you can actually mix it in, but then add it on top.
Yeah.
So you can intensify the colours when it's ready made, or make it your own bespoke colour. So to me, it's like plus, because you can drop it on little by little, and you get these little pools happening. It's really luscious to watch. In fact, you can sit there, well, I do, sit there and watch it sort of moving about. Sorry, that's just how I am in it.
And the masking gel, I presume it does what it says. It's for masking off areas, so you can sort of keep areas plainer. Then does that remove? How does it work?
Yeah, it's got, you know, different places have different names for it. It's like the cement, it's also your masking fluid, it's all these things like, you know, liquid paper. These are all things, but basically you put this down, it's a rubbery surface, rubbery texture that dries, and then it maintains the colour underneath it. Then as you peel it, you roll it back. It's that great stuff where you can peel it and you know, just spend hours doing that. Peel it off and then just dispose of it. But yeah, you can use a rubber. Sometimes you can get like it's a square hard surface rubber, and it's to take the masking fluid away. Now,
do you know, I've got one of those. I'll tell you who had one of those in a kit. Matthew Palmer did a bundle with one of those in. So some people may have those already.
Yeah. That's it. You can use that as well. So these are like all little tools that you've got, but it's the same element. Anything that you want to retain the colour underneath, you put this on top and then peel it away when you're happy and you're finished.
Wonderful. Well, we are very busy again. We're going to let Lou get ready for a first demonstration as I continue down the counter a little bit, but we'll get back to Lou as soon as we can. Lou, we'll leave it with you just while you get ready. I'm just going to give details of the one-day special, of course. You've got an £18 saving, just £26.75. Now, Lou Sims is also in the studio, and she was saying to me earlier, she has got these and she absolutely loves them. 041485 is the item number if you're going for the one-day special, getting all of those colours there and the masking gel as well. Now, we did mention the fibre paste, so I'm just going to move down to these. This has been very, very busy. It always is when we bring you this, isn't it? Now, you're getting 2 of these, 150 millilitres in each. Was that 2/3 of the stock's gone? Wow. Now, look at the board we've got here, so you can see those watercolours, those beautiful watercolours has been used again to colour the fibre paste. So you can do those blends, you can go with one colour, you can have your different techniques there as well. Grab this while you can, just £12.50, item number 746998. Now, watching Lou as well, we're sorry using lots of gel medium for gluing all those bits of MDF, and we have got the heavy body gel on the show for you as well. Pentart, of course, because it's the Pentart show. These are great. If you want to go for these, you are getting both of them. So you've got the glossy and the matte there. What a great price at just £13.99. Grab these, stock up on this while we've got the opportunity with the savings. £5 and a penny if you want to make that saving today. 386404. Right, Lou is ready and we're raring to go, I'm sure. I cannot wait for demonstrations, I really can't. Handing it over to you, Lou.
Thank you. Well, I thought let's have a bit of a mess around, because I don't often get to do the demos like this. We normally do projects, but I thought, why not do what I'm renowned for, and that's like do this little board of all these demos that we can do in one. So so we can, I mean, everybody's probably seen these before, but it's really good for new people all the time, and for others that maybe have forgotten how to do it, to see these little techniques. So the first thing is, as you said, very rightly, you can decant them. Now, I like to do it like this. I'm using these because obviously I'm going to use them for the next few days. I put them in the way that they're on the show, so you've got a warm and a cool selection, but also I've put them, so I don't fill them, I don't, because I made a mistake of that. But on the front, I've just put a little, it wipes off really easy. I put a name, because it just looks like black, black and more black. So, you know, you need to sort of know the colours. Then the next thing is to sort of like test out the colours. I really suggest you do this, because the paper that we've got on today and your paper are all very different. So what you need to know is how it reacts on yours. So let's just go through it. Now, I tend to use, I'm just using an ordinary brush for this. Try and make sure that you don't introduce more water into it, because you want, unless you want it watery colour. So let's start with the first one. We've got the lemon.
You see, straight away, it looks so orange, doesn't it, in the palette there? So I'm quite surprised at the colour, but that shows the strength of the pigments in there.
It is. Now, just while you've said that, actually, now if I just bring, now this isn't watercolour paper. Some of it is, some of it isn't, sorry, but this has got like quite a tooth to it, this one. Okay. But you can see, I can still brush it out. Yeah. Now I have got the watercolour paper from the show. Excuse all the bits on it, but I'll just show you that they do react differently. So when I'm saying about making sure you've got the right paper fit for purpose, you can see how easily that washes out. So bear that in mind. Make sure you're using the right one. I'm just using this so you can get a good idea of colour. Next one is, try not to, like I say, introduce too much water unless you want to. Now we've got an orange, which isn't in your face orange. Now, a lot of oranges, I love orange, it's one of my favourite colours, but if you get it wrong, it's really harsh. This isn't. This is really soft. I'm going to put the red on now, and the red is a beautiful orangey red.
It is, isn't it?
It's beautiful. You can add different colours to this and then create all these lovely sort of warm feels to it. So you can do a darker red, add a little bit of blue with it to get an indigo or violet, but it'll be still warm. This looks like orange, but it's actually pink.
Oh, now that's beautiful.
And that is a nice pink. It's not
gorgeous.
Yeah, and it works really well because it's got a magenta base, so it's what we would call like a cool red, but we've called it pink. The next one is, we've got purple, and it's a soft
Lou,
purple.
I'm watching you with your brush there as well, just dipping into those. You're literally just picking up a very, very tiny amount onto your brush there, and we can see how far these are going to go.
Tiny amount. This is a really good colour. We've got two colours that are a little bit unusual in this, and it's one sand and one's ochre. Ochre is a perfect colour for knocking other colours back. So if I want to perhaps calm this down, then I would use that colour. So just going to put this down, and then I'll just pop a little bit of the emerald. Now, that's not what we'd really expect for an emerald, but I prefer that than a bright green. I'm not a lover of bright green because
it's quite tealy looking, isn't it, that one?
It's beautiful, isn't it? This is apple green.
That's lovely.
So that's like a mix between a chartreuse and a light green.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to sky, my favourite, I think.
Oh, now
Sky.
that really is a lovely blue.
You don't get mud with these. I must admit, I haven't seen a lot of mud, and it's easy to get mud.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting how some paints go straight to mud and yet these don't. I'm just going to move this because I'm getting annoyed with my other half directing, telling me to keep moving my bit of paper. I'm gonna put it on his head in a minute. Right, now, can you see the colours splitting?
Yeah.
What we've got, don't worry about that because that's just the settling in the paper. As it dries, they don't both look indigo, but as it dries, can you see blue coming out now?
I can see the blue coming out, yeah, definitely.
And but I put the sort of indigo next to it and they look very similar, but as it dries, look, we
can see it changing.
Exactly. So people go, but that's the whole point. You must let these bed down.
Yeah.
You must let them sort of saturate into your surface. Now, this one, is, I'm just going to get that right, that's brown, so it's a beautiful, warm, vintage brown.
Okay,
Very similar to your distress links. Oh, no, I've got it wrong. This is brown, this is sand. Sorry.
Right, okay, yeah.
So, sand is very, it's more of an ochre.
Yeah.
This is more of a vintage. And then the last colour on the list is, let me get it right now. I have to make sure because they all look black.
In the palette, you really wouldn't be able to tell if you'd not put the colours on there or you'd not made some sort of chart.
Exactly. So here we've got the black. Now,
Yeah.
I'm not a lover of black on work. We've never taught to use black. But that's warm black to me. That's almost like a shadow grey.
Yeah.
So to me, they've nailed it with these colours. They really have, because there's nothing here that's offensive, and yet you put enough light layers on, they become very, very vibrant. So that's what I thought we'd do. So I've shown you the colours. I'm going to move that off there now.
Okay.
And this is where it gets exciting. Yay! Right, I've got a load of stuff from kitchen. I've got a load of stuff from all over the house, and we're going to do all these, right?
Okay.
Because I thought people don't always get the chance to see techniques like this. They tend to want to see, finished products, and I just thought it'd be a good idea to show you this.
We did have a question come in via email as well, and actually it was something that I was thinking of, so I'm so glad somebody else thought along the same lines. When we watch the likes of Matthew Palmer with his watercolours in a tube, you can let those paints dry out and then reactivate them. Because these are watercolour as well, if these liquids were to dry out in the palette, can we reactivate them just in the same way?
Absolutely.
Wonderful.
Absolutely. Same way. Because they're water-based, they're going to, each time they dry, they'll reconstitute each time. So, yeah, absolutely. They're slightly different because they're already, the Matthew Palmer ones and the pans and the tubes are a lot thicker anyway. These are already mixed to a water.
Yeah.
A flow, a water, a liquid watercolour. So you haven't got that mixing. I'm just going to show you here, the masking gel is great. It comes in this dropper, which is, to me, this is the best sort of delivery ever in a pen, because you're used to using a pen, you can control it better, you understand what it feels like in your hand to use a pen.
Yeah, it's so fine as well, isn't it? So you can fill in those very delicate areas if you want.
Yes, absolutely. And you can get nibs to fit over this, because one of my metal nibs fits on it, but I didn't want to put it on in case other people didn't have it. So, but you can get extra nibs, and some of them do fit. So just to explain, and all you do is make sure, always have a bit of paper, anything near you. I've got a rag, and you just bang it down so that you get the air out. And then, depending on the thickness of pressure, you can do it as thin or as thick as you like. So you leave that, it's white or a creamy colour as it is now, but when it dries it goes to this sort of murky colour.
Okay. No, if you wanted to cover a larger area, would you just squeeze a little bit out and then use a brush to spread it? Would that be a good idea?
Absolutely. And if you wanted to use something like a pen without any ink, that's run out, you can use that. You could draw with it that way. This is a silicone paintbrush, so you can actually draw with it this way if you wish. But if you've got a pen that you like the nib shape and you like how thick the nib is, leave the ink, don't throw it away, and use that to draw with, because the point of that pen will allow you to draw the nib size and everything. So you can do that if you want to. Don't forget, if you haven't got a silicone nib, worth getting these. You can use the end of a paintbrush. It does take a little bit of practice, but you can actually draw with it, or a bobby clip, anything like that. You can draw with anything that's sort of non-porous will allow you to do it. Then you let that dry. So I'm just going to quickly remove one. Now it does have a little bit of odour, but not really bad. Some of them used to stink, but these.
So it's not an offensive smell to it then?
It's got a smell, but it's not too
offensive.
bad.
Yeah,
it's not offensive. Now that's how easy it peels off. So don't need a lot of pressure, because you start like that with a nail, if you use a nail, you're going to probably pull fibres. So use the flat of your finger first. It has to be wet, because if you're doing that, all you're going to do is rub wet paint onto wet paint.
Okay.
So this is what I did before. Best, don't force dry. So the white of the paper. Now all I would do is rub out the lines, any pencil lines there. I've got another piece here I can show you. And this is quite hard because I put a black around the edge of that just to show you that it didn't go underneath.
Okay,
and again,
yeah, I can see that.
On the blue.
Do you know, I'm just looking at the price as well, Lou. We've got 14 colours. Even forgetting about that masking gel, you know, forget that's there. Even without that, 14 different colours. The price we've got here is £26.75. That's less than £2 per tube. I'm saying tube, they're more of a little bottle, aren't they? In fact, it's £1.91 per colour. Per colour. That is exceptional value, and from a brand as well like Pentart that we know and love. We know these are tried and tested. Wow, we are busy on these again, Lou. We're approaching 2/3 of the entire stock gone. Item number for everybody is 041485. So don't forget, we're seeing boards here. These are directly onto the boards, then we're onto the watercolour that we've got on the show as well. Keep an eye out for those details. And then with the fibre paste, you can mix these in or use them on top of the fibre paste as well. So you've got lots of options. I'm sure you're going to find other uses for these as well. And just a reminder of the dispatch date from the 23rd of March. So it's not long to wait at all. You are saving a whopping £18 here. So that's more than £1 per bottle that you're saving on these. Incredible value, and we can see just from this one sample here. Look at the colours and how these work. To use Lou's words, she said, you know, they're almost a velvety effect that when you paint these on. I like that, and actually you can see that on this sample, Lou, can't you?
You can, because there's a lot of pigmented paint or watercolour or anything, and they're so intense that they can be a little bit off-putting. Not that there's out wrong with that, but if you're a bit scared, this doesn't scare you.
No. Do you know, and I was talking to Lou Simsdale, and she said to me, I've got these and I keep these for my best pieces for myself when I want to craft for myself. And she said, I love the fact that you can water them down, but actually her preferred way of using these is, again, as you were showing us, to not water them down too much, to use them a little bit more intensified in colour. But of course you have got those options for your different sort of creations that you do. Will we see you watering these down further? Will we see methods with that as well?
Yep, I'm going to do that. I've got 8 different little techniques to do now, but these can go split up and split up and split up. So yeah, we're going to do, the first one is exactly as you've just been saying. I'm going to just damp down the paper with a mop brush. So this is called wet into wet, but there's a couple of different ways of doing it. So this is the watercolour paper, and all I've done is just got my mop brush and I've just made it. Now you don't want it sopping wet, you just want it so it glistens.
Oh, we can see that, yeah.
Yeah, you don't want it too wet, because if you start doing that, it just falls all over. Let it sink in a little bit because it needs to. Okay. And then you can always go on and do other things if you want. So while I'm waiting for that one just to bed down, I'm going to put a couple. Now, you can wet it too much, but you'd have to sort of soak it in water. Okay. So I do a couple of, you know, squares while I'm waiting. And the brush I'm using is called a mop brush, and the reason for that is because it's like a mop. Yeah. Right, this is ready now, and you can see there's a difference in that's wet, damp, but it's not soaking. You can see it's
yeah, we can see that it's soaked in a little bit more now.
Yeah, and I've got like my little dooberries here. I'm just going to drop colours on because I'm not moving it, because I'll flick it everywhere I can see it. Don't put too much water on your brush. In fact, it's best if you don't. Okay. And then you can just put this on. Now, I'm just going to allow the colour to come down there, and I can just show you there. So this is wet into wet. Yeah. Now, what I'm going to do is leave it intense, but then I'm going to just clean my brush. Just make sure you've got 2 sets of water, a clean water and a rinsing water. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I am just going to wash this out. Now this is no more water, it's just the paint that's already on there, and the paint water that's already on there, and it's just my paintbrush allowing that. Now if I move it round, you'll see, because the reason I've moved it round is because you're getting the light hitting it there, so it looks slightly different. So I've got it like that, but I can now, if I wanted to, add more water, and I can drop the more colour into it, and I'll get the dispersing. Now I'm going to drop a different colour in just so you can see it. Now I've not put enough paint on me, ink on. So you can just see little drops.
Yeah.
Will really allow it to sort of, you can control it to a point, whereas if you put lots of water on, these would all sort of merge into one. However, if I wanted to, I could put more water on, and I'll just go over that and show you again.
Ah, so yeah.
So you can really, dampen that down, but then you can allow, there we go, you can allow these to sort of spread. And the thing I like about it is I can do that now, wet into wet, but if I've got another paintbrush, I can just allow it, pull it out with a clean paintbrush and allow it to sort of, it mingles on its own, so you get like a firework effect.
Yeah.
But that blends to that, believe it or not. That blends to that. So that you leave it alone. We're really sorely tempted, a lot of us, to think, oh, right, I need to blend that out. Don't, because really all the action sort of happens as it's inside the paper. It's not really on the top.
It almost looks there, so you've dropped some brushes or something into it as well.
Right. Well, that's it. It's very similar. The reactions you can get are very similar to Brusho, because, and another thing that I really like, that it's hard to get a mud because they're all pre-mixed.
Yeah.
They're not. It's not hard. It's not easy to get a mud, and even brown and purple and yellow still didn't make mud.
No, you can know they blend beautifully.
Yeah, exactly. So now we've been able to control it even more. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to put on another, we've got the water on, I'm not too worried about that. I'm going to drop in, sorry, I've got the other paintbrush wrong. Right, add there, and I'm going to drop in quite a bit of water, clean off as much as I've got. Now these brushes do take a lot of watercolour, but that's because I could do the whole of an A3 sheet with that one little scoop on the paintbrush, because it'll do the lot.
Is that the sky blue you've used there as well? Because that is a beautiful colour, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the sky blue. I've got some salt.
Okay, yeah.
And all you do is you just put that on, a little bit more.
Yeah.
And the wetter it is, what happens is the salt absorbs all the watercolour ink. Now you can keep the salt, and you can glue it for you can add it to your not your PVA, your gel media.
Yeah.
And that becomes a texture. So what you do is you let it dry and then brush the salt off, and you get all these wonderful, like, tiny cauliflowers appear. Brilliant, brilliant. So we can see that tomorrow, but I just wanted to show you the actual technique.
I've heard you talk about the cauliflowers before. It's just the technical term, so to speak, isn't it, for the effect that you get from that salt?
Yeah. Yeah, they do look like tiny little, they just sort of go like that all over. I can't explain it any better, but cauliflower's probably not the best way. But. So the next one is, we've got, the salt technique, really simple to do. The next one, let's go for, what should we do? I'm all excited because I'm playing.
Well, we're excited watching you as well.
Right, so I've got wet. I'm going to put some more water on.
Okay,
And this is testament to the paper. It's standing up to this pretty well. So what I'm going to do is, now, people might have this at home, they might not.
Oh, wow, look at
but
that.
you can you see the blue separate?
Yeah.
I love this. I love this. So, to me, some people not always liking split colours that split. I actually think you're getting 2 for 1 there. Two for the price.
You've got a pink coming through, haven't you, there? We can see the pink or purpley colour, whereas when you did the first part of the demonstration, that blue, and you said there, you can see as it dries down, it will split, it will change, and it will settle. There's a lot of pink coming through on that one now.
Well, I've got some alcohol here, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put, you can put little bits on. I'll do it with a pipette, or I'll just spray it, actually.
Yeah.
Just worried. And it just, straight away, You can see it all.
Yeah.
Dries straight away. I'll just take that away there. Can you see how you get
I
all these
like that
wonderful...
effect.
It's brilliant. I'll do another one and show you what happens when you do.
I really like
I'll
that.
just pull this down. You see how it splits to the colours now?
Yeah.
Brilliant, that. I love that. But if you haven't got it in a spray form, because not everybody has, I can't do it. What you can do is you can get out rubbing alcohol, or, you know, your hand sanitizer.
Yeah.
A tiny blob of that on your paintbrush.
Oh, yes, because,
of
of course, because it is alcohol in there, isn't it?
Alcohol, it does the same thing. So, or you can use a pipette, anything like that, it activates it the same way. So
I really do like that effect. That is beautiful.
Just going to show you a little bit more. Can't do it. Well, and what I'll do is I'll get some squirt some into there, and I'll drop it on with my paintbrush. So just to show you that if you don't have, you might have it in hand gel or something.
Okay.
It's always, you've got to be careful when you're spraying anything like this, because it's, you know, you shouldn't really spray it. That's made to be sprayed, but if you've got hand gel, then you need to use it accordingly. Don't try and spray that. I know I've had people trying to water it down and put it into all sorts of different apparatus, but can you see how it...
Oh, wow. Oh,
So if
I like that as well.
You get all different colours happening. I mean, different colours. This won't happen too much because it has to be wet. So if I just show you that there...
Yeah.
I'm not lifting it up. It's actually just moving the colour out. It's sort of not bleaching it out, but it just pulls the colour out.
You wouldn't
just a little
think
bit
that.
more.
You would actually think you were lifting it out. Actually, I was saying that, but actually, when you did that, you can see it sort of dispersing to the edges. I think it's because that paint is wetter, so we can see the effect a little bit more.
And that's what happens, is that's dropping into it. But you can imagine if you're using something like the end of your paintbrush, you get the same effect, but you're just using the end of your paintbrush. The next one is a real simple one. Okay. A lot of the, you know, people hopefully watching tomorrow, they'll see the techniques and how they've dried tomorrow. The next one is really simple. I'm going to just put on a bed of colour here again. Okay. And all I'm going to do is get the colour, and then I'm going to get the dark colour again. And the only reason I'm using the dark colour is so that you can see it.
Oh, that is a lovely colour.
And then I'm going to get some, I'm going to mix it up a bit with this indigo as well. And I'm going to get cling film.
Ah,
so
yeah,
the wetter this is, the better.
Lovely.
And don't be too frightened, because you don't want it to be really smooth. You want it to be all like pools of water, not too much, but a little bit heavier than others.
Okay, yeah.
If you want to, if you've got this, you know, hopefully you'll have got these colours, drop in some of the sand and stuff, so that what you're going to get is, again, a difference in tone. And then you get your, what's it called? Cling film. Now, you don't need a big bit, you only need a little bit, but I've just cut way too much off. And what you do is sort of scrunch it up before you put it on. I know these are really old, but do you know what? People forget that we can do this.
Well,
then
they
you
do
leave that on there, and more scrunched up you do it, you can just see all the pooling of the colours. They tend to, it congregates in areas where you sort of go like that, and then it dries like that. So you have to leave it to dry.
Right, so don't take that away until it is properly dry.
No, it's like the salt. You need the salt on there to really absorb it.
Okay.
And then you get the idea. Then we're just going to see what happens now when we've got these wonderful colours, and the colours sort of mix with other colours, because it's very easy with colour to get mud. And the one thing that spoils your work is when something bleeds into something else, and we think, oh no, oh, it's gone in there, oh, we've made this horrible colour. So it's nice to know what colours go with what. So I'm going to put down some pink.
Oh, this is another one of my favourite ones, this.
Beautiful colour, this.
It is.
But one of the colours that really goes beautiful with this is sand. It just calms it right down. Look.
Oh, it's like a Sahara sky.
And you can't go wrong with this. And I'm going to go in with the other one, which is, let me test it on my hand, that's the black. I have to make sure, because I can't keep turning the thing over.
Yeah, because you've got the nose on the lid.
So here, a little bit of the pink. Now we're seeing that we're getting a really, and as I'm doing this, I'm mixing on the paper itself to see what sort of effects I can get. And as I do this, I'm pulling one colour more into the other, so I'm getting to see what colours are, you know, more pink, less violet, more violet. Let's see what green looks like with it. And it's a really good way of seeing, oh right, well that colour looks a bit insipid with that. Oh, that's a nice colour combination. I wouldn't have thought of that. And again, the blue and the indigo work really well with the green.
Yes,
so
they do.
this is a really nice way of just adding texture through colour, because that almost, if I can make it sort of clear, almost looks textural because of the colours and how they're mixing.
Do you know that little bit of green that you've put in there? Well, you're putting some more in now, but I love that little bit of green, so I'm glad you've chosen to put some more in there. That really is working well.
It's great when you do stuff like this. I think it's great because you start seeing like, oh, that looks like a landscape. Oh, that looks like a tree. Oh, and you start seeing all these little pictures in your head, and it's because of your imagination's working in. Now, this is one of the worst colours to try and mix because it's renowned. Purple is renowned for making mud. So let's see. We're going to put in this. We've got a bit of purple, we've got a bit of the blue and a bit of the indigo.
Okay,
so
yeah.
Now, should be doing this, but I'm going to put this in. Now, this is the complete opposite on the colour wheel. So this is the colour that is the complementary colour. This is always going to make an horrible colour not.
So we would expect it to, but in this case, it certainly isn't, is it?
No, it isn't. And the more I put in, like green into the purple, look at the luscious green I'm getting there. That's like
just this technique, just playing with the colours, Lou, would make the most amazing backgrounds.
Well, this is how I do it. This is how I do it when I'm messing with my work and I'm thinking, right, what colours am I working on today? What colours do I like? And you can see how the layers of colour, how they work, that it might, and this is the weird thing, the purple may not look the same on top of the sky blue.
Yeah,
it's strange. Don't know why, but it just doesn't always work. So playing like this, and this is where we can go in with our sand and our ochre, and we can start to make the most amazing greens look. And I'm not having to brush or do a lot of mixing. I'm allowing the watercolour paper and the liquid.
You are, and you've got quite a fine brush there as well. It's not as though you're using a big brush, but you're still getting the coverage because, you know, the blend, you can see it just there as you put the colour down, you can see it travelling, can't you?
Yeah, and it's as vibrant as you want it to be. Some people would be, really, that's too much for people, that's too much. But when you see it bed down and into the paper, it opens up your eyes, and it's not as scary because you think, oh, I can deal with that colour, but I can't deal with that. Well, that's fine, but when I show you another colour, let's put a little bit of the purple on the top. Look how, or the ochre even, it'll just take that edge off it now, so it's not as bright. It's tamed it right down.
No,
I'll put the black on.
A question in from Christine, actually. How do you know, I'm going to phrase it as Christine's done it, and then I'm going to kind of maybe ask this in a different way as well, but how will these differ from other watercolours? So your pans, as we've said earlier on about Matthew Palmer, maybe your pens as well. If we've already got watercolours and we're thinking, do you know, I really love these colours, but why would I go for them? What is the difference?
This is already made diluted to a wash. All the others you have to add water to make the wash, apart from pens. But if you use pens direct, you still have to add water to them.
Of course.
This you can go straight on with on the paper. To do this with a pen or a pan or anything like that, you'd have to first mix it yourself with water. This is done for you. You don't need to do any of that. I can do a whole shading without having to mix anything apart from the two colours together. So I hope that makes sense.
It certainly does. I've got another question as well. I don't know if this would work, because these are already a liquid and already mixed for you. If you've got a water brush, a water brush, an empty one with a barrel, and you wanted to, you could put this directly into your water brush as well. So maybe you've got a whole
Absolutely.
pack of different water brushes. I don't know, maybe a pack of 4 with different nibs on, and you wanted to put a different colour in each. You can do all those different blends, those techniques, without having to worry about anything,
Absolutely.
really.
Yeah, I've got
I'm
some of
pleased
mine
about that.
in my water pens in different colours, and it works brilliantly.
Oh, lovely.
I've got a whole set in the corner where I've mixed my own and put them in, and that's the beauty of them. You know, I'm just going to show you now that in a little bit here, just you can make the colour that you really like in a bigger batch, and then decant that into a pen, and you can make it, you know, your own.
If you'd got your pans or your tubes of watercolour, and you have to apply your own water, you're not going to get that into a brush, are you? So this is to me, that is a really good selling point, because I'm one of those. I've got pens, I've got paints, I've got palettes, and I'm absolutely loving the colours here. I'm loving how these, you can see the spreads, you can see the different techniques you're doing there. But that was something that did pop into my head, and I thought, you know, I've got quite a number of water brushes, and I would love to be able to take these colours directly to the paper. And I wanted to ask that question to check that it was doable. So that really has answered a great question for me as well, and I'm sure a lot of other people out there as well. Because you can't achieve that with many of the other watercolours out there.
No, you can't. You can't. In fact, I've got one to show you now. There we go.
Oh, wonderful.
So I've got different inks and all sorts, but different sort of watercolours and stuff. But this is exactly what you mean, yeah? You can put them in a pen and direct delivery straight to. So you don't even need that then.
I've got another question,
if you want
Lou.
a wash, you just add more water to the barrel if you want it a thinner wash. If not, you just use it pure from this with water later.
Lou, I've got another question.
It's a brilliant way of...
I don't know if you can answer this one for me.
Conveying them, actually, because, you know, if you're going out somewhere and you want to take them with you, it's a perfect way of taking them with you. I'm just showing you some sort of mixes so people get the idea that, there we go. You can see now how the warmth comes through. I'm not getting a lot of mud happening. I'm sure I could make it, you know, if I tried hard enough, but I can, even now, red and green, they should not be seen. But there, we've got like a nice, it's a nice colour in between.
Yeah,
so
it is.
It's a very, very, I think it's very forgiving, and you still got your ability to drop colours in. A little trick that is really nice to show people is if you've got, say, you've got your paint on and your inks on, and you've got it really, really heavy, and you think, right, I'm not really happy about the thickness or how saturated that colour is. I'm just going to put some on, quite a dark colour. This is the sand, I think, or the brown, and I've put that on there, and I'm like, oh no, that's way too much. But if you clean your brush off and just dry it, you can roll your brush and actually take off a lot of this.
Yeah.
And you can, you know, take a lot of the excess off so that you've not got the pooling happening, and you can actually just spread it out, and it starts to look, the wetness you're seeing, the difference of colour that you're seeing is only the colours not dried. They will dry a lot smoother. So all that pooling is now gone. I can add a little bit of water to that, and it's now gone really soft. Again, there it is, it's heavy. So if I just get a clean, and I can put water to it, and then take it away, and it's taken that.
Yeah, you've really taken that back, haven't you?
Yeah, you can do. And don't forget, I'm going to show you in a second that all these mix with the paints on the show, all the paste and everything to create even more colours. So you're not stuck with these 14. You've got goodness knows how many.
I've got another question. You know, we were talking about the water brushes, and you can put the ready mixed watercolours that we've got on the one day special into those. What about, let's say you were painting, I don't know, some water, and you wanted a bit of shimmer in there. You know, when you clean your brush out and you've had it in mica, or you've had those paints that contain mica, and you can see the little bits of mica in there. If you were to fill your brush up with that water, would that work? Would it come through the water brush and mix into the paint so you get that very subtle sort of shimmer coming through?
It would, and do you know what? It's really weird this, right? Because we've not planned this, have we?
No, not at all.
You've not said anything to me, have you? But we've got some pigments on the show, and you can mix this with them, and you can get your own.
Oh,
shimmers.
do you know, we might have a look at those, Lou. I'll tell you what, we'll have a bit of a recap.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, the ones that Lou's talking about, I can see them on the counter now, actually. We've got these, all 4 of them. What a great price. Do you know that's £2.50 a pot, isn't it? These are pigment powders, so you do get the bronze in there. These are all metal effect, aren't they? You've got the bronze, you've got the gold, I can see, you've got the copper in there. Is that a silver or a kind of a champagne colour? I'm not sure. It is silver. 892265. So these are going to go a long, long way then. A quick reminder of the one-day special as well, because we've been so busy with this. All of those 14 colours you are going to get. You don't have to pick and choose. It's not a pick and mix. All 14 colours. And you get the masking gel as well. Now let's just go through the boards again, because of course you can see where the watercolours have gone straight onto the boards themselves. These are so pigmented, so vivid. You can see there, straight directly from the pots onto the board. But of course you can water these down, you can mix them as well. The next 2 boards that we've got, so that's the one, we're just looking at the one straight onto the board at the moment. So we'll go through these colours so you can see them all. They've all got names, of course. You don't have to choose your favourites because, as I say, you are getting them. You can see how you can mix these together as well. Now, we're just starting to see the next board coming into shot, so the one where you can see my hand there. This is onto your watercolour paper. We do have that watercolour paper on the show as well. I'm sure those details will flash up at some point again, but you will find them on the website. Now, there are 2 boards on the watercolour because, again, we've got the 14 different colours. So the second one is just at the other side of the tubes themselves. There you can see, love how these split, absolutely love these colours. The emerald, and with Lou on this one. Do you know that's not a typical emerald? I think there's kind of got a teal or a petrol blue sort of effect to that, which is stunning. And then you've got your fibre paste, so either mixing in or painting directly on top, you can get those different effects, and you can see the texture in the fibre paste there as well. We do have those fibre pastes available. It's been very busy on those. But the item number for the one-day special is 041485. You've got a huge £18 saving. These work out, forget about the masking, forget that, £1.91 for each of those tubes, or each of those little bottles there. We're seeing one of the samples here. Of course, Lou's going to be demonstrating right throughout the one-day special. You can, of course, catch us again tomorrow, but during this hour, we're getting our way through it now, so we're going to go back to Lou. 041485 is the item number. Do not miss out on these. I can tell straight away, these are going to be a real asset to your crafty stash. Right, Lou, this looks interesting, what you've got here.
Well, I did some drawing, and it was to do with the beautiful stencil that's on the show. It's like the Nautilus. So this works wonderfully with the idea that you're saying about the shimmer. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to lay down some water on here just to show you what you have just said about putting the pigment, the metallic pigment, straight into your pen if you wish. I'm just going to drop in some colour now. These colours do change, so as we know, you look at them and you think, oh, that's just purple, but it'll start to change. So I've just put all that on. However, I'm going to drop in now little bits of the sky blue, I call it. It's more like I don't know, turquoise to me, but I'm just dropping in that. And you've noticed, I'm being really delicate, not. And then what I've done is, just going to leave that a minute, but I've took the lids off. These are stunning colours. Look at that copper there. That is crazy. It's beautiful. So
I can't get over the value of these, Lou. Amazing value, aren't they?
Absolutely, aren't they? So we've got the copper, the gold, the bronze, and the silver.
Yeah.
But you can mix them. I would always mix them with something so I can get a binder. So whether it's water or the poorer mediums or anything. But this, I've got a bit of. Oh, actually, that blue and copper looks stunning.
It
but
does.
You can make your own really intense colours.
Oh, nice.
So there's just with plain water. Now, if you want it to stick, you're going to need to sort of put something with it. Now, we do have the pouring medium, the pouring glaze, which is a brilliant thing because it's like a doming, you can't call it a doming resin, but it does very similar. So I'll just show you the gold.
Okay.
Going to need a little bit more water than that, but now, and when I show you what they look like with the other colours, so intense, beautiful gold. And you can mix these with all the colours you've got. So you're not fixed with just, I've just done that one. So you're not just mixing them with certain, like acrylics or out like that. These go with everything you've got, watercolours.
Yeah, these will work with your clays as well, Lou, won't they? Your polymer clay.
Perfect for that because it's a dry pigment. So you can just see that now. So if I was to just, you can just see it there. So I've got this colour now. I'll just move them out of the way. I'll get a little bit of that there and a little bit of that. So I've got these colours now starting to dry up. You can see now. So I'm just going to add some more water to it. And I'm going to mix in and with. So if I just get a can't see it there, dipping into thin air there. And I'm just going to add now. You may not see it right away,
no,
but I can see
we can see it. I think as you move it in a while, we'll see it more, but you can definitely see it.
So I've got the silver on, and then you might see it when I put in.
We've got 4 minutes demo time left, Lou, just so you know.
No!
I know.
Right.
Where's it gone?
Can you see?
Oh, we can see that for sure.
So yellow and blue make green.
Yeah.
You'd expect it to go green and it hasn't. So that's on top of it. But what happens if I want to mix it in? So let's go mixing it into the colour now.
Okay, so you're really working it with the brush.
Yeah, really am. I don't want people to think I'm just faffing. I'm not. I'm sticking. That is beautiful. I've now got my own tonal.
Yeah.
And it is wet, so you will see it differently when it's dry. I'm going to go with a bit of the copper. And it's nice to do. Oh, I love that in the blue. I like that in the blue.
Oh, wow. Now that's strong, isn't it?
That is strong. Now, if you've gone too much, let's see what happens when you... Oh, yeah. Oh,
that's
now,
nice.
The problem is, I'm seeing one thing, you're seeing another, but I think that's good, because sometimes, when you see this happening before your eyes, it gives you a little bit more confidence that, it'll work then if I do it, because people are worried that if they do it a certain way, they'll get it wrong, where there's no wrong way with this. But I am just...
Could you mix these pigments in with acrylics as well to give a shimmer, to turn them into sort of a shimmery paint?
Absolutely. I'm going to I'm just going to try something.
Okay.
And I'm just going... This is something that I stuck on before, and I'm just thinking, I've got another... I'll tell you what, I'll do it here now, and we can see it before the demo ends. I've got a tiny bit, I don't know what colour it is, I'll put it in there. Oh, I picked darkest colour, I don't care. Right, let's see what happens. Look at that.
So what's that, the brush with some of the pigments on? It mixed
gold
into...
in it, and then I've put... it's in the brown, I think. Now let's see what colour it is.
Oh, nice. Oh, you've got that very warm undertone under there as well. You can see it. The more that dries, the more beautiful that's going to look. I know that, but yes, you can see that.
Oh, that's stunning. I mean, I'm gonna go in and see what green. Oh, yeah, even the green goes gold on it. Look. Oh, I'm into that. You see, this is what I mean about these colours. They're hard to make mud or wrong. Well, when I say mud, I mean basically colours that look like rubbish colours, but I can't see one there. These are very vintagey and very much like
totally agree there.
Distress. And then you can add, say you don't want it that. Oh, the gold is lush.
Oh, just the stamp
really
and
shiny
image.
here.
Lou, if you've got a nice vintage car, or in fact, we've sold out, I think. I was going to say Ali's got some on her show, but we sold out earlier. But if you've got something, a vintage stamp, and you did a wash of that over the top with those colours, and maybe a little bit of the pigment in there, you wouldn't need to do any other colouring, would you? It would look stunning.
No. Here I've just mixed that straight in with the gold, and then straight into that, and it's actually got a bit of a glisten in that now. So this is the ochre and gold powder, and that is absolutely stunning.
Oh, we can see that. We can see the glint in there, in the shimmer in
You just
there.
see gold here.
Yeah.
The thing is about the gold, it's very subtle, but it's there. That's the nice thing. Sometimes you don't want it in your face, but this one is very bright.
Do you know, using that pigment, Lou, you could, and the different colours of the paints there, you can go almost from a very old gold through to a very bright gold, because you do get so many different shades, don't you? The green golds, the old golds, the very yellow golds, the bright golds, so you've got the whole spectrum there.
That is so true, because you do get all these different names like old gold, vintage gold, and tarnished gold, all that. But yeah, if you're adding ochre to it and browns, you're going to get that. But that's still got the lustre in it.
We can really see that coming through there.
That's got exactly the same qualities as the watercolour, but pigment to it. You've now got metallic watercolour, which is very hard to get hold of, you know, because that's handmade. I've just bought 4 tiny pans. They cost me £35 for metallic watercolours.
Do you know, I was just going to say, when we've seen Matthew here, and the odd occasion we've had the metallics, it's been spoken about how difficult they are to get hold of and how expensive they are.
Yeah.
If you're going for the pigments at $9.99 for all 4 of those colours there, and they're going to go such a long way, along with the one-day special as well. If you can afford to, go for both together. I mean, just a reminder, in case you didn't come in at the beginning of the show, you've got 14 different colours here, and you've got the masking gel as well. You know, over 2/3 of the stock has gone. We're off to such a busy start with these. Do you know, other guests in the studio, it was just by pure coincidence that Lou Sims was in today, and she said, I absolutely love those. I've already got them from Pentart. I keep them for best. I just love them. Do you know what? We've got so much more coming up from Lou tomorrow as well, because of course she's back at 8 in the morning, then at 12 and then at 4. I don't know where the hour went again. I've got another live hour with Ali, but Lou, thank you so much for that. So much inspiration as always. Check those baskets out. Don't go anywhere. We've got another hour coming up. Oh, dear me, where did that go? But we have got that hour coming up ahead with Ali, of course, the stamps away. Then we've got a repeat hour with Pentart, so don't miss out on that. And then Chocolate Baroque is back.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies. We've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well, so we've got so much to bring to you at Hochanda.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
On the Dreamies shows, we hope to further inspire you with all the techniques and tips that we can offer, hopefully getting you to use all of your inks, your flower making techniques, and really build on all the skills you probably already have. Make sure you join us for the Dreamies shows on Hochanda.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence, based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Working with Hochanda is fantastic for us. It gives us the opportunity to bring all of these brands and all of these products from all over the world direct to you, the crafter in the UK. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter. So please don't miss Oakwood Archer shows on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hello there. Do stay with us for the final live hour of the day. Of course, we continue showing you marvellous shows throughout the night, but this is a live hour, and of course that means we've got a very, very live guest with us as well. I'm so pleased I can say that. Ali, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
We had a lovely show last. So we enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was, and hopefully we'll have sort of work really hard play.
We did lots of techniques, quick techniques, but it was wonderful to watch. Now, I'm just going to give you all a heads up. If you didn't catch the show earlier, please do not hesitate when you come to check baskets out. We've got some great prices, some great savings. In fact, there is nothing above $14.99 when it comes to the prices here. But I can also tell you that when everything has gone, it has gone. There will be no extended delivery. Now, we had 4 sellouts earlier on as well. I think we might see 1 or 2 other things looking a little bit vulnerable as well. So just make sure you check those baskets out and be shopping ahead if you can. Now, we'll start at the beginning, because we've got a lovely selection here of MDF pieces. Now, you're calling these, Ali, your tiles, your blanks. It is a bumper pack. Now, this is all sold in weight, so a kilogram, that's what we're talking about here.
Yes, I mean, it'll probably
be near enough.
Yeah, it'll probably be a little bit over, because obviously I'm not going to chop bits up in half to make it exactly. But what I've done is it's all really usable shapes, so squares, rectangles, circles. You're not going to have any random weird shapes. They're all going to be those. They're going to be 3mm, 4mm. There might be the odd 6mm in there as well, just depending what I try and give you. But they're all nice size, usable. So there's not going to be teeny tiny ones. You know, they're going to be a nice size, so coasters, plaques and things like that. They're just really handy shapes. I love working on circles because it's sort of very forgiving, because you can change your mind halfway through because you've not got a corner.
Of course you can, and it doesn't matter where you stamp. If you're doing an image, you can turn it so it looks like it's direct, you know, coming from any direction,
exactly.
Like the dragonfly you did earlier.
But also, if you've got one of these really collage, beautiful stamps, you can stamp onto the tile, do loads of colour and everything, and then put it over the black and white just stamped image, and like a spotlight, and they just look amazing. But then if you pop a magnet on the back, it becomes a fridge magnet. Or these are, if it's the 3mm and the 4mm, you can crocodile through and put a hole, so you can make them into key rings and little hangings and things like that.
You haven't got a crocodile, you could use your Dremel.
You could use your Dremel.
You've got one of those, haven't you?
I have, yes.
Drill
Use it a
your
lot.
holes in there as well. Now, this is a great bundle. It is a bumper bundle for you. You can go for more than one. I did say earlier, I think use these as your blanks for all your projects, but before that, test all those techniques out. Play with your mediums, your paints, your stencils, so you've got those reference guides, and then you can write on the back exactly what you've done. £9.99 is all we're asking for a kilo, or it could be that it could just tip over the edge a little bit. 694852 is the item number here. Now, talking of stencils, we have got some beauties for you. Now, these, we did mention them in the earlier show, but they weren't out on the counter. Now, you don't have to choose here. Yes, that price is correct. All three of these for £9.99. We're busy on these. I'm so glad we've got these out, Ali, because we did show the stills, but sometimes until you actually see them, you don't appreciate what you're getting.
The size, because they are actually A4. Now, obviously, the Dragonfly, which is a stencil, but look at the edge of it. It's got that fabulous torn paper edge.
Yeah,
so
like
just that alone is really handy. But that is so beautiful, and it can be repeated. You can use these onto walls, onto fabric, your jelly prints, all sorts of different things. And the alphabet, well, I mean, that's just fabulous. If you've ever watched me make handmade paper, this is a really good one to make handmade paper on, because it just looks amazing, and it's got that lovely, you know, typography is so trendy.
That's
anyway.
a great one for all your spritzes as well. And you've just mentioned jelly plate. I can so see that being used. And actually, this one as well would be fantastic, wouldn't it, on the jelly plate?
But what does that make you think of?
It makes me think of those curtains that we hang at the door.
Yes, exactly.
To keep the flies and the dragonflies and the bees out.
Yes, that's what inspired it. But it's like, you know, it's you have to. I think you have to be of a certain age to really appreciate those curtains. But yes, they featured a lot in our childhood.
Oh, they certainly did. Oh, dear. £9.99. You can have your own curtains there, can't you, if you go for this one, along with the alphabets and those dragonflies. What a great bundle. Busy on that as well. 367347 is the item number. Now, moving down again, another one that was very, very busy earlier on. You are getting all 8 of these. Now, you've got stencils and you've got masks as well, Ali. 3/4 of the stock has gone. We're likely to see this sell out during this hour, I think. What I also love about this selection, yes, I'm saying you've got 8, you're getting all 8, but actually, this one, you've really, we're just looking at the circles now, but we've got the one with the dragonfly, just this one here, look. You can see you've got 3 totally different sort of designs all in that one stencil.
Yes, it's really handy because you can just use patches, and it does encourage you to use patches, that one, because we always say it, but then when you look at the one next to it and it's a whole, it's really hard to get your head around, oh, I can just use a bit, but that one helps you, guides you through, and it's got really nice, I love that one. I don't know what it is about it. It's got movement.
Do you know, I was just going to say, for me, it's because it's got movement in it.
Yeah.
There's another one that I keep smiling at as well, and I'll see if anybody else can spot it. But we're looking at the one that plays with your eyes a little bit at the moment, which I know will be absolutely magnificent when you work with it with your mediums. But, do you know what? There is one in here. This is going to show age again, isn't it? Before I get to it, the frames, I know these work beautifully if you want to emboss these with your die cutting machines.
They are fabulous,
as well.
and then ink them up and everything. And you've got those lovely elements.
Right, now as we're looking at all 8 of these, if we can go back to this one, does anybody else see what I see here?
Would you be making lots of beeping noises?
You've got it.
Yeah, it gets called that sometimes at work.
It's the Space Invaders. That's what that reminds me of. I can see a couple of things actually as well. That could also be some sort of helmet or kind of, I can't think of the word. There's a certain character that wears a helmet with those sort of, like a Viking type thing, but it's definitely those Space Invaders.
It is, and if you've got the neon embossing powders, I'm sure somebody's had them fairly recently on here. You do it on black card and just pick out a few of them in neons, add some gems, it really does look like that.
Oh, do you know, this is a lovely selection. We are busy on it again. £9.99, all 8 of those. It works out at just £1.25 each. That is ridiculous. Normal price is £3.50. I think that is incredible value as it is, but £1.25. Even if you don't want them all yourself, you can split these with friends, but actually you will use each and every one of these. 80% of the stock has gone. 501099 is the item number. Do not miss out on those. I promise you, when they're gone, they're not coming coming back. We're not going to come back and say extended delivery. Make sure you check your baskets out. Right, the next one. Right, Ali did use this as her first demonstration in the last hour. If you've not seen these before, these are really quite clever. There's lots you can do with them as well. I'm going to pick these up individually because you've got your layering templates. Now, there is a stamp in this bundle as well. But straight away here, Ali, we can see you've got those different layers, and I know you can explain how we're going to use these. But
Yes,
you've also got the outer frame, which is very useful
and in
as
fact,
well.
I've popped one of the outer ones out to show that you have the aperture. So
Okay.
you've got the aperture, which the idea being that you ink through it to create a panel of colour,
Yeah.
which you can then stamp, journal into, whatever you want. But instead of just having a plain middle, we've given you the layering part of it. So that's the one I've popped out, so
I
you
can
can see.
see,
So that's
yes.
the part you ink through. And
Yeah.
then you've got the layering, so you can do mats and layers. I mean, that lends itself to little greetings panels. So you've got all those different sizes of that same shape you can do. So you can do stacked pyramid, decoupage
Yeah.
if you want to, all sorts of different things you can do. Lou Sims was saying that she uses them for doodling and, you know, to give you a panel to
Yeah,
start
consult
with.
it.
So
Yeah,
it
that's
gives
a
you
really
that
good
starting
idea.
point. And I was saying it's quite nice because we looked at the back and we designed these in 2014 when it was obviously very much cards, but now it's journals. They take on a totally different light, and
Definitely.
you see them in a different way.
Definitely. You're going to find so many uses for these. And the fact that you do get a stamp here as well, it's such a pretty little stamp. It is the snowdrop. Now, I've got a little sample at the back here. In fact, there's a couple of samples. But Ali was stamping and painting with gesso just to bring the white out, and a little bit of green in chalk to give a chalkiness onto MDF as well. So the bundle that we've got available tonight with the MDF pieces, great for stamping on and bringing out the detail. I'm going to repeat what you said earlier because I so agree with you, Ali. When you look at MDF, you're looking really at a very thick craft card.
Yeah,
because
that
it's paper fibres, isn't it?
Exactly.
It's all-
And it
yeah.
has the same
That's
properties.
lovely.
So
Yeah.
but it just means that you can throw water at it. And I was watching
Yeah.
Lou do her demos with the paints, and it's like, you know, when you're working on paper, you sort of feel yourself almost pressing it down. With MDF, you don't have to worry about that. And heat, and I mean, I was going from something really wet to heat embossing, and it was holding its shape.
It
and then
certainly
it's
was.
sturdy, and you've got something that can be mounted on the wall. It be varnished and become a coaster. It's, you know, it's usable as well.
It really is. It's a great surface, isn't it? Do go for these. You will get that stamp as well. 563957 is the item number. Less than a tenner, £9.96. Now, something that was very busy earlier on, and we are approaching limited stock. I love this bundle, and if you are a soft crafter and you're watching as well, these are going to be great for you. Now, we have got the upper and the lower case when it comes to the alphabets. There are a couple of other signs in here as well, so you've got the and sign. You've also got this one, which I think is really interesting, because that could be a bracket, you can see. It could be a little flourish underneath something. Could be a moustache if you want it to be. You could use this.
Actually, it looks like a little stand, you know, like the base of
It
a
does
mannequin or
actually.
something,
Yeah, it does,
isn't it?
doesn't Yeah. So you've got lots of reasons for going for these. I did say as well earlier on, I think if you're a soft crafter and you like to make bunting with wording on, you've got great templates here as well. If you want to cut out your fabric and applique it, then you've got that as well. If you want to personalise, do you know, again for your journals.
Yeah.
What I love about these, and you said it, Ali, and I didn't realise until you actually said, if I just pick this one up, for instance. Now, what would you think? You'd think a letter B, or would it be a letter P? Now, quite often we do find that you would get that as one. So you'd get that so you can use it for either, but you've provided...
We've put the whole alphabet in, yeah.
So that means if you're planning something out, so you're not having to borrow a letter to turn it upside down and use it as a different letter, you've got the whole alphabet so you can plan it out
And
properly.
also, if you're doing an activity with children, you could put hook and loop on the back
Yeah.
of this and have the whole alphabet out on the wall, and they can match the letters.
Oh, that's
Good
a nice
storage idea as well. So make
Yeah.
a decorative thing, fill it with all things beginning with A, and then they stick the A. And that's where it's come from, the teaching idea of you needed a full alphabet.
Definitely. Do you know, I would say, even if you don't know what you're going to use them for at the moment, go for these. For that price at $14.98, you're saving £9 today. Go for them, because I can guarantee you will use these time after time after time. 609447 is the item number. Now, there are other items available. We haven't got them all on the counter. The next one, I'm hoping we're going to see this hour, actually. We've got the beach huts for you. Now, these are the driftwood wreaths. You do get two, so you can see the driftwood effect there. You can see the beach huts. You are getting that set of two for just £9.98. Again, made of MDF, £7 saving, 486684. We also have a DVD for you as well, not just a DVD. You've got more wonderful stencils and masks in here as well. Now, you're getting 3 of them, £9.99. Just, well, look, straight away, another half-price saving, isn't it? 135201. Lots of techniques on that DVD as well. But the value there, just for those stencils, for me, is just one of those things that I think, well, you can't miss out, can you, really? Just go for them. 6x6 they are as well. 135201, as I say. Right, OK, now we are going to get over to Ali in a little while. Are you ready to go, Ali?
Ready to go.
Wonderful stuff.
Right, I was going to start with the alphabet templates, but kind of pull in a few other bits and pieces while I'm at it. So, I'm going to do a word book for my little Oscar, who is my eldest dog. And he's spelt Oscar with no R on the end. Don't ask. But he's actually, his full name is Oscar Mabobs. But I was not doing a word book for that, but I could do. So all I've done is I've cut some paper down to roughly the size of one of the letters.
Okay,
okay?
yeah.
And on the right-hand side, I am going to draw around each letter of his name. And you'll be pleased to know I've already done the other letters, so I'm only going to do the O, just for speed. And I don't need to do the whole letter, I'm just going to do the sort of edge bits. I'm going to take it about 2/3 of it, just enough so that you can clearly see what the letter is.
Lovely.
Okay, so I'm going to cut that out. So this means you can do any name you want, any word you want. So if you wanted to do a book for an otorhinolaryngologist, you can do. You know, you're not limited. Might need big paper for that one. Okay.
Do you know, if you go for these stencils just to make one of these books, I think they're worth every penny. I mean, you can have so much fun, and to decorate each of the pages as well.
Well, I've done them in different ways. I've done them like this, where I've cut them out of paper, or I've done each letter out of a photograph. I also did, and I think it's on the front cover of one of the packets, I did a star book where I actually cut the letters out as an aperture and put photos inside.
Oh, that's a nice idea.
I don't know where I put it somewhere safe and couldn't find it.
Oh.
It will be found at some point. Right, so I have now got O-S-C-A, Oscar. They're all the same length at the moment. So rather than try and guess beforehand, what I do is I start at the back. I then lay the next one down where I'm happy with its position.
Yeah.
Then the S, then the O. So it says Oscar. I can then turn it over and cut them all to the right length.
And you've got some nice offcuts to reuse as well.
Yes. And what I thought I'd do is I'd decorate each of his letters in a different way with the stencils.
Lovely. I can't tell you, Ellie, they've just gone limited stock. You need to be very quick. We cannot get any more. Promise you that. They're not coming back. When they're gone, they're gone. £14.98 and £9 saving. Check those baskets out and secure yours. 609447.
Okay, so I'm just going to, just to make each letter pop, I'm going to do a different technique sort of thing on each one. So A is going to get my favourite of those stencils.
Oh, I love that stencil.
It's brilliant, isn't it? It's just so fun.
Makes me smile. I don't know why. It just makes me feel happy.
I know what you mean. I think it's because it's kind of like cartoony flowers. It's like if you imagined
I don't know what it is. It just makes me feel happy to look at it.
Okay, so we're going to use, we won't use that one again, we'll use this one, but we're going to do a slightly different technique.
I'm glad you're using this one as well. This is the one that you say you really, really like, with the movement in it.
Yes.
Stencil.
So I'm just inking up. Now you see again, because I used a pen to do the letters, it's not quite, but you could easily then take your pen and doodle around each of these letters. But what we're going to do, so this is just water.
Oh, yes, of course, yeah.
Of course, it would help if I actually had filled it up. So the poor sprout had a chance. Count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That was a quick 10.
Can you tell I'm a really...
Oh, look. Oh, I really like that.
And the more you dry it, the crisp... Doesn't that look like scales almost?
It does, yeah.
Gives that, again, it gives that stencil a totally different look. Okay, what else have we got? So we've now got the dragonfly one we'll use.
Right, I'm just going to give you another reminder. We are so limited now on the alphabets, the templates. So you're getting the upper and the lowercase, you're getting the and sign, you're getting the little bracket or whatever else you want to use it for as well. I can tell you that the largest letters are either about 5 inches or just maybe slightly bigger than 5 inches as well. Oh, we've just sold out. We've just sold out. Not to worry, we're going to let Ali carry on though, I think, because
I'm officially using the stencils,
you've got the stencils,
aren't I? So I was just looking, I thought I had one more pattern out, but I haven't. So what I'll do, oh yes, I have. I've only got 3 stencils, but 4 patterns, because I'm going to turn the dragonfly around and go.
Oh, you could have that dragonfly flying throughout the book as well,
Yeah,
couldn't you?
this is it, once you've got your book.
Oh, I like that one as well. Now
this would look nice glazed.
It would
so
look
it's like
very
little
nice
tiles.
glazed.
So there you go. Oscar's got his book.
Oh, I love it, Ali.
But look how nice those stencils work together.
Oh, well done, everybody that got those. We're not going to say we've got any more. I'm so pleased that you checked your baskets out and you've secured those. If you want to go for these stencils, these are also approaching limited stock. We haven't seen them all used, but the ones we have, all wonderful, aren't they? Now, you are getting all 8 as well. Now, they're not just stencils. You've got the masks as well, if I just point out the frames here at the end. So if you haven't got the edge to them, so if you're colouring through and you're getting those beautiful patterns, of course, they're more of a stencil. I really love, I don't know if you've got it with you, Ali, I'd love to see the one that plays with your eyes a little bit.
Because I wasn't sure how the camera would be on it.
Well,
I thought it could be a
little bit of havoc with the camera, I've got to be honest with you.
That just get a plain piece of white paper, emboss it through your machine and just leave it like that. It's really classy, but then silver mirror board is just fabulous.
Beautiful. All 8 of these for £9.99. It works out again. Is it another £1.25 each? This one is. It is £1.25 each. These should be £3.50, which in itself I think is just a silly price. I think that's way too cheap. But £1.25, I'm certainly not going to say no to these. 501099 is the item number for you. Now back to Ali as well. Do we still have some of those border stencils as well? Because we haven't got them on counter. Do check those out. We've got some border masks as well. Ali, you were using... Can I see one?
Okay, I'm going to do a very quick demo. So what I'm going to use is I'm going to use a little bit.
We're just showing these on a still, Ali, because you are again getting 8 of these, £9.99. So it's another one that works out at £1.25 each. You're saving £5.93. Ali at the end of the last show was using the chain. It looks so effective.
Much fun. All I was doing was just rotating it round and inking in different places. But I'm actually going to use the nuts and bolts this time because this has got fabulous detail in it. So all I've done is I've put some embossing fluid on my sponge.
Okay.
And then I have to do the sort of the magic stance so I can make sure I can see that I'm getting it all. Okay. It's a bit...
Oh, we can just about make out where the stencils be. So embossing fluid you put on there, so it's going to go tacky.
Yeah, well, I'm actually going to dry it a little bit because I want to use it as a resist.
Okay.
So I'm just going to dab this. So really, you should let this dry a bit, but it'll work enough for you to see. But actually, it gives it quite a nice diffused look, which we might be.
Oh yes, we can see. It's like those magic painting books again.
It is. So you can see, but even with me not doing it carefully,
you can
you
really
can
see it
see
coming out.
that really nice resist effect. But then you could also, I don't know if this will, I'm just thinking if I go across like that might give us a nice tone. Let's go in with the
You've got
blue.
some nice details to the edge of the screws there. You can actually see the thread in the screws.
Yes.
Can't you?
So I'm just moving that down so I'm not getting the inky bit. I was hoping this is going to... Because I sometimes find when you're doing a resist that actually putting a second colour over the top crisps it up because it sort of reacts with the ink underneath. Oh, spoil the reveal. But you can see.
Oh, I like that.
It just gives you, again, it's about layers.
Yeah. What great backgrounds you could build with these. I'll just have them down the edge or something.
Yeah, I mean, they lend themselves to A4, obviously. But look at
Definitely.
that, that's really...
I really like that.
Because you've got the sort of almost ghosty one in the background and then that sharp one there with the tones
like
going
that.
underneath.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm just going to give you a heads up. Everybody, please be quick on the 8 stencils. They are going to go. I think it's going to be a race to the finish line with these. £9.99. You're saving a whopping £17.94. 501099. Honestly, some people might be disappointed because you need to be checking out. They're not going to come back. We cannot get any more. When they're gone, they're gone. Staying with you, I believe, Ali.
Right, so what I did in between the shows was I did the embossing fluid, but I've let it dry, so you're going to have to believe me that it is actually on there.
Okay.
You will see in a
Oh,
minute.
we
So
can
this
just
is going
catch a
to
little bit.
hopefully give me a
There it
crisper image. Ah, that's a good shot.
We can see what it is now. It's that alphabet, the A4 one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, we have got 3 A4 stencils all together in a bundle for £9.99. These are, again, amazing value for you. 367 347. Talking of stencils and masks, the 6x6s have just gone. So if someone was trying to get hold of those, I'm sorry. Go for these instead. These are just as wonderful. You've got 3, they're A4, so you've still got the size there with your jelly plates, using the resist technique that Ali's doing now, your spritzes, your sprays, your inks, your texture paste, they're all going to work. Let's have a look what Ali's doing because this is really coming through now, the effect. Look at this.
So this is the difference between a mask and a stencil. If I'd have just laid this down and inked over, the alphabet would have been left white. I
Yeah.
would have protected, I would have masked that area. But because I've used this embossing fluid, which is like your Versamart, your perfect medium, it's acted as a resist. But what I want to do in a minute, I think I've got some squeezed lemonade.
Squeeze the lemonade?
Squeezed lemonade, no, the
Oh.
ink. Actually, no, it's my usual. I say, when I'm doing this, I always find, oh dear, poor mustard seed, looking a little sad for himself.